Peace and respect to you all, and welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of, yes, all the religions. What a beautiful thing when we no longer accept superstition and irrational thinking and magical thinking as acceptable. And though it will be difficult, come, Lord, come. Well, the link is pinned for StreamYard at the top of the side chat. Please feel free to hit it. I will do all that I can to be cordial and polite and really try to understand whatever idea you might want to represent without prejudice. I'm not exactly your typical theist. I think that all well thought out ideas are worth consideration, which is what put me where I am today. So I'd rather be corrected than be comfortable. Strikes me that a lot of religious people would just rather be comfortable. And because it's a truism that I'm not good at rattling on, oh, wild heart, peace and respect, sir.
Peace, man. Good seeing
To you, sir. How are you doing this morning? I'm sorry, it's not morning there, is it? How are you doing this afternoon?
you. Yeah. Not great actually, but I don't want to kind of derail anything.
Oh, no, it's quite all right. Please say why not great.
I've had this pain inside for about 5 days, so I've been like going back and forth to bed, sweating a lot, vomiting, like projectile vomiting. So if I
Is there another
disappear,
kind? I mean, if you're going to be stylish in your vomiting, it has to be projectile vomiting, doesn't it?
yeah. Yeah. So if I disappear at just a random time, you'll know why.
No, that's quite all right. Can you tell me what changed that is not how you feel in your stomach? What changed before that? For instance, you may have changed your diet severely. You may have started a new medication. You may have started a lot of a workout. I don't know, any number of things.
No, I have been to the hospital a couple of times in the last couple of days, and the doctors. I'm booked in for us. They said my spleen might be enlarged. It's just like a pain just under my ribs, and yeah. But anyway, enough about me.
Well, that's what I wanted to know, is that you've been to a doctor and you've been assessed and you're taking care of this. That's what I really
Yeah,
wanted to know.
yeah.
All
I'm
right.
getting a sonogram next week to check for the enlarged spleen. So I'll be fine. It's fine. It's just like I say, if I just disappear, you'll know why. I'm not being able to.
Right. No further explanation needed. Please take care of what you need to take care of when you need to take care of it. Feel free, please. So since you're here, I was going to read some from the translation I've been doing, and I would discuss it with you. I think you're well capable, intelligent, enough to have a conversation like this. And I opened the stream saying not everyone wants to know what's true, but would rather be comfortable. And it seems to me, at least you present publicly, that you'd rather know what's true.
No, I really like that. Yeah, I was listening. That's really yeah. I don't want to say no. That's really sweet. Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a little bit
I'd rather
odd.
be wrong.
What's that?
No, I'd rather be wrong and then find out that I'm wrong rather than think I'm right and be wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Which
Yeah,
is kind
the
of a
most
catch
important thing
22.
is what's
You could say
Yeah.
something like, "Oh, Richard, you're way too proud. Like you really want to be right." Well, yeah, I do want to be right, and just what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
So, if I
Yeah. I get
have
what
something that's wrong, I'd appreciate it if it got corrected so I can be right.
yeah.
So it's not. That's the problem with altruism. It's hard to be
Yeah.
truly altruistic. Yeah. Okay. Tell
Yeah.
me what you think of this. And I mean, I guess since the translators just at some point just stuck titles of chapters and verses in, which apparently are just not in the Hebrew whatsoever, I guess I can do that too, right?
Yeah.
It was, and it was completely subject to their tradition within Christian view, what words they put there and what titles they put on whatever chapter and where they broke down the verses. In fact, you'll find that
Oh,
sometimes they broke down verses in the middle of an idea and made it, or chapters in the middle of an idea, and I don't know why.
no, I think I can enlighten you. Ace told me that the chapters and verses all come from like a cowboy in America in like the 1800s or something. There never
Uh-huh.
used to be chapters and verses, and he was a priest or a pastor or something. So he would ride from town to town, and while he was riding, he would just put in the verses. I don't want to say it's like arbitrary, but that is the reason we have chapters and verses. Apparently,
I'm gonna have
I
to
don't
look
know
into
whether
that
that's true.
because I don't know how that would get popularized, and I don't believe it.
Yeah,
I think that sounds like
yeah,
a silly story.
yeah. I wasn't sure about it, and yeah, that could be wrong. It's just that's what Ace said.
Stranger things have been known to happen. It could have
Yeah.
started like that. I don't know. Um, but tell me what you think of this. And I wrote this very, very carefully. And to talk about each line, I think is necessary to get an overarching idea, an umbrella theory about this. The book's the prophet Moses. Now, the reason I wrote it that way is because the book is the prophet Moses. It's not talking about a person. The book is the prophet, and I can show that biblically. Tell me what you think about this argument.
Yeah.
There's a line in the Bible that says, I sent no prophet. You ever read that one?
Yeah, and yeah, they're only like false prophets unless you. Doesn't the
Right.
Bible say unless you're Jesus, then you're a false prophet, basically?
Yes, very good. Yes, by necessity. The only
Yeah.
prophet ever sent is the speaking prophet. Okay, but there's another line that looks like a contradiction, and maybe you can resolve this. Um, you killed my prophets.
Yeah, I would need further information. Like when it says you kill my prophets, who is the you in that?
Oh, some large group.
But if the prophet is the book and not a person, are
Right.
they saying that they killed the book or they killed
Uh-huh.
the? Yeah.
That is to say, ignored it, considered it dead,
Wow. Yeah.
old fashioned, superstitious.
Yeah. So people used to believe the book and now they
Right.
don't. That would be
Right.
killing the book. Yeah. Yeah.
Works for you? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And the name Peace and Respect Doubting Thomas, you can't handle the truth, Wild Heart, but your sister can.
that would be fine if I had a sister. I just happen to not. So,
We all have sisters. Maybe we didn't grow up together. Um, so, since the name Moses means drawing out, if I said biblically drawing out in some impactful way, what do you think that's going to be about?
I don't know because I don't. I've never heard the term drawing out before. Do you know what I
Oh,
mean?
good. That means you can
Yeah.
consider it for the first time live. Awesome.
Yeah.
How's your pain levels right now?
Not too bad at the moment, to be honest. I'm sweating an awful lot, and there's a mild feeling of nausea, but I'm not too bad. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So if we took the text as a whole, What is the significant drawing out?
You're gonna have to guide me on this. Like I say, I've
I
never
don't
read
want
the
to say too much because I
term.
want you to see it for yourself, you know?
Yeah,
So how do I do that?
drawing out. Right, the first thing that comes to mind is like a well, like drawing out of water. Maybe
Sure. Sure.
is this one of these?
It's I'm talking about like the largest theme of the Bible. Or the largest theme of a lot of ancient religions, actually, not just the Bible.
Sin.
Okay, okay,
Drawing
so
out.
man's put on the earth. Man's on the
Yeah,
earth for some time. What happens after that, according to these stories?
they all get ground. Sorry, is that my Catholic upbringing coming in?
Oh, okay. I'm just going to say it. You can agree or disagree. You know, tell me if you see this or if it doesn't make sense. So there's supposed to be this ascension into heaven.
Right. Yeah.
So that's pretty much it. Man's put on the earth. Man's on the earth for some time. And then there's supposed to be this series of events that results in the people going to heaven.
Yeah, I was thinking like long term. Yeah, you're right, long term. I was thinking more what happened
Yeah.
immediately after they were put on there.
Yeah, I know. I see that. Yeah. Okay, so we could call that a drawing out because from their perspective off of this earth, it is a drawing out. So Moses means the one who does the drawing out, not the one who was drawn out, although that's not precisely exclusive. He also gets drawn out, but that's aside. That's an aside. So that's the first book of drawing out, which is what his name means. Or the beginning of our Genesis into angels. Would you happen to know what the word Genesis actually means?
Like origins, like the beginning of something.
That's the way it's used. That is
Yeah.
definitely colloquially the way that it's used. Weirdly enough, it means a new beginning.
Also, Phil Collins was a great singer. Do you know what I mean?
True. Peace and respect to Captive Desk. Hello to you. Yeah, Genesis means a new beginning. That's what it literally means.
Right.
Of course,
So now
Christians tend to like skip over that when they're reading this, but
I was gonna. That's interesting. So it's a new beginning, not a
yeah,
beginning.
it's not
It's
beginning, it's a new beginning.
new beginning. That's
As in
interesting.
this, like this happened before. It implies that it's not the first beginning.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Or I guess it necessitates it's not the first beginning. It doesn't just imply it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this chapter should be titled The Local Cosmos. And by local cosmos, you know, things you can observe from where you are.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, 1-1. In the beginning of what concerns you. See, that's context that's not directly written in the text, but throughout all of it, since it describes only this planet and from this perspective, I think it's better for our language, for our time to qualify the beginning of what.
Yeah. So it only concerns us because we're on this planet. Like I say,
Right.
it's happened before, but that doesn't really make any difference to us, kind of thing.
Right.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't directly concern us really right now, and that's one of the last topics covered in the text. See, I see the whole text of the Bible in a specific order that actually makes sense to me as like a syllabus for a class, something like that. That it starts with this grand overview and then it gets more and more specific, and by the time you get to the end of it, it's only talking about very very certain events and describing them in great detail. So it gets more and more narrow as it goes, which makes I mean, that's how we have conversations anyway, so it makes sense to me to do that.
Yeah. And like saying, like if the Bible is supposed to teach then that would be the sensible way to go
Yeah,
about
that's a
it.
good approach. Yeah. In fact, it's part of the reason that I find Cain and Abel so interesting, because Cain and Abel is the first death in the Bible, and it's
Yeah,
kind of wordplay. I don't know the way to say wordplay of context. I don't know how to say that. Context play, I guess, where the first death is describing the first death, which is actually a complex topic. We'll get into that later, maybe. Okay, so powerful angels. And the reason I write powerful angels here is because it's the word Elohim, and you're fairly familiar with that word, aren't you?
yeah, the gods plural.
Yes, that's correct. God's plural. Right. Now, interesting, most people don't know this. The word Elohim does not annotate benevolence or malevolence. It's a neutral word. It doesn't mean that whatever set of angels is good. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Isn't
Although
that
that does make sense.
interesting?
Yeah, yeah.
So like sometimes in the translation of the Bible, they took Elohim and wrote singular God, or they wrote angels, depending. And then if it had to be plural, that they wrote angels. And it's interesting because the original word doesn't tell you if those angels are good or bad. It just doesn't tell you that. So now you have to look at what they're doing and decide if it's good or bad, which gets right into the William Freeman problem.
Oh, the problem with William Freeman. So, Assless chaps or not.
Well, the problem that he brings up with the Old Testament, and some parts of it look very evil. Well, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
But the translation made it angels of heaven when the original text doesn't.
So you're saying there's good angels and bad angels?
Oh yeah, in the book of Revelation, it calls it, instead of using the word demons, it uses the word angels. And it reads something like this, depending on translation. Michael and his angels warred with Satan and his angels.
So Michael was the good one. Satan was the bad one.
Well, Michael's supposed to be on our side and Satan's supposed to be against us. So, I mean, in a speciesistic kind of way, yeah, good and evil. But only under speciesism. Make sense so far?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. In a lot of Bibles, you'll read created the heavens and the earth, right? But since it's talking about the dome over the planet, that's and what's inside of it, I wrote the word sky. Does that seem to make sense to you?
Yeah. The firmament and all
that. Right.
Yeah.
And since it goes on to describe the condition of the planet, instead of writing the word earth, because earth can mean dirt.
Yeah.
I planted my beans in the earth. Well, what does that mean? All over or the whole planet? No, it doesn't mean that. It just means my little plot, my little bit of dirt. So there I wrote planet. Does that all make sense so far?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there are several things, but I don't think I'm trying to keep it on track. Do you know what I mean?
Well, there's claims in that, right? Like the existence of these angels, for instance, is a claim.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not been shown.
Yeah, and I'm not having a go at you or anything. I was just thinking of an argument I had with Jill about the mustard seed and the earth. It's just, yeah. But yeah, everything's making sense. How you explain it?
Yeah. So this is like starting to describe the situation. You get into the days of creation soon after this, right? So this is getting started into that. So it's not really a topic change, but we've gone from looking at it from no exacting position in space to some exacting position. That's the way I see this. The planet was without geographic area distinctions and void of life, and no atmosphere to refract light. And so, because of that, darkness was upon the face of the deep. Have you ever seen like any pictures of the moon landing, from the perspective of the moon?
Yeah.
Right. And how tall is the atmosphere on the moon?
Very, very small.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
like
about
less than your foot. Yeah, there is, but
Yeah,
it's like it's not as
yeah,
deep as your foot.
yeah,
And the actual measurement doesn't matter. But the point is that if you stand on the moon and you look outward, even if you're on the sun-facing side of the moon, other
yeah,
than the light source of the sun, all of space looks black.
yeah.
So could you explain that to us, why that's true?
Is it
Why
something
does
to
it
do
look
with
black?
light? There's something to
Yes.
do with light and its atmosphere. So
Yes.
it only
Everything.
so you don't see the stars, kind of thing.
Right. Right. When our atmosphere refracts light and why it looks blue, right? The refraction of light is causes a scattering of light, or quote unquote atmosphere, which is why we call that atmosphere, right? And it makes it opaque, that you can't see. Of course, I recently learned from a friend of mine who's kind of a science geek. He said when you look at an eclipse and you look past the moon around the sun, because the sun is blocked, you can see the stars in the middle of the day if you're in the direct
Oh,
shadow.
oh, that's
Isn't
good.
that interesting?
Yeah,
And I'm no doubt he's right. He loves that kind of
yeah,
stuff. Okay, so it's the refraction of light in an atmosphere that causes the face of the deep to not be dark. So of
but
course, with no
Richard,
atmosphere, darkness is on the face of the deep, sir.
sorry, Richard, it will be remiss of me not to say just refraction at this point
Refraction.
because I had to get that over. But I was also thinking about the planet was without geographic area distinctions. Does that mean like
Yeah,
no continents? It was just all underwater.
all underwater. No, at the beginning of this planet, there wouldn't be any water. And
Ah,
water would make area distinctions, because there's low places and high places.
right. Oh, that might just be me then. And so darkness was on the face of deep. I always took that as meaning the whole of Earth was underwater. Is that not what it means?
No, a lot of Christian communities take it that way. I'm not saying that
Yeah,
traditionally you're wrong. No.
yeah,
I just don't think that's what it's talking about, because where it starts and the claims that it makes. Because when I look up the word void, it means void of light, right? And when I look up the word, what's the? Let me quote it in the King James. Let me get this right. Formless. It reads formless and void.
yeah,
Well, formless doesn't mean like a nebula. It doesn't mean that there. It just means without distinctions, like it was all the same.
yeah.
Okay.
Which
So
would
I
have been
wrote without.
true.
Go ahead.
Yeah, which would have been true like scientifically.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
And we know that solar disk and gravitational collapse and accretion making a planet. You don't automatically have atmosphere in water. You just don't have that stuff,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay.
So that's what they're claiming here, is that they showed up at that point in the planet, that it was just a barren wasteland. That's
Yeah.
the claim. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Which I think is funny, because it's like following the prime directive from Star Trek. that you can't mess with a people on, some kind of sentient beings on a planet. You're just not allowed to do that. So it's like they're claiming, look, there was nobody here. There was nothing here, not a friggin' microbe, nothing. That they're saying something like that.
So they could like take over and take control of it, as
Right,
long
because
as
they're not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's like saying, hey, we found this rock. It was useless. And then it goes on to describe what they do to that rock, That's it. That was easy. You're way too easy to talk to. And powerful angels said, let there be refraction of light. And there was light on the earth. That is to say, dumping atmosphere. So I think some of the reason that we see in certain parts of the earth, we see these overlapping rings. Like if I brought up Google Maps, I could show you several places on the earth where mountains are in these ring shapes. You ever seen like a ring of mountains, instead of a straight line? Because the straight lines appear on fault lines. That's pretty easy to explain. Nothing wrong there. But tell me, if you had this whole planet, right? Can you tell me anything? Because it's not a fault line. Fault lines don't go in rings, right? So you can't have crustal upheaval at fault lines that cause a ring, right? That just obviously doesn't happen. Okay, but what could cause a ring? Take it down to a smaller scale and say you had fairly compacted moist sand, something like that. Not wet, but moist sand. How could you make a divot in that would cause a ring around the outside of the divot, an elevated ring? What could you do to cause that in, say, sand? Peace and respect, Sammy. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you,
and
Sammy.
Sasquatch. Hi, Sasquatch. I think this is the first time you've shown up here.
Yeah, no, that is way above my pay grade. I'm trying to work it out. Are we talking like tree rings? Something organic?
Imagine a depression, a bowl-shaped depression with elevated soil around it. Let's say you were at a beach, and let's say you were 70 feet from the water, and the sand's just kind of moist, but it's not really wet. And it's a bit compacted, like sand does.
Yeah.
How could you cause a bowl with an elevated ring around it? How could you do that in that environment? Peace and respect, Hillary's emails.
Like, we're not talking about water. Not water runs into it or anything.
Well, water is one way. Which way would the water have to be traveling?
Not sure.
All right, let's say I took a water hose, right?
Yeah.
And I had a sprayer on the end of the water hose so I could control it.
All right. It will have to. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I want you to say it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it would have to go into the middle. Makes the middle of the. Yeah.
Right. You'd have to point it down.
Yeah.
Now can you do that with air as well? Gas pressure.
Yeah.
Could you do it with solids? Like
no.
a rock.
No, that would fill up the hole.
Right. Okay, so if you want a bowl with an elevated area around it, what you need to do is have a liquid or a gas shooting straight down. That would cause that. Now, interestingly enough, on the inside of these circular mountain ranges, you'll find that toward the inside of the bowl, it's very, very steep on the mountain. And on the outside, it's sloped very gently. And I mean universally, like this happens all over the planet. You can see them really well in New Mexico. because apparently this has been up out of the ocean for a really, really long time, and there's a good bit of sand here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, so the only issue with that, in my view, is some of these rings are 60, 80, 100 miles across. Now, how could you get that much air or that much water coming straight down that it would cause a bowl that big? I mean, seriously, dude, that's a lot of air. That's a lot of that's a lot of hydraulics, like crazy amount.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but do like geologists have an explanation for this? Are there suggestions as to how that could have happened?
I've spoken to Orge, who
Yeah.
it
Oh,
was actually in the field of geology. He was actually like getting paid to do that stuff, right? And his naturalistic explanations for these things, to me, are not that persuasive.
yeah.
Although I believe he's an honest person, I don't think he's being dishonest whatsoever. And that that study describes these kinds of things as naturally occurring due to sedimentation, weathering, blah blah blah, volcanic activity, etc., etc., etc. You know.
Yeah.
But I think that falls short of what we actually observe in reality. I think it just kind of doesn't address it. And on a smaller scale, sure, those things happen, absolutely. But okay, imagine a singular sand dune in your mind. You know, you get that whichever way the wind's blowing, you get a steep side, right? What's the backside look like?
Like shallow and long.
Right. Right. Now, weathering in all different directions on that kind of scale just simply wouldn't do that. You need wind blowing straight down. Now, there is nothing in our planet's history that we know of. Okay, imagine the backwards tornado that has to push down that would cause something like that. Have we even ever seen a backwards tornado that pushes downward?
No.
Okay. So, or imagine enough cold in one spot in the atmosphere that would cause that kind of downward pressure in the air. I don't think that's possible. Or at least I've never heard of any kind of weather anomaly that would do something like that. Unless you have, I would hear it.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
But isn't this leading to an argument for ignorance?
No,
saying I don't know how this could have happened, therefore.
No, it's inductive. It's what's the best explanation for what we actually see.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Since we can do that at every scale, downward pressure of either a liquid or a gas, and we can recreate that exact effect, and it's the only way that I know to recreate that effect. And then we just scale it back up. And would the effect still work? Would that medium still work? The answer is yes, it would still work, right? Then I can say the best explanation for these rings of mountains, sometimes overlapping and canceling each other out, like one like moved the other mountains, like one ring destroyed part of a ring of another, like overlapping bubbles, something like that. Or pebbles thrown into a pond, and you get that overlap and destruction of the first one from the second one, right?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it looks like to me. And even so much that the inward mountains are steeper sloped and the outward mountains are lesser sloped, more gently sloped. It looks everything like high wind or high water. But we don't know of a naturalistic explanation. But I have an explanation claimed in the Bible right here. If you dumped enough, and if you weren't concerned about preserving life,
Yeah.
and you just opened the sluice gates and you had a big enough straw pointing down at the planet, and you released all the atmosphere that is here, but you didn't want it to drill into the core of the planet, so you'd have to do it several places and several times in several different places so it doesn't drill down, well, then you'd end up with mountain rings.
Yeah. And to be fair, that's entirely like possible and plausible.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like if there was an alien species that had that kind of technology and they would try to terraform the planet,
They would have to do that.
Yeah.
They would have to do it at some point. And just because of gravity and a lack of interference, because essentially if that's the case, when they did that, they were in outer space, and it was outer space all the way to the planet's surface, having no atmosphere, just like the moon is outer space right to the surface or very close to it. So there'd be nothing in the way. And then gravity is actually helping you out. And there's no resistance in air pressure because it's the first air. So it would just make it that much more effective. It'd be crazy. So to have a 150-mile across ring, and actually I'm downplaying it, some are much larger than that, under those conditions, really, really not a problem. You just have to scale it up to an amount that we've never seen before. Sprechen Sie Deutsch? Makes sense?
Yeah. Although I do have to take a short bathroom break, so I'll be right back.
Oh, please don't delay. Don't entertain me. So what's next after that, after light? Saying, okay, there is refraction of light, that is to say atmosphere. That's a good thing. Moving on then. And angels divided the light from the darkness by terms. That is to say, once you have an atmosphere on a rotating planet, once you have that, there's a dark side and a light side. And, a blurry place in between. So let's call that day and night. Cool beans. Let's move on. And powerful beings, here written angels, said, let there be a planet firmament in the midst of the large group of beings called waters, and let it divide the large group of beings into two parts, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Yeah, when you read that in English, it's really, really repetitive and frankly just doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. And it seems like if you don't have any kind of differentiation in waters, and in this case, I believe being angels and the first ethnic groups of humans to be on the planet, then there's really no way to say separate the waters from the waters. So people have assumed that's talking about land masses, continents and such, islands. But if that's the case, that we're talking about islands, it gets really redundant there for no evident reason. You're back. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. So this whole section right here is reiterated in greater definition as this goes on. Let there be a planet firmament in the midst of the large group of beings called waters, and let it divide the large group of beings into two parts, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And how just exactly would you do that? Well, you could do it by location. And here it says it's done by location. And angels reformed this planet, Earth, and divided the waters which would be under the firmament of heaven from the waters which throughout the firmament of heaven, and it was done. So there's your two locations. In heaven, out of heaven. Problems?
Several. And divided the waters which will be under the firmament of heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the difference between the firmament? They don't mean space, do they? Are they talking about space or the firmament of heaven from the waters?
What it's claiming here is that heaven has a limit, a containment of some kind, and so does the planet. of course, with an atmosphere on it.
Okay. Yeah.
There would be two firmaments there, and you could divide the waters from the waters, putting some on the outside of the place below the earth, and some contained in or throughout the other place, which would be referring to the heaven and the angels.
Yeah.
So it's saying that heaven contains the angels, or the angels are trapped in heaven. And then we're on the outside of a planet. Seems to be a pretty consistent claim.
Yeah.
And then it defines which one it means by which one. And the angels called the firmament above heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second chronicled. So written down where? Written down here. And in other religions.
And just point out a spelling mistake. Angels and angels said it should be.
Oh, I wrote angles.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's fine. I actually did that. When I was
finding that.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, the computer can't see context. It doesn't get that. So since angles is an actual word, it doesn't underline it.
Yeah, it realize it. Yeah.
Even though it makes no sense being there. And the Platonic solids spoke and said, under the sky be gathered into places, and that which will be dry appear. And they did that by also adding water. Yeah, we see that same scarring of large tracts of surface of the earth. Not just what is essentially never been down in the ocean. We see it under the ocean as well. We get these same shapes and stuff. And there's water that has scarred bedrock in two different directions around the earth. You know what I think, Dave, is when the Christians keep going, yes, there was a global flood. Yes, there was a global flood. Yeah. Well, they're forgetting that the angels claimed to have put water here.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think? There was nothing alive. It was a barren planet that now has an atmosphere. Do you think there's any reason they would have to do it carefully?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they just dumped a bunch of water. Oh, that works for me. So here's referring to the seas.
Although that does bring up a few problems I've just thought of.
No, go ahead. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, the Christian flood involves the reason for the flood was to kill like all the people and all the animals.
That's what they say.
Yeah, so it wouldn't match up with that if they were doing it before any people or animals. I'm not saying you're wrong or anything. Oh, they're right. I'm just saying the two stories don't match up. You know what I mean?
Actually, I was reading a comment. I got distracted. I apologize deeply. Could you say that again, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you're saying that there was a global flood, but it was before any people or animals existed. But the whole point of the Christian global flood is that it was to get rid of the humans and
You're right. Those two things cannot be coordinated. You're right. But this is why people refer to me as a heretic and why I refer to them as superstitious. It can't be resolved. Those two things can't be resolved.
That's fine.
Yeah, which I have no problem with them being wrong. That doesn't bother me at all. Well, it bothers me a little bit because they keep telling people stupid things. See, here's the problem. Well, a Christian says something stupid, and a person who's not attached or indoctrinated or raised up in it, when they hear that, they think, oh, I'm rejecting the Bible. The Bible is stupid. You know? Yeah. And I don't blame them. But just because someone says something about a piece of literature doesn't mean it's the ultimate opinion. Even if everyone said the same thing, it wouldn't be the ultimate opinion. Yeah. Like you can ask any child about, I don't know, Moby Dick. and they're going to talk about a fisherman and a whale. But is that really what the story's about? I don't care how popular the idea is that it's about a fish and a whale. I don't think that's what the author was trying to say.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Yeah.
Let's see, where was I at? And of course, the dry parts we call earth or land, and then the wet parts we call sea. And yes, the word sea here is the Hebrew word for a large body of water, and not the small amount which they use the word mayim or juice. Because when it refers to people, it uses the word juice. And when it refers to large bodies of water, especially salt water, it uses this other word. And no, they're not the same word. They're just not. So that's why it gets translated in the King James into waters and sea, is because they were trying to be honest and say, well, that's two different words. But then in the Christian reading frame, waters they think means sea. So why use a different word? But anyway.
Yeah. That's very much like an English thing, and I want to apologise on behalf of the English. I think we mainly fucked up we mainly messed up the Bible, you know,
Right.
just due to our language. Yeah, it was probably better before we got involved.
I think you have to. That's part of the reason that I go back to the original culture and the original words and try to sort this out. You know, is because, and everything I've got written here, I think, is already sorted out. Of course, there's much more work to do. I haven't scratched the surface of the text in these. I think it's around 90 pages. I don't think that's even scratching the surface. And that was the end of the second day, or the second day chronicled. There you go. All right. Well, if you didn't have atmosphere and you didn't have water, then you couldn't have plants. So they say the next thing they do is distribute plants. And of course, it says their kind and his kind, which dictates some kind of change in the plants. Of course, we do know that evolution happens and things change over time. So I got no problem with that.
So what is your explanation of Genesis 1? And this might be a slight diversion, but what is your understanding of Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, and why they are different? Why there's a different order of creation in Genesis 1 and Genesis 2?
Well, we'd have to get to Genesis 2. Do you recall which part of Genesis 2? Let's see. We're at 112, mental note. Okay, so here we are at 2.
Yeah, everything, like the order of creation, when God created the sun, the moon and the stars, all of it is different in Genesis 2 from Genesis 1. It's just a different order. Like in one of them, I think it's Genesis 1, the plants were created before the sun, which obviously makes no sense. Well, but then in Genesis 2, it's the opposite.
Does it make no sense? In light of the other claims, you see what you've done there is you've adopted Christianity and said, oh, it must be on this planet that they're referring to, right?
Right.
Okay, now I see no reason to adopt that, especially when it claims that all of the earth is referred to as the Garden of Eden. And then it says mankind was made out of the garden and put in it. Well, then there's nothing wrong with the plants also existing somewhere else. Dinosaurs also existing somewhere else. There's no problem with any of that. If there's this somewhere else place.
Yeah, but I think it says plants were created on the earth before the sun.
Does it say
I could be wrong about that. I'm not sure about that.
Well, let's look at it. Because what you're talking about is going to be like a review of what they just said, because it's very repetitive. Seventh day, angels ended their work which they had created, which was demanded by Yahweh, rested on the seventh day from all the work which was made, and angels blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because they had rested from all the work that they had done. Repurposed. These were the generations of the heaven and the earth when it was repurposed in the time that Jehovah angels reformed the earth and the sky. And angels had maintained every wild plant of the wilderness before it was in the earth, and every cultivated herb of the field before it grew, for the Yahweh angels had not caused it to rain upon the earth. That is, there was not a man to till the ground.
Yeah, that
That's the
actually
part you're
explains
talking
it.
about?
Yeah. And from your point of view, that makes perfect sense.
Okay.
And angels had maintained every wild plant of the wilderness before it was on this earth, before it was in this earth.
Yeah,
So
even
it's
if you
like,
read it in the King James, it says that.
yeah. Yeah, that is good.
It literally says in the King James, it says before it was in the earth.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So
then it was somewhere else. Right.
all the plants weren't on this earth. Yeah.
Right. They're saying they transplanted it. This is a garden, like to create a garden, you select an area. Then you consider irrigation, and you consider sunlight and things like that, and then you put seeds in it. After you've prepped the soil and everything, you put seeds in it, and that's what a garden is.
Yeah.
So it's
And the angels had not caused it to rain upon the ground, rain upon the earth.
right.
And there was no man to till the ground. Yeah, so that kind of implies that there was no plants or like animals on the ground when they did it. Yeah.
No. The word rain here is referring to our arrival to the planet.
Ah.
That is, we rain down from the heavens. That is to say, the first group of Homo sapiens sapien on the planet, which is evident in the fossil record, that there was this big change, and the new species of human being, Homo erectus, took over rather suddenly, and had at least cognitive ability to develop things like buttons and spears.
Yeah.
Whereas before that, everything was very, very simple. Everything that hominid did was very, very simple and crude. And then we just took over and like killed them off and stuff. So I think that's what's being talked about right here.
Oh, so that should that not be rain, REIGN, rather than rain?
No, it's still sticking to the theme of us as water.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's still sticking to that. It hasn't. In fact, it carries it on and on and on and on through all the 5 books of Moses, and even into the prophets, the Nevi'im. It carries on, sticks with the same thing.
Oh.
To say when you say something like the well of our fathers, I think that's doing the best that could be done in the language to talk about genetic heritage. It's not talking about the value of a hole in the ground that aquifers feed and collects water. I don't think that's the point at all. And after all, what's the religious message there? People dug a hole in the ground. Okay, great. Why is that so valuable? Well, it's not. But genetics and where you come from and the claims people make because of it, yeah, that's a little bit more impactful than a hole in the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
So why would God not? Why would he not
go.
just?
I can just sense it. We're getting a real question now. Go ahead, man. Go on with yourself.
Why would God just not create the Bible today? If Jesus or the intended reader doesn't exist yet on this planet, why not just write the Bible today? Then more. That's why. They don't care about whether more people
Well,
understand it.
I think since it gets written in heaven and is like literally delivered onto whatever society via dance and costume or written word, or some cultures just have, they sit down and just have storytelling, like the
Yeah.
Aboriginal Australians. They don't really use costumes. It's not their thing. But then the Zuni Indian of North America, very costume related. So it just depends on the culture. But if heaven arrived to the earth today, or even a small detachment, with our understanding of technology, we wouldn't look at it like, and a cloud opened in the sky and light shone down from inside the cloud and an angel stood in the light and the angel descended to the earth. We would go, holy crap, we got this film footage of an alien who parked their craft inside of a cloud. We would look at it
Yeah.
very differently today.
Yeah.
So by necessity, it has to be long ago and well removed and thought of in magical thinking, or it would ruin the whole experiment of us being here. It wouldn't even make sense for us to be here if these things were just obvious and provable and evident.
That's fair. Yeah.
So your overall question is, why not just wait for Jesus to show up? And
Yeah,
part of the answer, what's that?
and then give him the book.
And then give him the book, right? We'll just work with just him. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So I'm going to make an assertion, an observation about that I think is not necessary and is very against Christianity. I think that Jesus was born a dude, just a normal dude, that he had a very specific genetic code. All right. That he is another edition of the Father, but he's just a dude. Right. So there's only so many ways to learn things. Right. And for something technically difficult, it would be much easier for me to hand you a book on this technical data that's well thought out, that's well organized, that gets to the point, that doesn't beat around the bush. And besides, no one sits there and like argues verbally with a book.
Yeah.
They just read the book and then they think about it and they go along their whatever. Okay. But it's a really good tactic to avoid Jesus having to spend, I don't know, 30 years in prayer to just have a book there for him to open.
So they're intentionally trying to make it hard for Jesus.
No, they're trying to make it easier for him, that he wouldn't have to be in prayer for like decades and decades to get it himself. Instead, he can just open up a book and read it. Still haven't swayed me on the clones benefiting from the suffering of the originals, Richard. That's awesome, Sammy. Yeah, I guess it's by perspective. Okay, I can understand your statement from where you sit, but were you the clone, would you feel the same way? That's what I'm asking. Okay. So it's good to put an even childlike fairy tale into the mind of the children, and by the children I mean the population of the earth, so that it can be easily translated later, even if it's wrong, even if it's not the actuality. It still gives them a bit of a heads up so that they have something to translate. Now, did people use religions for evil? Yes. Government governing people will use anything for advantage, anything at all. There have been governments that purposefully purposefully sabotaged their own country, and it wasn't their stupidity. It wasn't an accident. It's that they thought that was the smartest thing to do at the time. I love you, Sammy. At least you're able to entertain the storyline and see what happens from there. Good for you. That's a sign of intelligence, according to Aristotle. And by the way, I agree. And by the way, you might just survive into heaven and be an original. By the way, that could happen in this idea process. I don't know how better to say that. Hey, thanks for everybody to show up. Peace and respect to Spooky Bed Hair. Welcome. Thank you all for showing up. You know, considering I haven't done a stream in, I don't know, a year. You guys are super nice for even dropping by. Thank you so much.
Welcome back.
All right, so where are we at? Objections, thoughts, things that happened in your head? Go ahead. Or are we moving on?
Just a little bathroom break again. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll read a little bit. And angels had maintained every wild plant of the wilderness, referring to this as a wilderness compared to heaven. Before it was in this earth, and every cultivated herb of the field before it grew, for the Yahweh angels had not caused it to have people onto the earth yet. That is, there was no man to till the ground. And angels had, since it already told the story, you can stick the word had in there. What is that? They call it a solipsis or a solipsis, or I'm mispronouncing that. Angels had gathered gases that had reacted with the existent earth and gases and mixed and making heat, making a viable and perfected atmosphere of everything present, and affirmed in the earth peace and respect. Midnight, how you doing?
Hello, I figured I'd come in, seeing how you doing. I'm doing all right. Just relaxing, hanging out, being cool.
Which leaves me in a position of jealousy, which is fine.
Wait, why are you jealous of me? Aren't you happy right now?
I am happy. I'm very content with my life, and things are very, very predictable. And I'm hardly ever surprised, which makes life just easy. Little note as I was doing this, the translation in English was so surprisingly poor, where most translations stay to the original idea generally, that I thought I should leave you the actual etymology and definitions of the original words, where 137 in the King James reads whatever. The original actual words were gathered, vapor, burned, gathered vapor, mixed, existent, perfected, everything, presented, firm red clay face. Those are the actual words if you were to look them up. And where they get the translation, well, that's got a lot to do with dogma and tradition. Here's my challenge to anyone who thinks that they can logically dismiss the Bible based on what Christians say about it. Peace and respect, Sarah Schemmel, who I remember seeing you some time ago. It's good to see you back. No, I don't want for something unexpected. Unexpected things are often hard to adjust to. I don't like unexpected things. I like things to be very predictable. I'm kind of Rain Man that way.
Richard, I think I might be able to meet your challenge.
Go ahead.
If Christians describe, but it's not from the Bible, is it? So I'll just omnipresent, omnipotent, and those things are mutually exclusive. Then can I dismiss the Bible based on the understanding of the Bible?
Let me ask you some clarifying questions. Since you can't be both omniscient and omnipotent because they're self-defeating one to the other.
Yeah.
Would you think that someone who thought that you could maintain that is good at thinking?
No.
Okay, so then by default, aren't they bad at thinking?
Yeah.
Okay, so how often do you knowingly take advice from someone that you know is bad at thinking?
Yeah, I think it will come down to whether the Bible actually claims that God is omnipotent, and it doesn't, does it?
Oh, you don't even have to get that far. I've yet to meet a religious person who doesn't have bad thinking. They've got specialized thinking. They've got special pleading. They've got all these thinking problems. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm just not likely to take advice on anything from someone who is bad at thinking.
Yeah, but your question was, can we dismiss the
The
Bible
Bible,
based on what Christians say about the Bible?
right?
So if Christians say about the Bible that their God is omnipotent and omnipotent and omniscient, and we know that that is impossible, can't I then dismiss the Bible based on what they say about it?
No, you can't any more than if I told you that I barely passed mathematics coming up in primary and secondary school, what we call high school. If I
Yeah,
told you I'm bad at mathematics, or you could just tell I was bad at mathematics because you like hired me to do some maths for you, right? And then I proved myself out at being bad at it. Are you going to accept me as a tutor on mathematics? What are you,
no,
stupid? Why the
yeah,
hell would you? Why the hell would you do that?
I know, but what you asked was, can we dismiss the Bible based on what the Christians say about the Bible, not about
Right.
what the Bible actually says, but
Yeah,
can
that's
we
true.
dismiss it on what they say about the Bible?
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? So if
It's
Christians
presented in.
say,
Go ahead.
so, so if Christians say that God is omnipotent and omnipotent, and we know that that is impossible.
Right.
Your question was, can we dismiss the Bible based on what they say about it? And in that case, yeah, we can.
Not only if that were true in it.
Okay, but that's a different question.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to work with you on this because maybe I'm wrong about this, and I understand that
Only
a
slightly.
total. What's that?
No, only slightly. And I get what you're saying now. We can't dismiss the Bible being true because of what Christians say about it.
Right, because I'm more likely to dismiss Christians for
Yeah,
compartmentalizing and bad thinking
yeah,
and
yeah.
take their
I get what
opinion
you're saying.
on nothing. Like there's a bunch of Christians out there. I would not accept almost all of their view of reality because it's not
Yeah,
true and
yeah. I
it
was
doesn't
just getting
work.
confused. I was just getting confused between what the Christians say about the Bible and what the Bible actually says.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? That's a yeah.
Like a Christian will tell you you can pray and God will intervene. But we watch Christians die of cancer every day. What does that mean, that they want the cancer? No, they don't want the cancer. It means they forgot to pray? No, they remembered to pray. It means it didn't work. That's what
Yeah.
it means. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. This is really interesting because it immediately goes into the other kind of Elohim. Now, when Christians read of 2:18, they take that as being Yahweh. And I think it's interesting that in context that I've adopted, it can't be Yahweh, that it has to be quote unquote evil angels.
Yeah, it goes back to what we were saying. If there's more than one, then it can't be Yahweh.
Right. It's
And
definitely not
Elohim,
monotheistic.
yeah.
I spoke over you. Say it again, please.
No, if it's more than one God, which Elohim is plural, then it can't be Yahweh because
Right.
Yahweh is singular, one God. Yeah, so they
Wow.
can't be the same thing.
of course, I'm cheating, and in translation of 2:18, I already knew what 2:30 says. You know,
I wouldn't
so
class that as cheating, though. No, that's fine. Just because you know the Bible, I wouldn't class that as cheating.
well, I'm looking for a context that continues to work.
Oh.
I'm not trying to, make it argue with itself on purpose, for sure. You playing a video game, Midnight? Because you're saying nothing.
Oh yeah, I was going to say Midnight's very important.
Well, I'm
That's-
opening it up. I'm just waiting for it. And besides, I'm hearing you guys talk. I didn't really have anything to add, but obviously now I do, because Richard put me on the spot. But then again, why would you join a live stream if you're not going to talk? You're just taking up a spot, which I have done that for years. Which, by the way, nice going, Richard. You wanted me to talk, and here I am talking. Yep,
Thank
yep,
you.
yep, yep.
Good seeing that.
Good to see you too, asshole. And I mean that, and I mean that sincerely.
Yes, I know you love my asshole in a very loving way.
That's
Sorry.
not. No, that's not what I meant, and you know it.
Yeah, no, I got the words the wrong way. I love you too, asshole.
There was a total accident. Where are we at here? All right. Thanks for your comments, Midnight. Even if you only have personal things to add, thank you.
You
Let's
are
see.
very welcome, my brother from another mother.
Yeah, we didn't get to grow up together. Doesn't make you not my brother.
Yep.
Okay, so let's see. So I got a little note here at the beginning of this to try to bear out some context. The following will begin to explain the false claim of right that Satan asserts over the man Adam and the woman Eve, and indeed that all of us are descendants of the Father and his woman, the mother. Yes, I recognize the mother God. And why this war of tyranny versus autonomy. What's that do with your brain there, David?
Sorry, I was going to respond to Sammy in the side chat, but yeah, no. Sorry, can you repeat that?
No, it's okay. That I mean, I want the side chat to be engaged, no doubt. How'd that end up there?
I just wanted to tell Sammy that I have actually got better since we last spoke. I've been alcohol free for like over 6 months, and I do shower regularly now. So just
I know how I got there. I meant to hit this one and accidentally moved up, and I hit the one below it. That's how that ended up there. Sorry about that, guys. All right. So here's what I'm saying. There's this claim in the text of a war between the good and evil angels, right, Dave?
yeah.
And would it make sense? Let me just ask it to you this way. Does it make sense to you that a God that is love created evil to fight with?
No, that I would go so far as to say that is impossible.
Right. That wouldn't. It's self-defeating on its face, right?
Yeah.
So, and Christians have long explanations for how that is true and why that makes sense. But I think it's all a bunch of mental gymnastics. It doesn't make sense. But how about this? How about if it's just an unrelated critter? How about if it's not part of God's creation whatsoever? It's just a separate thing. Now could they be at war and it makes sense?
Right, Richard, I'm going to go all.
Well, if I can add something, here, if multiple universes exist and each universe is is created by its own god, it would make sense that one of the other gods is like, you know what, buddy, let's fight, let's duke. You know what I mean? Let's.
That's
I'll be.
plausible. That's plausible. That's not logically self-defeating. That's a good one.
Thank you.
But I think, Richard, if I can point out like a large part of why you're largely misunderstood by a lot of people,
Go ahead.
it's because when Christians and like every theist thinks of God, they think of a being. But your God isn't a being. I think that's where all the confusion comes in.
Some of it, yeah.
Because when you ask me questions about, do you know what I mean? I think that's where a lot of the confusion comes in.
Well, that
Does that
and
make
people,
sense?
we humans are very subject to indoctrination from our culture, from our family, etc. Peace and respect. Hillary's welcome.
Thank you.
And I'm not going to go at you. It's just it occurred to me that's.
Dude, I never crawl up in a closet and cry. It's just not my style. You're fine. Quit apologizing.
Yeah, what I forgot who it was that just said it, but about the different universes having different gods. That's pretty close to what.
Me.
Okay, that's pretty close to what Mormonism teaches. That it's kind of like an eternal regress, and that Satan wanted an authoritarian structure, social structure, and Jesus said no, people should be free to choose for themselves, and so he wanted more like a federation of gods where each of them would leave their own little experiment alone.
Right. Which I think isn't biblically unfounded. I think actually you could make a pretty good case for that idea.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in a more direct translation, in consideration of things like colloquial usage of the time of the people,
Mm-hmm.
and in consideration of all the different religions and the overview of what they're trying to say, is that we're a byproduct, an accident, a universal accident, that we shouldn't exist at all,
Mm-hmm.
that we were intended to be slaves, and that just simply didn't work out because of the animal that we are. We don't accept slavery well.
Mm.
Which is the same reason that people will say things like, I don't know why a Christian would want to worship a God. I don't get it. Like, why do you want to worship something? It doesn't even make sense. It seems offensive on its face. And I agree. I'm not inclined to worship any kind of a being. I could worship ideas that are higher than any being. That would be fine.
Isn't
But
that
worship
kind
a
of what?
living being seems weird.
Isn't that kind of what puppy love is? Like you see all the good traits and don't see any of the bad.
Good one. I like that. Yeah, nice observation. Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that we have puppy love for God.
Well,
Yeah.
Christians do. Yeah.
Well, okay, fair. Christians do.
They sure seem to. But it's I suppose like it's a lot like puppy love now that you got me thinking about it. Like, oh, my God can do no wrong. You just don't understand. Like, if you'd ever experienced this sounds just like puppy love.
Mm-hmm.
It really does. Wow.
I hate you, Hillary's. I wish I would have thought of that.
You're welcome.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, it seems broadly applicable. No, she's perfect. No, really, she's everything that I need. No, she's like the fulfillment of me. Yeah, no person could be that stuff, guys. That's not how happiness happens. That's not what does it.
Oh, I'm going to ask a question, Richard. So how does happiness happen?
How does, in my opinion?
Yeah.
I think that the human natural state is happiness, which is why you see the innocent and the ignorant having such a good time. Whether it's a birth defect or just innocence due to lack of experience, i.e., childhood?
Just say ignorance is bliss. That's all you need to say.
That's one way to say
Ignorance
it.
is bliss. Ignorance is bliss.
Like there are adults who have what we call other than average mental functions, and they tend
Ouch.
toward happiness.
Eh,
Yeah.
well, I
Like,
mean,
go watch
it
the Special
is.
Olympics.
Well, I
Seriously, man.
mean, there is a lot of truth behind it. That the more intelligent you are, the more miserable and unhappy you are. I mean, just look at Rick Sanchez. I know it. I know it. You know, I know I know he's just a fictional character, but you know, I've met a lot of very intelligent people who are just miserable. You know,
Sure.
because of what they know and what they see, and it's like, the world sucks. Now, granted, obviously, not every depressed person is, you know, like the next
It's
Einstein.
brilliant. Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
It's not a necessity. Yeah, you can be depressed without being brilliant. It's true. Okay, so I think you said some important things there, Midnight. Like they said, oh, the world sucks. Well, that's like saying the world doesn't comply with my preferences. Well, I'd like to know, why are your preferences dictating the reality? They don't. That is, facts don't care about your feelings. So sorry to tell you. But what I would prefer is not the creation of the actuality. So, what's the solution to that? I should accept the reality that is, whether I like it or not, whether it's what I prefer or
Yep.
not. And then when I find that when I do that, I can act appropriately to the actuality. And guess what? More success.
I would like to quote the late great Carl Sagan: "Better to face the harsh truth than a reassuring fable."
Yeah, I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of us create fables, narratives in our minds in our attempts to map reality, and it's just inaccurate, and that's why we're upset. Is because your map sucks.
Well, yeah, of course. Definitely, that is definitely like the issue that we have is that we, you know, like we are forever, you know, we are forever, what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Kept from reality. You know, we are forever. Well, I can't think of the word. Okay. We are forever imprisoned we are forever imprisoned within our own interpretation of reality, rather than seeing reality for what it is.
Yes.
I guess that's a good way of putting it. I was trying to find a better way, but that'll do, I guess.
And each of us have our own mapping, and none of the maps match. More than that, none of the maps match the actuality. They can't.
Yep.
So because of those limitations of not ultimately knowing all truth, we're working in approximations. So, I mean, I like to ask somebody, how happy are you? And if they say that they're fairly happy, then I know one of two things about them. They're extremely ignorant, or they accept the actuality for what it is as much as they can.
Hmm.
But it's one of those two. So if they're not just evidently, incapable of cognitive processing of more difficult things, if that's not the situation and they're happy, then I think they're someone who accepts truth. So think about all the unhappy Christians, who come in and like call names and get mad and yell at you and all this jazz. I think they're just not accepting reality.
Yep.
Hey, Hillary's, I think I have you as a controller of this channel, or vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Do you? What do you want to run this for a while I go have a cigarette? You
Sure.
want to have us go ahead? All right, man, it's all yours.
Well, Midnight, what should we discuss? Actually, I think this is on. Well, I'm not going to say anything. What would you like to discuss, Midnight?
Well, what were you gonna say?
No, because I chose not to finish the thought.
That makes me even more curious of what it is. But personally, hmm,
David, you have something?
Yeah, so Hilvis, while Richard is away, what
the
is your
cats will play.
position? What is your position on country and western karaoke? I'm joking.
Country western karaoke. I'm not a huge fan of karaoke at all.
Blasphemy!
I know. And for a large part of my life, I really didn't care for country western music. I thought it made me depressed listening to it. But I really like Johnny Cash, and there are some singers that I do really like.
I
Yeah.
hurt myself today.
Hmm.
My empire of dirt.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. I just wanted to sing that part.
it's a great song.
No, have you seen William Freeman's version of that? It's very good.
No, I haven't. I've seen several
Yeah.
of his videos, but not that one.
Yeah, check out his channel. That's really good song.
Spooky is correct, but we're going to avoid those topics.
Yes.
Okay, now let me see what Spooky said.
That you'd like to discuss Pokemon, anime, and furries.
No, that's not what I want to talk about.
Furries, I'm kind of okay with talking about, but not a fan of Pokemon.
Okay, why did you separate Pokemon and anime when Pokemon? All right, you know what? Never mind.
Because Pokemon is one specific like anime universe, and there are some animes that are okay, even though I far prefer hentai.
Oh, of course you prefer hentai. I mean, we can talk about it somewhere else. Giggity.
No need.
Is that an invite? Is that an invite, Minna?
Yes.
Sammy wants to know the answer to his question, Wildheart.
Oh, sorry.
So, what was the question? I'm scrolling up.
Oh, yeah.
I only saw the ones where you spoke to Sarah. So, I'm still scrolling up.
It's not fair, Sarah.
Yeah, we can observe. We can.
Oh.
I don't know when it was, but I saw your stream that wasn't a. No, that's Richard.
Oh, I think this might be it. When was the last time you washed your ass?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Like I said, I've been good. I've not drank for like 6 months. And I shower regularly.
Is that what
Yeah.
washing your ass means? Whether or not you're sober?
No, it's just when I wasn't sober.
Oh, okay.
Then, yeah.
But you do like wash your ass daily, weekly? How?
Daily. I've been quite ill recently, but apart from that, it's normally daily. Yeah.
Hmm.
But I think Richard will be very mad when he gets back. We're talking about.
No, not at all. I mean, we're killing it fine, and yeah, when you're sick, you should probably definitely go daily, so that especially before bed, so you don't have all that virus on your sheets and that. Probably change your sheets more frequently too, but like after 3 days, you should be immune to whatever's in your system. Yes,
Yeah.
we're all proud of Wildheart.
Yes.
Doing very well.
I fucking hate you, Minda. You're a piece of shit. You're a fucking kid. Sorry, I just remember. It's only good fun, man. I'm glad. Like I said, I'm glad you're doing well. Just ribbing you a bit for the way you were.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
Midnight.
And Sammy, yeah, I love you, dude. Yeah, you Australian drongo. Do you know what I mean?
Midnight.
Yes.
Mac wants to know: did you get trolled by Esteban Winsmore on Second Life like 7 years ago?
No, I never played Second Life.
Okay.
Well, okay, I tried playing it, but I got bored of it.
I think I downloaded it, but I never actually played it. It was like a huge download or something, so I was like, the heck with this.
Yep.
So I probably canceled it and never even finished the download. But interesting concept, though. The only problem is, if like you're spending your life playing a video game, you're not actually doing your life. So
I mean, that's why it's called Second Life.
right, exactly. But I need to be out, washing and cutting the grass and all that.
I mean, you could do that in the game too, so it's like you're doing it in real life.
Yeah, but it doesn't get done in real life if I do it in
know.
the game.
I know.
But
That's
there was a
the funny
comedian that
part.
made a joke about that. He was like, his kid is always playing video games. He's like, hey, look, I got you this great new VR set. And it comes preloaded with a game called Mowing the Lawn. So you just put these glasses on, and you can actually feel the lawnmower here.
No, there was actually a
That
game
is
called
funny.
Lawnmower Simulator. There was
Oh,
also,
there are a lot of simulators out there.
yeah,
Yep.
Rest
Power
assured.
Wash Simulator. Yeah, Power Wash Simulator as well. That was brilliant. One of the best games ever.
You guys are weird, but I love you.
Coming from you, I take that as quite the compliment.
It is a compliment. But maybe an insult? The world will never know. But no, it is a compliment.
Well, I got a new computer chair, so I'm sitting in it. It's nice and comfy.
Nice.
No.
Last one I had, the back pushed me too far forward and it was hurting my lower back.
You know, I really hate that in Minecraft there's this asshole called Phantom that will fucking kill you if you don't sleep for 3 days.
Okay. I mean,
So
maybe
I'm playing-
that's put into the game to encourage people to take a break every once in a while.
Yeah, but it's annoying.
Oh, I never played Minecraft. Until 7 or 8 years ago, I mainly played flight sims.
Or War Thunder.
Well, that's when I started playing War Thunder. That's why it changed. Sarah asks 3 days?
Yeah,
So
apparently.
is that in real life 3 days or in game 3 days?
Well,
I don't know if there's a difference.
God damn it! There's a fucking spider over here. 3
You go
game
kill that.
days.
3 game days? Okay.
Okay, fuck it. I'll play later.
Yeah, lots of times they have like accelerated time scales in these games. So,
Yep.
welcome back, Richard.
Thank you so much. Oh, wait, I got a phone call I got to take.
Cool.
So Midnight, you were talking about a spider on the game rather than actual spider.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sarah wants to know, how long is a game day? What's the ratio of game time day?
I think about 20 minutes.
Oh,
I'm not
wow.
sure. Yeah.
So every hour you have to take a break and make your character sleep for 5 minutes or something.
Yep. Well, actually, it's not even 5 minutes. It's like instantaneous, right? You go into bed, and you can actually even skip it. You go into bed and then you wake up like 2 seconds later.
Huh.
It's like it's not it's not that long. But
Okay.
but you do need to sleep.
Well, Dave, do you have any questions for me?
Not at the moment, no.
I'm trying to
Uh,
think of things about the Bible, but I can't really think of anything to ask.
yeah. Yeah, maybe we need the share screen up again when Richard's back. It was very interesting. I did have a lot of questions, but my brain being the way it is, do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I just disappeared after a while.
I believe in the existence of Spider-Man because New York exists.
Yeah, all the historical and archaeological evidence. How could you not? Yeah, I wonder if, like, in 300 years, there's going to be different sects of Harry Potterism, and like one of them will say that's a lightning bolt on a birthmark on his forehead, and the other one will say no, that's a thunderbolt, and they'll like have wars against each other.
Oh, oh, wait. Okay. I actually know what I want to talk about. If you want to talk about this,
Okay.
the absolute insanity that was the earthquake yesterday in New York, and the fact that the Statue of Liberty got hit by lightning. How in the fuck?
Oh wow, I didn't hear about that. I heard about
Jesus
the
Christ!
earthquake.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
did you see Jill in I think it was my side chat? He was saying now I need to get all my relatives and everything out of New York or New Jersey, wherever he is, because they had an earthquake. He went slightly kind of mental on it.
You
You know
know,
what I
it's
mean?
weird.
I
Some
don't
people felt it over here. Others, they like where I live.
The
Some
green
people
screen's
felt it.
interfering with your what is that? Something oil, marvelous oil, fructis gardier.
Oh, Garnier is good. Yeah, French. That's a good brand.
This is what I'm using in my beard recently,
Oh, sweet.
just because Mac
Yep.
asked.
Yeah.
The bottle's actually more green than that. It looks yellow with the green screen, but
That's
But
good stuff.
yeah, I've like some people have actually felt it where I live. Like here, well, I didn't. I was like, did I miss something? I don't know. I didn't feel anything here.
Are you on the
Living
ground
here,
floor or the second floor?
ground floor.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Interesting. I
Oh
felt
yeah,
like
that
yours
makes
more.
sense. Yeah, because that seemed counterintuitive, but now I think about it, that makes sense. You would feel it more the higher up you go rather than on the ground floor. Yeah.
Dirty and I said the same thing.
Apostle Paul.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, and I just wrote Paul.
But yeah, no, the most bizarre thing that lightning hit the Statue of Liberty's torch. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, because the copper cladding is like, I think, electrically isolated from any ground. You know, we see Bruce Willis, very handsome.
This is
it's not Bruce Willis.
Who is it?
It's actually a composite that I created using AI. Because a man who looks very, very, very similar to this, I met in the second week of this journey I've been on, and he told me the story of how he became the Antichrist. Of course, he didn't pitch it that way.
Uh-huh.
But I am very persuaded that he is the actual Antichrist.
And he didn't grow up in Carpathia, and he doesn't, like, he's not running to head the UN or anything?
No. In fact, part of the story is that he doesn't rise to power till the second half of End Times.
Right.
So he's not in power at all right now.
Okay.
But
But
he
does
told me
look,
the story. He told me the story of the fatal wound that he survived, and it
Oh,
was the
wow,
most
yeah.
hideous story I've ever heard in my life. And he looks like
but he,
this.
but he does look quite old, so you must be expecting the end times to happen quite soon.
It's one of the
If he's gonna be-
reasons. Yeah, it's that he would have to survive into end times and not die of old age or disease or whatever. And part of the reason that I'm persuaded it's within my own lifetime, because he's just a couple years younger than me. So he's like 53 right now. You want to hear the story of how I met him?
Yes, definitely.
So 2 weeks into this journey, and I give my ex-girlfriend all my crap, and I literally walk away. You know, I'm walking out of town, and oh wait, before that, okay, so I'm like eating at a homeless shelter, right? And this Native American, which okay, it sounds like a plea to mysticism, which is fallacious. Just because someone comes from a shamanic society doesn't mean that everything they say is a prophecy. However, this woman comes to me and she says, I have to tell you something.
Mm,
And I'm like, but I'm around a bunch of crazy people at a homeless shelter, right? So I'm like, I took
right.
it with a grain of salt. She says she got kicked from her Native American tribe. They have disowned her and her son, which is what made her homeless. They kicked her off the reservation because she had a dream from a different religion and they couldn't accept that.
Wow.
And she had never read the Bible. She didn't know anything about Christianity really, because she was, I mean, just culturally, but not the kind of details you get from like a thorough preaching or something like that. She just never heard a Christian preaching. It wasn't her thing because she was Native American. So she goes on to tell me this dream that she had. And I am not going to bore you with the detail that took her 3 hours to give me.
Mm-hmm.
But she went into great detail, like what kind of a shirt does this guy wear? What kind of pants does he prefer? What kind of socks? How does he trim his eyebrows? I mean, just ridiculous amounts of detail. And she tells me all this stuff. And I'm like, okay. And then she just stood up and gathered up her stuff and walked away. She felt like she was done and that was it. It was over and she just walked away. Never saw her again. Okay. 2 weeks later, I'm walking out of town. Silver 4-door, very practical car pulls over. I open it and there he is, the guy that she just described to me. And I mean, precisely that guy. I don't think could be another human on the planet. And my whole world just kind of warped, like I was in the Matrix, and Neo just flexed. And I was like, oh wow. And he says, you need a ride. I'm like, yup. And I was really frightened. But I thought, I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to meet this guy. I'm going to find out about this guy. So I said some like generally religious statements that sounded vague enough that they wouldn't be too objectionable. And he just opened it up and poured out the floodgates and just told me everything about himself. So here's how it started. He was a Catholic, born one of 6 children, and he was very compelled by the message that he heard in church, and he wanted to experience the Holy Spirit because they're all about that kind of thing. And he wanted, to speak in tongues and the whole deal. He wanted all that stuff to happen to him. But no matter how much he prayed, it didn't happen. So he starts investigating other religions. This is as a teenager, mind you, when he should be interested in girls and football. This is what this guy's doing. So he he's like studying all these different religions and stuff. He grows up. He goes to college. He's got, I think he ended up with a bachelor's in business or something, or a master's in business or something or another. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. So he grows up, he's in college, and he's still like spending all of his free time going to like speeches by gurus and stuff, the kind of stuff where you have to get on an airplane and pay a good amount of money for, and he's doing this. He meets a woman in college. They fall in love. She's not a real religious person at all, but I guess she didn't mind too much that this was something he wanted to investigate and endeavor toward. And it goes on like this so far that he's like flying his wife and 2 kids to France so that they can have a vacation while he goes to hear some all day long talk, right? And he'd done so much of this and nothing ever happened for him. And he never, like, quote unquote, got the Holy Ghost. He just never got it. And he was very, very frustrated. And then he realized at the end of an 8-hour talk that he couldn't remember a thing that the guru said, not one thing that he said. And he was just, at the point of just giving up. It just too much, and it wasn't doing anything, and screw all this, and he put so much time and effort and money, and of course sunk cost fallacy kind of adds into that, but DT makes me laugh. So after this, he meets his wife and children in a very nice little, quaint little park, and they're having like a picnic dinner on a blanket in the park, which is just the most beautiful thing I could imagine. And he said that he didn't know when exactly how long they'd been sitting there eating. But he said he noticed, looking at some building, that the building was just fake, that it didn't have any intrinsic meaning, that there was nothing there. It was just, he said it was something like if you looked at reality and it became a gelatinous plastic, that you just had a sudden realization that like that none of it was real, that none of it mattered.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at the trees and they just looked just as plastic, and birds looked just as plastic, and the grass, and his wife and his children were just all inconsequential, and that none of it really mattered. And he said he didn't know how long he had stood that way. Not that he realized that he had stood up, but he didn't know how long he'd stood that way. But when it ended, his wife was bawling, laying on the ground, pulling on his pant leg, and his children, being they were around 6 years old, were in the same condition as mom. They were just a mess.
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't change them from being plastic. That didn't change anything for him. Right. So he said the worst thing I've ever heard a human say in that moment of the story, he said, and I never felt more like me. Now, I'm not real sure what that means, but I'm thinking that if I had a wife and 2 kids and they were in hysterics, I wouldn't feel good about myself, especially if they were in hysterics about me, right? So, I mean, to me, I'm thinking he must have stood there for like 3 or 4 hours or something, and she just lost it over time and probably did a lot of things to try to get his attention, and nothing worked, right? Like like he had just gone into some alternate reality by her perspective for some time there. Anyway, so they fly back to the States and they go home, and he was so taken aback by the experience that he really hit the books, like harder than ever. And then he noticed one day that she wasn't there, and neither were the kids or any of the furniture. And all that was left in the house was a couch and a pillow and a sleeping bag. And everything else was gone. And her car was gone, and all there was left was that little silver 2-door, and everything else was just gone. But that didn't really faze him, because he had had this spiritual experience and he wanted it again. He wanted it more than anything. So he's just hitting the books. In fact, didn't go to work. Didn't maintain his career that he'd spent so much time and trouble to build, and was apparently, doing okay, at least middle class, right? To be doing what he'd been doing. And it was a nice car. Not super, super expensive. It wasn't an Audi, but it wasn't a Nissan. But anyway, so he's like that, sleeping on the couch in his empty house for about 2 weeks. And he puts his house up for sale, and the house beside his was for sale. And one night early in the morning, he wasn't sure of what time, he wakes to what sounds like 30 or so children screaming, like the next door neighbor had chosen that night to torture 35-year-olds of both sexes, something like that. So that wakes him up. So he runs out of the house, and he's listening for where the sound is coming from. And it seems to him that it's coming from the house next door. So not wanting to be seen breaking in the front door, he breaks in the back door. That's good thinking. So he breaks in the back door, and he takes a flashlight with him when he went, and he goes and is looking through the house, and he doesn't see anyone there. There's no curtains on the windows. There's no furniture to hide behind. There's no stuff like that. So he just goes through the house and goes through the house. But he was in West Virginia. So houses in West Virginia, often built on a slope, have a decent sized basement. Sometimes inside the entire house, there's a whole nother floor underground or partially underground. In order to achieve level, they do that in West Virginia. So he ran outside thinking he might find a basement door, but he goes around the foundation and there's no access. So he goes back in the house, and he thinks, well, there must be, like in the back of a closet, a stairwell or something. So he goes through all the closets or something, thinking, this guy torturing children to death is doing it in the basement. But he can't find any doors. He can't find any doors. And finally, it occurred to him that this was all in his head, that none of it was actually outside of him. So he decided, like Christians will, that because he had found the true path, Satan was torturing him. So he settles on that, and he goes back over to his house, and he lays back down. But that doesn't make the children screaming stop. And the children screaming continues for more than a week. He wasn't really sure how long, but he didn't sleep. He couldn't sleep. He couldn't make the screaming stop. And that just went on like that. But now, or at least when I saw him last, he very calm, very stoic, very serene, very intelligent, very articulate, seemingly well adjusted to reality.
I've got a question, Richard.
Yeah.
And this might seem harsh, but I know you said before that you would rather know what's true than be under any delusion. So what if a schizophrenic person came up to me and told me the exact same story that you just told? Why
Yeah,
would
I
I
get all
think?
the implications of that.
I'm sorry.
So, okay, the difference between a schizophrenic and a prophet is the things a prophet would say would be true. Does that answer it?
No, because you said the things that he said weren't true. He realized that it was just a delusion and there weren't any children in the basement. So that would make him not necessarily schizophrenic, but it would make him not a prophet because it wasn't true.
I do think I'm talking about the Antichrist here.
I know.
I expect him to say things that aren't true.
But he's. Oh, sorry. I'll shush.
What I think makes him the Antichrist is that he had, in our reality, a loving wife, 2 children who obviously adored him, at least a middle-class job that was, he probably had a retirement fund, you know. He was actually okay, you know. But it didn't, although it would break my heart, I would be permanently destroyed if something like that happened to me and my wife and children just packed up and left.
Yeah.
Dude, his eye didn't water telling me any of this. He never teared up in the least. He as cold as space.
Yeah, and that's fine, but again, that doesn't define the Antichrist. And you just said the difference between a schizophrenic and a prophet is that a prophet would never say things that are false. But in your description of the story, he said things that were false, which makes him, by definition, not a prophet.
Right. So how do I know he's not just schizophrenic? I don't.
Yeah.
Nobody heard my joke today.
I didn't hear anything from you.
Oh, this fucking mouse. This fucking mic. I said you said he's cold as space, and I said, well, I don't know. Every time she's on stream, she's pretty warm.
You're right. That is funny, and I know I didn't hear you at all. I didn't mean space cadet. I mean
I
space
know,
itself.
but the opportunity
was
was there. The opportunity was there.
I just had to play along and do my own brand of humor to go with you. Well, aside from the fact that for no evident reason, and that I hadn't revealed to myself as like a preacher or even a Bible student of any kind, that this woman comes up to me and describes this specific guy. And the chances of meeting someone who looks like that is probably about the percentage of chance that you'd think it would be. And then in a very timely manner, not giving my imagination and my memory time to fail, I actually see somebody that looks like that, and he picks me up and he gives me a ride and he tells me this horrific story. And he's just the most heartless person I've ever met in my life. Now, does that make him the Antichrist necessarily? No, it doesn't. But when she was describing the vision, and the reason that she got kicked off the reservation is because she was convinced he's the Antichrist, even though she never saw him, never met the guy.
Yeah.
So it was part of her professions from outside of her religion that got her dejected from her society.
But that's based upon her telling, though. You didn't get this from any independent people.
I don't understand. Yeah, she told me the story. Say that a different way.
That's my point. That she's the one that told you she got kicked out. She's the one that told you
Right.
she had these dreams and all that. So if
Right.
she was schizophrenic or even a jilted lover, and I'm not saying this is the case, I'm just saying possible. If she met this guy and described him to you,
Yeah.
Like that would kind of fit in also.
Well, he didn't live in the same town that she was in. So, I mean, I guess she could have met him, but the child that was with her
Uh-huh.
was like 17
Okay.
and a big burly dude who looked nothing like this guy. So the jilted lover thing doesn't, unless he's just, but he never mentioned the woman having had children from someone else. But her son looked very Native American, didn't look half white at all, and was too old.
Yeah, I didn't say that he fathered any children with her. Maybe she got kicked off the reservation because she was dating him and they didn't like that. And then I don't know. I'm just saying there is another possibility, but it could be exactly, what you surmised also.
Yeah, I mean, there's always some certain acceptable number of possibilities, within some certain scenario. I agree with you, and I'm not saying that anything you've said is impossible. I don't think that it is,
Well, from
but
what you described, I don't know if he is the Antichrist, but it sounds like he may be an Antichrist. Because I mean, just the way you described him, it was pretty messed up. He was never more alive than realizing that other people were just playthings for him, that they were like plastic toys, and that nothing really matters except him. And
yeah,
that's severe psychopathy.
yeah, at least. I found the whole experience very, very disturbing. It was really all I could do. You were military police and stuff like that. One of the weirdest experiences I've ever had in my life was going in front of the E5 board, promotion to sergeant,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd made sure that all my brass was well polished and everything was straight on my uniform and everything was symmetrical and all those little tiny measuring cheats they give you and all that stuff. And I made sure that my shoes were super, super shined and et cetera, et cetera, And I got there to the board and, here's 7 of the highest ranking people I've ever met in my life, you know,
Oh, okay.
and that's what it is to go in front of a promotion board. It's just the highest folks in the battalion. That's who you see. So it was the battalion sergeant major and all the first sergeants, that's who decides if you are good enough to be a sergeant. And they have you unbutton your jacket so they can see how much muffin top you got, see what kind of shape you're in, and then they sit you down and they start asking you questions. Dude, it was the strangest thing. I felt like no matter how much I knew I was sitting straight up with my back straight, erect, with my hands on my knees, just sitting like the perfect little Forrest Gump, you know.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how much I tried to do that, I felt like my body was crooked. I felt like I could sit up straighter. I could be, more directly out from the core of the planet along my spine. And no matter what I did, I just felt like everything was crooked. That's what it was like to meet this guy. The whole 45 minute, the whole
So, but isn't that kind of like an indoctrination? Like
what?
the army teaches you that you can never be good enough. Do you know, with your back up straight, saying,
Oh, the army does that to you on purpose.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
But
isn't
did
it similar to,
Christianity do that to me? No, it didn't.
okay.
In fact, my whole childhood growing up in church and stuff, even being an altar boy, I just never accepted it. I never did. It never struck me as being possible. From the time I was old enough to think about it, probably about age 7, I just went no. But it made
Yeah.
mom happy. I did it because it made mom happy.
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got all the rest. I forgot to switch it over to this. Sorry about that, guys. So that's who I think the Antichrist is. And there's bound to be some amount of my own personal feelings and biases in that. Absolutely. There's bound to be.
My
But,
question is, why do you say the instead of an Antichrist?
That's a good question. I mean, certainly the Antichrist is an Antichrist, no doubt. So why do I think he's the one?
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to explain that. Since JFK, I haven't been so impressed by someone's ability to use the language and speak politically as I have been with that guy. I just never met somebody like that. I think he's really rare. Like, not your average bullshitter. Much more persuasive than I think he would do a decent job of being the Antichrist. I really do.
Did you only meet him the one time for 45 minutes?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
But wouldn't that not be like every cult and every cult of personality? You just met someone that was really persuasive and charismatic. Isn't that how every cult gets started? It doesn't mean that they're actually someone, or you just got took in by a kind of.
Well, I think that's where my bias comes in, because in my mind, I say something like, what's the chances of all this lining up as it did? And I think the chances are super slim, and that's my religious bias. I think it was arranged. Now, if it was arranged, it wouldn't be arranged for me to meet just some old Antichrist. That wouldn't be good. I meet people. I know Jill. I've met Jill.
Yeah.
You know, I know plenty of Antichrists. That's not special.
Yeah.
That's not
So
different or important in some way.
You're saying he was so impressive, he has to be the Antichrist.
That's what I think.
Yeah. That's right.
What you know, it's funny. The word Jah is shortened of like Jehovah, which I'm allowing for the English translation of it and insertion of vowels that don't exist and all kinds of stuff. But you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But this is an ancient pet name that Hebrews had for God, Jah. So Jah in a name in the Old Testament and New Testament is representative of it's a reference to the God. That's what that's supposed to be there. And you have these two prophets that to Christians look very much the same. In Elisha and Elijah. Now, Elisha, El meaning God, right? And then Jah meaning Jehovah. That name means my God Jehovah. My God is the Jehovah. Elisha, however, means my God is material. I'm a materialist. So there's this story of this prophet, Elisha, and he's referred to as Baldy by some 40 kids, teenagers, I assume, because little kids don't say stuff like that.
Right.
So these 40 teenagers call him Baldy and ask him why he doesn't go up to the mountain. The mountain there referring to a looming mountain you could look straight down from. Well, that makes it a cliff or heaven itself. So I think what they're actually saying is, oh, if you're the prophet, why don't you go to heaven? This is why he gets pissed off. So what does he do about it? Well, Baldy there, the God, the one who is a prophet of the God of materialism, he has 2 she-bears come out and maul them all to death, which, by the way, would take more than 3 minutes. And they'd be running and screaming and trying to avoid the bears, and the bears have to chase them down and kill them. Because 40 is not an easy number for 2 female bears to kill, right? It would take a minute, right? Which is exactly recalled in the book of Revelation and also a threat of the God of Ezekiel that he would bring the wild animals against the people. Also quoted by Goliath. So there's 3 times in the Bible, and then the execution of it in the story of Elisha, the prophet, where wild animals are employed to do evil. But it tells me a little bit of something about the Antichrist, that he's self-righteous and that he's bald. Well, I find that an interesting overlap. So yeah, it's a cumulative case, and I can't show it conclusively, but I am personally persuaded with my own biases. And yeah, maybe I do need for him to be the Antichrist. That's entirely possible. That's what I'm talking about when I say my own biases. Perhaps it gives import to me, to this very conversation and several others. Because if indeed we are in those times, then, I don't feel like I have an extra 5 minutes. I don't feel like I have an extra week, year, decade. And that makes me more aggressive about it.
Makes sense.
But of course, that can be within my own
avatar.
What's
do
that?
I need to change my avatar so I don't have a bald-headed guy on?
No, that character doesn't look anything like him. I mean, I guess the general skin tone and lack of hair, those are overlap, but it's certainly not even close to 50% overlap.
Oh, Richard and Hillary's and Midnight, do you want to get into a kind of meta kind of discussion about?
I'd love to.
Like when, obviously, Richard, I think you're wrong, and I think Christians are wrong.
Sure.
But when is it right to? Because I kind of hold back. Do you know what I mean? And I think if it.
I might know what you mean if you completed any of these sentences.
Yeah, so I just presume that people know what I'm talking about when.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Like Christian, when is it okay to point out to them that it doesn't make any sense? And when is it best to just relax and just say, yeah, okay. Do you know what I mean? Like the benefit to them as a person, to them as a human. I mean, if a Christian, if you taught a Christian out of their religion and they went on to like have like major depression or, kill themselves, obviously that wouldn't be a good thing to do. So where is the line and how can you know the line when you're talking to like religious folk?
Well, of course, everyone is an individual. And what I try to do is substitute their imaginary net for an actual net under their trapeze. Now, we're all on a trapeze, fine. Okay? But a real net's much better than an imaginary net. And I can understand us wanting an imaginary net, but it won't actually carry you, catch you if you fall. It won't. So I think it's very important in fact, a responsibility of me and anyone else, which I've deconverted some 40 people out of their cults. And I have no intention of stopping that effort either. But it's part of that to provide a safety net that works in the actuality. That's part of it. If you didn't, you're just cruel.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was trying to get to. Like, yeah.
For me, if someone wanted to have a discussion, I might start a discussion with them. And then as they're telling me different things, if I notice inconsistencies, I'll say, well, what do you think about this? And if no matter what you say, they refuse to see it, that's when I tend to terminate and just, okay, well, have a great time or have a great day.
I've noticed you doing that.
Yeah. But my question was more about like when it's best for the person. Like you could believe you're right and you could believe that you could explain that in a way that they would understand. But then if that impacted their life in a negative way, would it be best just to not do that? That's what I struggle with a lot. You know what I mean?
You have to make that determination for yourself. Do you think it will have a negative impact? Do you think it will cost them their family? There are Jehovah's Witnesses that I may think are really hurting because of what they've been forced into, but their family will all disown them if they even ask questions. So I just don't
Yeah.
ever challenge them at all on anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really a case by case basis, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
That, and you could look at it more existentially. Like if they can hear what you're saying, it's because they were going to.
Mm.
And so you have some responsibility in it, but you're not the ultimate causation of their mind. And were it through some other source that they deconverted out of some cult, would it be easier for them or harder for them to deconvert? Can you help more than the other guy, is what I'm saying. And it's you, like, that's one of the reasons that I take this so seriously, and I don't take the studies lightly, is because in order for me to justify in my own mind that I have even the right to approach the topic, means I better be very confident, or I should be able to let me say it this way. I should be able to justify that I am better at this than almost anybody that I've ever met. I better be that good at it, or I'm just being abusive.
Yeah.
And that's part of recognizing and respecting your fellow man. You shouldn't go and just go out and try to hurt people. You just should not do that in a tribalistic way. You shouldn't do that. And I think that's what a lot of Christians do, is just go out and they just abuse people. And then that's why I can feel like I can safely say that they are being anti-Christ. They are. Like, what part of Christ does something like that? What story of Christ says that's okay? You can go to the worst line of anything that Christ says that got preserved over time, that got written down, and say, oh, he calls this woman a dog. Go, oh, that's horrible. He called her a dog. Well, if you look into it, it's actually diminutive dog, which means like a puppy.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah.
So he's actually calling her. He's like saying pet. He's like calling her pet. So it's like pleading with her. It's not really an attempt at an insult. It's more like pleading. Pet, listen to me.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that Venus always ruled both Taurus and Libra. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't know that's true. And
But maybe
Venus,
2,000 years ago.
well, Venus as a god, okay, but Venus as a planet, some of these things are extrapolate. It's like commentary by the rabbis on Torah. So you read all these commentaries, and you'll find in our cultures people saying things like, well, Lilith was Adam's first wife. Well, where the hell did you get that from? Well, actually, you got it from an ancient Hebrew rabbi who proposed that as a solution to this one specific argument.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's great and all, but
right, given the last conversation, I'm gonna try and be as gentle as I can. I am the Alpha Oxtora. Is someone like linking things from the Bible to astrology?
Astrology.
Yes,
Yeah.
the Bible's littered with astrology, and you should link them together.
Okay.
There's an obvious intent there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Alpha in Greek and the Aleph in Hebrew are an ox head, so it makes sense it's Taurus. Omega, I wasn't really sure of, but I guess. And the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet that the saying comes from is Tav, which would also look exactly like the scales. And so if they are ruled by Venus, the morning star, then that all kind of aligns. And I don't know if it would always need to be that way. I think, precession of the sphere, so it does change every 12,000 years or something, but or maybe more frequently, I don't remember. But yeah, if it's within the last 2,000 years, then okay.
It's like 13,500, but because the full cycling is 26,700 and something. I can't remember exactly. I'm not good at remembering it. Hillary's, imagine the Omega symbol, right?
Mm-hmm.
The horseshoe with extended feet out to the
Right.
sides, and put a line under it, which is like the classical way to draw that.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing it's missing from being literally a set of scales is a hinge point and a center post.
Right. Yeah,
So
I don't
I
have any
think,
problem with it. I just,
okay.
I had never heard of that being assigned to Libra, but I'm fine with it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Libra, the judge. Right?
So sorry, I apologize in advance. But do we believe in astrology?
What do you mean by believe?
As symbolism, yes. As ruling your life, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that your sense of reality, your mapping of reality is what informs your decisions as to what you're going to do. And you physically affect reality in very real ways and relationships. You can grab stuff and move it, So people believing in astrology in a modern sense causes them to act certain ways and do certain things, and those things don't always align to the actuality. They don't work in reality, and that makes them false. I have a friend, haven't spoken to her in probably close to a decade now, but she believed in magic rocks. In fact, she had a Jeep Cherokee that probably had 600 pounds of different rocks in it. Quartz, crystals, and I don't know, amalekite and blah, 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 medianite and all this different rocks. I don't know. Anyway, she says, oh, this one has this certain vibration and this one has this other vibration. And the higher the vibration, the more and she starts all this magical thinking talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I asked her why she doesn't go to the junkyard and find, a lamp for a street light and get the tungsten out of it, because that's a really high vibrational metal.
Right.
Yeah.
Literally it is. So, why isn't it better to carry a piece of tungsten in your pocket? Wouldn't that raise your vibration and make you more aware of your surroundings and protect you from things like you think these rocks do? Why not pick the best rock? She got pissed at me. Imagine that.
I can imagine so. Yeah. Yeah. That would do it. But can just criticize Wikipedia. He says, I'm a Gemini, so I am very skeptical of astrology. That is directly stealing my joke. I have a long-standing joke. I am a Gemini. We don't believe in astrology.
Right.
That is just a straight rip-off of my joke.
Oh my goodness.
I love this. That's amazing. I'm born under a sign that makes me skeptical of astrology. Well, Spooky, try to feel better about the fact that you were predetermined, being born under Gemini, to feel that way about astrology. So, it's not your own free will. Don't feel bad about it.
I don't think he's actually Gemini. He's just making the joke.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just heard me say it so many times.
Yeah.
I hear that 1 in 12 people are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
Roughly. Yeah, approximately.
Well, I was doing a worldwide average, no small community or family group.
Well, what about the 13th sign, Ophiuchus?
There's been a 13th sign a couple different times, but since I think it's a way that in end times angels equally divide the populace of the earth to be judged, and that's what the signs are for, which is why also the tribes of Israel describe the Israeli zodiac in their blessings from their father Israel.
Right.
That it's just talking about equally dividing the population so that no particular gate of a single pearl or angel has more work than the other from his post. I think that's the in and out of it right there.
Bond's stirring up some trouble. Dave's got to type back to him.
I'm back. Sorry for being gone for a while.
Oh, I didn't notice. Welcome back.
Well, I was quiet long enough.
I guess in that case, I'll be front. Wildheart, you can be left, and Hillary's, you can be right. There, we're the cardinal directions of a body.
But Richard, to your point about her getting pissed off at you, she probably thought you were mocking her. Which
I was.
But then there you go.
She was correct about that part, but I was really hoping that at some point she'd think about that and go, actually, that makes good sense. She may have. I don't know.
Now we know. Now we know she didn't talk to you. Why she didn't talk to you for over a decade or under a decade or however long it was.
Yeah, that was actually the last conversation we ever had.
Oh.
See.
Well, I was really sick about hearing her suggest to me that I carry rocks in my pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, the penny is useless enough. The nickel almost has no meaning. I carry those around with. That's as far as I can go.
Yeah.
What about the dime then?
Dimes still have some median value,
Quarter?
Quarters get into some actual value, sure. Like what's the least expensive? Dude, when I was a kid, nobody wants to hear when I was a kid. What's a quarter going to get you today? Seriously,
nothing.
1 quarter by itself. What the hell are you going to buy with that?
Literally nothing.
A gumball.
If
maybe.
That.
Yeah, you can get a gumball for a quarter still. Yeah, but they're penny candies, and they cost 3 cents to produce. But yeah, you can get them for a quarter.
Richard is top. Wildheart is bottom. What the fuck?
Is that
technically not true at the moment because he's there you go.
Yeah, Richard, you might want to switch Hillary and I.
No, I think it's correct the way it is.
No, it isn't.
You know I'm your top. Come on.
What?
Oh yeah, I always like to be over midnight. You know what I mean?
Ooh, all right.
Okay, there you go. Now I'm on top. Waldorf is on top. What the fuck? Ah.
What's the next topic?
Um,
I would quite like you to continue your, going through the Bible and that. I enjoyed that, but it's up to you. It's your stream. Honestly.
I am the Antichrist.
You're
the
too
Matrix.
nice. You're
That is
way
true.
too nice.
Not that.
I am an
genuinely
atheist,
didn't.
though. Although I mean pantheist, but I get. Well, isn't an Antichrist somebody who's against Christ?
Yes.
Oh, and God, the good one, is inside chat. I've not seen him for years.
Oh my gosh, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at
Get
that.
in
Thanks
there.
for dropping by, brother. Come on in if you like.
Yeah. What?
Midnight, I want to hear how you justify being a pantheist where everything is God and also an atheist where there is no God. And please, next time you see Jill, tell him that you're a pantheist atheist. I would love to hear his head explode.
Okay, that needs some clarification. For all intents and purposes, like I'm an atheist in the sense that it's easy to just bring that up rather than, going into an explanation of what the fuck pantheism is.
Oh, so you're not actually a pantheist?
No, I am a pantheist. I'm not an. It gets confusing. Okay, I'm still sorting myself out.
So you're
Aren't
an
we all?
atheist, pantheist, humanist. Okay. Oh.
And yes, Richard, we're all doing that.
Maybe a little bit of a furriest too.
A little bit.
I'm not a furry. What the what is
Okay.
this?
I don't know. It's just a rumor that went around. It made sense. Why not?
You shouldn't believe every rumor you hear.
Oh yeah,
No.
Sarah is way, way West Coast. So I guess she's just getting up for her morning, and she said she'll. It looks like she'll be in here in a few minutes.
Right on.
Ooh.
Spoke to Sarah once before. Good conversation.
This is literally the first time I'm seeing her.
Yeah, me too. But she's cute as a button.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention it first, but yeah, pretty much.
Also has very good command of the English language.
Excellent. Yeah. Wonder her profession.
Don't know.
What does she do?
We don't know.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Never asked. I'm only interested in what people think. All the rest of it pretty much mocks Nick's.
Mm-hmm.
And Spooky Bedhead, there's a good question. Aren't bronies furries? Midnight, or although no, Richard, you might not like it.
It's not brawnies.
Brony.
Brony.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a brony and a furry? Midnight.
I think a brony is more specific.
Just horses, basically. Bronies.
Well, yeah. Bronies are subset of furries. So are scalies, which they're the ones who are into dragons and all the other scaly stuff, I guess.
Oh, is that where Mr. Lizard comes from? Is he a scaly?
I don't know what the fuck that guy is.
Peace and respect, Odine. How's it going? I haven't seen you in a minute.
Hi, Odine.
Hello, Dean, and also a CPA. Nice, cool.
Yep.
Taxes, pain in the ass,
Yeah.
but someone's gonna do them.
See, I love this because I think that both the Father and the rest of the angels, the Father being an angel, believe in religion in the way that they believe religions exist. But believe in the religion as saying that some religion has a truth value, they wouldn't. So by the definition of Christians, I believe that both the Father and all the angels are atheists.
Right. Sorry, can you repeat that, Richard?
According to Christians, the Father would be an atheist. So would the rest of the angels. Like they don't believe in supernatural things. They don't believe in magical thinking. They don't believe in any superstitious thought. They don't do the religious stuff. They don't have religious practices. Like there's no church in heaven, for instance. There's no tabernacle in heaven. There's no such thing.
But then they wouldn't believe in angels.
Yeah, if all the angels sing, isn't that kind of church? And you don't have to worship something to be a theist, because
Precisely.
yeah, the imperial cult in Rome, they considered themselves theists, and they thought that their leader was a god. It was a
Right.
regional god, but that he ruled over their area.
Let's see if I'm understanding that right, and I may not. It seems like I'm probably not understanding you correctly on that. Let's give it a try. In some sense, would they still be having church? I guess if you loosen up the definition enough, sure.
Well, it's just a congregation of believers as an ecclesia, right?
Well, here's the problem that I have with saying that the angels could be in church. Since
But you're saying in church. I'm saying they are the church.
That they could be having church. I'll say it. Okay, in was the wrong way.
Right.
That they could be having church.
Mm-hmm.
They only have church in so much as in like a semi-classical sense of church, in so much that in their interactions with us during end times, they are doing very specific things. They're carrying out the ritual, right? But that's just so we can adjust to the new situation and accept it. It's not their way of life. They don't do that all the time. They just do it for the end of an earth.
With going with the mainstream Christian belief of angels singing God's praises continually, that's what I meant. Like if they're continually singing, they are the church singing.
That's a really interesting topic, actually. Okay, so here's the way I look at it. Please feel free to argue with me and show your case better and maybe persuade me. The book of Revelation is like a little snapshot. So it's like taking one frame out of a very long film. And in that frame, the kid, from your holiday is sliding down a water slide at a theme park. And their mouth is agape because they were screaming. And their arms are in the air because they were on a water slide, And then Christians take that little picture of the angel and they stretch it to eternity in both directions, both in the infinite past and to the infinite future. Now, is that accurate? Well, don't take a picture of your child because they're going to be stuck that way forever. And they assume that. And I think you can't justify that. And beyond that, when I look at the praises and prayers of angels, here's some colloquial words to describe the same thing they say. Good job, man. Look how many humans there are on the earth. That's flipping amazing. Good job, Father. And also they say, yo, this is heaven. Try to accept it, y'all. Those are the kinds of things they say, which would make good sense in end times and no other time. So that's what the prayers of the angels looks like to me whenever they have such a thing happen. peace and respect, and welcome, Sarah.
Hello.
What's this? I'm not what? Your shirt reads something, a saying.
There we go.
Your
Hi.
shirt reads a saying. I'm not
lucky, I'm blessed.
Oh, okay.
I'm not lucky, I'm blessed. Okay,
Hello.
cool. That makes an actual statement.
Hi.
Oh,
How are
and my favorite witch has shown up. Peace and respect, Sister Marty.
Your headline's kind of interesting. Mind fucked 479. I'm assuming that's your Twitter. I'm like, okay, that's
She has a
actually,
channel.
that's my channel. It's on
Yeah,
depth
fair
psychology
enough.
mostly and a little bit of biblical stuff.
You said.
But 479 is like my ID. Fourth daughter, seventh child of 9.
Wait, what did you say about psychology?
Oh, that's so
Um,
interesting.
I do stuff on depth psychology. It's like the hero's journey and cognitive
Oh.
function.
Ooh, nice.
I love
Cognitive
that
behavioral
stuff.
therapy and all that stuff.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Cognitive behavioral therapy as well. We're talking about
I don't really do the therapy part. I might give you suggestions on how to do like shadow work, but I'm not a therapist. You can talk to me all day long. I can give you advice, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to
of
help.
course. Well, yeah, it doesn't. I know. I sorry, I tend to stutter. I know that that there's this whole this whole thing where where unless you're a therapist, you can't talk about certain things, which
Yeah.
is dumb if the information is actually valid. But I understand for legal reasons and all that. But it's like, I don't know. It's you didn't come here to hear my gripes with the with the mental health system and
Yeah,
psychology in
I'm not
general.
a big fan of most of the mental health systems. I think
Yeah.
No, I
that's
do have a question. Sorry, I do have a question about the astrology thing.
yeah.
I think
Of
that's what
course
we
you
go into. Yeah. And sorry, Richard, in advance.
Before you get into that, somebody link Sarah's channel into the side chat, please.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
One of the mods can do that, Sarah. You don't have to. Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So what is your position on astrology? Do you think it's true and it lines up with the Bible? Not even whether it lines up with the Bible. Do you think it's true?
I think yes and no.
That's what
I think Western astrology, which is based with Aries in the first house, is the illusion of the 3D world. So it lines up on a surface level perspective view. We're actually, so I see the spiritual world 180 degrees opposite of what we consider the age that we are in. So oftentimes they say we're in the age of Pisces and it's the age of Christianity. And on the 3D level, that's what it appears. But I actually think we're in the age of Virgo, and which is what the Bible is really about, the virgin, and the period of the wheat, the harvest. And we are approaching the end of the harvest period, and we're getting ready to actually separate the wheat from the chaff.
Wouldn't that mean the next sign that we enter into is judgment, the Libra?
No, it goes opposite. We're going into Leo, the Lion of Judah.
You're right. So sorry. I was thinking planet rotation, not time. Sorry.
Yeah. Which is why they say we're going into Aquarius, but we're really going into Leo.
Gotcha. So we're going into the age of the lion, and what should that represent for us in the future?
So on a spiritual level, so below the surface, let's say at the quantum level, everyone is going through the spiritual awakening process for rebirth. And you're judged basically when you get to that point, you have to go through a judgment period where you're constantly tested by the adversary. And this separates the wheat from the chaff. And whoever gets the mark, was deceived. And whoever is sealed is protected by God during the harvest. And then we have the period of like the golden age or whatever they're calling it. Whether or not that's true, I don't know.
I mean to take the position of the devil's advocate in order not only that someone well explain something, but also to provoke thought in whatever audience.
Sure.
Doesn't that mean what you just said? Doesn't that mean that we're the judge?
No.
If we have some responsibility in it and accountability in it to put ourselves in the position we should be in this realization and accountability and fighting off whatever evil force may be against us, doesn't make us the judge? Because it seems to.
We do need to use discernment, so we do need to judge what's occurring, but we aren't the judge. So like from my understanding, and mostly this is through experience, because I don't actually think the Bible is 100% truth. I think it's riddled with lies. But when you're born again, okay, and to me, this is involving the Kundalini, the feminine spirit, the Holy Spirit. So when it actually goes into the alchemical wedding with the Christos oil, when you are anointed and baptized with the Holy Spirit and born again, you initially basically activate the God spark. So the oil and the oxygen for the spark creates a flame, a fire in this alchemical process. And you are instantly tested by adversaries over and over and over who are trying to come and smother or quench the Holy Spirit. Because without oxygen, a fire doesn't breathe, it can't grow, it quenches it. And this is essentially the Antichrist, the Antichristos that comes in and smothers the Holy Spirit. Okay?
It smothers the christening. Okay.
Yes. And it essentially pulls you off path and takes away your rebirth. And this is what a lot of people are going to go through or are going through, where they are deceived. And a lot of times the deception comes when you are experiencing visions. So when you're going through the enlightenment period and you have this revelation or these apocalypses, you witness miraculous things. And not all of them are true. And they are very deceptive. And if you don't actually know God in your heart, you could be deceived. So in terms of like the nadis and in Hinduism and whatnot, if you go up the center path, the Sushumna nadi, the center path, you are dealing with both the feminine and the masculine of the Holy Spirit and Christos in union, and you are following God. But if you go up either the right hand or the left hand path, the Ida or Pingala, you are actually following Lucifer, and you have a double feminine snake. You have both the Holy Spirit, because you need it to actually be able to do anything, but you have the Luciferian snake coming in and being deceptively manipulating the truth. So it's going to look like the truth, but not actually be the truth.
Which is really interesting to me personally, because I've experienced that. I mean, without those words and without that explanation of it, I've experienced that in very, very real ways. In fact, there was 10 days where I reportedly believed and said absolutely horrible things that aren't true in reality. And I'm going to skip giving you examples. But when this first happened to me, I did experience what you're talking about, as far as I can understand you.
Yes, yes.
I mean, horrible against human things. I believed them. I said them for about 10 days.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us, does it not? Yeah.
Okay, so be gentle with each other while I have a cigarette. Okay. Sarah, you mind running the show for a minute?
Richard.
Sure.
Yeah, Richard, before you go, be gentle with yourself by stopping smoking.
You're just lovely. It's just my genetics are cigarette proof, and it doesn't matter, and I like them. So be gentle with them, Sarah. Don't abuse them too much, okay?
Okay.
Hey, we might like it. What are you talking about?
That's not abuse. That's compliance.
So it will be pleasurable only.
I'm quite harmless, by the way. I just make a lot of jokes.
That's all right. Are most people on here actually atheists? I know he kind of speaks to a lot of people.
Well,
I think Wild Heart is the atheist.
Yeah,
Wildheart
everyone.
is Hillary's is
Everyone.
Christian, if I remember correctly.
Oh no,
And
you midnight. You're a pantheist, aren't you? I'm not sure about Hillary's.
I'm definitely leaning more that way. Being a
Yeah.
pantheist, because we are all, we are all connected. We are all connected because we're all wiggling forces. Everything around us, including ourselves, is just a quantum field interacting with itself. So we come from the universe. We are the universe staring back at itself. So why wouldn't we be
Oh,
gods ourselves, so to
yeah,
speak?
no. So the problem I would have with that is when pantheists say the universe is God. We know the universe exists. Why apply the God label to the universe? We know the universe actually exists.
Yes, and Serve has pointed out many times that there are some things that exist in reality, like gargoyles that could be considered gods. Therefore, some gods do exist.
But you're applying the
We butchered
but
that argument, but
but sorry, but you're applying the term God to the universe. Why? We
because I
have a
can.
term. Oh, that's fine. I can't argue with that.
But I don't know, like
But you know it's
yeah,
not a
the
good argument.
universe, the universe exists, right? And it exists, and it's. Give me a minute.
You're muted, Sarah. We can't hear you.
Anyways, I know the universe exists. I know that the universe does not give a shit about whether humans live or die
Exactly.
because. Can I finish?
Sorry. Sorry, minute.
Okay, I know the universe exists. I know it doesn't really give a shit about life because because a supernova, like a gamma ray burst could happen like what 400 light years away and just decimate the planet. But there is something about the universe that that's very spiritual in a sense. It's very beautiful.
All
Like
right.
there
Yeah.
is there is
Okay.
beauty in existing in realizing that you are the universe looking back at itself, wondering about its own existence.
No, so you're just an atheist that believes in war and under not war, awe and wonder, and yeah, I do that too. But I'm an atheist. You're just
That's why
misappropriating.
earlier he was saying, he's an atheist, but then he also said pantheist.
Yeah,
So he's
I
kind of
get where
sorting it
you're
out
coming
for
from.
himself.
Yeah, I mean, you're wrong, Midnight, but I get where you're coming from now. You're just an atheist who believes that there is art and wonder in the
I mean,
universe.
how am I wrong? How am I wrong when everyone in this room is literally made out of atoms? Out of elements that that
No,
that exist in the universe. How am I wrong?
no, how you wrong? How you wrong is misappropriating the term God with the universe. That's why you're wrong. You're just saying the
Okay, but I'm
universe
right about
exists.
everything
You're not.
else. I'm right about everything
Yeah,
else.
yeah, that's fine.
Well, I don't know if he's misappropriating it or not. If he is misappropriating, it sounds like he's a materialist. But I have no problem with saying that, if he sees the
Well,
divine
more of
in
a
it.
physicalist than a materialist, but yeah.
Right, right. I'm just not used to using the term physicalist.
Yeah,
Sarah, did
I
you
know.
get your
It's
audio
just
worked out?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yes.
very well, thanks.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
My battery died. I had to plug it in.
That I hate it when that happens.
Yeah. I thought I had it plugged in this whole time. I didn't. So it is dead. Yeah. How are you using the word God when you say the universe is God and we are God? Because if you like, I know Elohim is simply a plural form of the word God, and it really just indicates anything of spiritual beings or anyone of high authority, but it isn't actually what most people think when they say God.
Well, I guess I'm just using it as a placeholder. I don't know. Because the pantheist, I need to look more. I need to look more deeper into pantheists because I don't know whether they actually define what God is. Although I guess they kind of do by saying God is the universe, and we are part of God because we're in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
So
know.
here's my thing. When you say, because we are all made of the same parts and all part of the universe, and God is the universe, that means we are God. I feel like that's a misunderstanding. Like, that's like saying a single drop of water in the ocean is the ocean. No, it's just a single
No,
drop.
the drop, the drop becomes the ocean, and the ocean becomes the drop. I probably misquoted the changeling from Deep Space Nine. What was it, Odo?
So, like, oftentimes people who believe in pantheism, in terms of God being the universe, believe we are all one, we are all God. Those are common sayings that they use. And they no longer identify as being an individual. They essentially hate the ego and no longer see them as separate. We are all one, rather than my understanding of it, where we are all connected, but still a separate part. So we're all individual pieces
Well,
that make
yeah,
up the
not
whole.
like we are. That. I don't think I said. If I don't think I said anything otherwise.
So Midnight,
I probably.
Midnight, I've got a question. Do you believe that the universe has agency?
The universe has agency through us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but do you think the universe? You're calling the universe God. So does God have agency?
Look,
Not
you know what?
just through
Okay.
humans.
Hold on. It seems to me the biggest contention everyone in this room has is that I'm using the label God.
I don't have
That-
any problem with it because I understand what you mean.
No, I know what you mean. I don't have a problem with you using it as that. I just don't agree with it. I mean, you can use
Okay.
whatever terms you want. You can label
Wild
yourself.
Heart, you know the Transformers, and there's like I think there's like Gundam Wing or something where it has like 5 things and they all become one. So if
Yeah.
each of those 5 have agency, when they all merge together, does that new thing also have to have agency independent of those 5?
Yeah, but I also don't think that clarifies what I was trying to get at with Midnight. He's saying the universe is God, but most people who use the term God means have an agency. So I'm saying,
Right.
I'm asking Midnight, does the universe have agency in and of itself without humans being in it? The universe existed before humans.
Okay.
So, yeah. So, I mean,
Marty?
although, I don't really. Yeah. Sorry, welcome back, Richard.
All right, Midnight, did you want to answer?
Hi, Wild Heart. How are you doing? You look
Yeah,
good.
I'm doing good. I hope you're well. It's good to see you.
Good. You
Welcome, young lady. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How you doing? Where you
Oh,
been? I
better
haven't
than I
seen you in like
deserve.
100 years.
Yeah, I know. I made too many promises, and then I try to keep them. You know.
And you were supposed to email me.
Okay, just to be honest, I love you, but you're not at the top of my list of promises.
That's cool. That's cool. I understand.
Just being honest about it.
No, I know you got people got lives and stuff.
Well, here's the thing: when I go to buy cigarettes, they expect money in
Ugh.
exchange for those cigarettes, and when I
Oh,
go to buy food, again, they expect. When I go buy
annoying.
gasoline, all this stuff, you know.
Always annoying.
Damn.
I did live as like a survivalist for like 3 years, but then I can't have a YouTube channel if I do that. I can't talk to you about this stuff at all.
Ah,
You know.
Yeah. No, no problem.
Sorry, totally an interruption. Didn't mean to do that. Go on.
Midnight, did you want to answer Wildheart's last question about does the universe as a whole have agency?
I mean, as a whole, I would say, you know what? Intellectually honest, I don't know.
Okay.
I would say we have agency and we're part of the universe, and we're not
That's
even
literally
the only...
what I said, G. That's literally what I said before you came in, Richard.
So then the universe does have.
But
Everything-
Wildheart asked a different.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
he wants to know. He wants to know whether hold on. He wants to know whether the universe has agency as a whole. See, if humans weren't around, would the universe still have agency?
Oh,
like
okay.
Yes.
Sorry, Richard, if I can just explain. Right. Midnight says that the universe is God. I'm just asking him, does the universe have agency? If there were no humans around, if the universe just existed and there were no humans, would the universe have agency? Because my contention would be that if that is not true, then he has no reason for calling the universe God.
And my God also has no agency, so I got no room to talk.
Yeah, I've got about that. Yeah, fair enough.
But Midnight is contending that every drop in the ocean has agency, but the ocean as a whole does not. It's just a combination of its constituent parts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then you will still have no reason for calling the universe God.
Okay, but
Okay.
Wildheart, to restate what you're saying, if we stripped God of all of its divinity, would it still be divine? So
No.
there's circularity of your question.
I do want to say something like Wildheart. At least my God isn't condemning you and sending you to hell. Just saying.
Oh yeah. No, to be fair, yeah, I give you credit for that. That's fine.
Wait.
No,
Don't give him credit so easily. 99.99999999. We don't know how much percentage of his God wants to kill him.
No, but Hillary said that 100% of his agency. I forget, but
Yeah, if every drop in the ocean has agency, but the entire ocean itself does not have an independent agency of those drops.
yeah.
Okay,
Which would make Midnight's
Hillary's. Remind me, you watched all of Deep Space Nine, right?
Sure, I remember.
Deep Space
Okay.
Nine.
Oh, you love it too. So you remember the Changelings and the Great Link, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. The Great Link. It's like individually, the Changelings are individually, they're individual. They're the drops that become the ocean. That's what I'm trying to say. But apparently, I suck at communicating.
But that ocean has agency.
Well, the changelings in the ocean have the agency, not the ocean itself.
But the changelings make up that ocean. So that ocean as a whole.
So we're back to the same argument.
This might be a good analogy, yeah. So if you're saying that the whole ocean doesn't have agency, would you call that ocean God? Like extrapolating it out to you're saying. Sorry.
Well, we can do the same thing with the choir of singers. Each individual singer is singing, but is the choir as a whole, does it have a voice outside of each individual? And Midnight and I are saying no. Eliminate all the singing from the choir, and the choir isn't singing because there are no singers. And as far as the ocean, what they are doing is they are subsuming their individuality into the collective. But the collective doesn't exist without the individuals. So again, independent, it doesn't have its own agency, but they all contribute a little bit of their agency communally.
Like the Borg.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
about
No,
all
no,
the
no,
other
the Borg,
frequencies
the
that's
Borg,
not
Well, the
coming
Borg's
from?
different.
The Borg are worse.
Yes, true.
You have no agency in the Borg. At
That's
least with the
true.
Great Link, you can
Yeah.
separate and turn it to something else.
That's
But
true.
the Queen does.
Well, the
Yes,
Queen
yes.
is special, which you know what? Other people have pointed out, but there seems to be like the Borg. Adding the Borg Queen seems to add like a complexity to it. Like it makes it not make any sense because the Borg are supposed to be like just mindless drones, but they have a queen. Although I guess you could compare them to a beehive where the even bees
Right.
have a
Yeah.
queen.
Yeah, the
Mm.
queen. They gotta have somebody to fucking run the ship.
Yeah, that's why they're called
Somebody to
drones and
keep all these
queens.
fucking bitches in line. Sorry, Richard, I forgot not to curse on your channel. My bad. It's been
And
a
like
minute.
in a computer, she would have admin privileges where she sets policy for the rest of them.
Right.
She has
Oh,
admin.
also, that's actually. Oh, sorry, Marty. You might want to start
No,
again. I walked all over you.
no, that was funny. She has admin privileges.
But see, that is actually another way you can look at life on this planet. To where to you could look at it in the sense you could look at it in the sense that I don't know, maybe aliens or by chance, this AI program, this self-replicating AI program was born, and through billions of years of evolution, it eventually led to us. You know what I mean? Like it is insane what you could do with AI. Like if you were to run an AI program that they created other AIs which slowly over time evolves to be more complex, you'd eventually get you'd eventually have AIs that like, where the fuck did I come from? Oh, sorry, where did I come from? And you get us, which
Okay,
of course would
sorry.
also apply with the universe. Go ahead.
Okay, I liked the choir analogy. So in terms of like music or anything really, frequencies. Okay, something that makes a sound. Everything is a frequency essentially. Okay, whether or not we hear it as a human, it usually vibrates the inner ear. But we can actually hear without having that vibration. Through telepathy. You hear it through the mind, it bypasses it, goes all the way up to like the 8th cranial nerve or something like that. So there's no actual human sound occurring through telepathy. And if you have frequencies throughout, along the whole electromagnetic spectrum, which is everything in the universe, you still have a choir singing, whether or not a human choir is singing. You're just not hearing it. The normal eardrums. Does that make sense?
I mean, sure, but then you're calling everything a choir.
Yes. God is a DJ. Or
No, sir.
basically everything is music. Everything is
No,
music.
sir. Can I get your definition of telepathy?
Yeah, see,
Being
I
able
knew,
to
I knew, like I knew you
hear
were gonna go
or
there.
communicate without having
I
to
had
speak.
to. I'm sorry.
Sorry, repeat that, Sarah.
Try it again, Sarah.
Communication from one being to another being without having to actually use your vocal cords and your eardrums. It goes from mind to mind or being to being.
You think people can do that?
I do it every day.
To who?
My twin. And
Yeah,
sometimes,
I've heard
I
that.
mean, that's also like how, like depending on how you're communicating with, spiritual beings, sometimes they do it through telepathy. Some people will call it clairaudience. It depends. Usually I prefer telepathy when it's human to human and clairaudience when it's from human to spiritual
Well,
being.
I mean, there has been many times in my life where like I felt like something was wrong, or I felt like a friend of mine was in trouble, and they would reach out, or I would reach out to them because I felt something very strong that I need to see.
Mhm.
I need are this person or is this person okay? But I don't know whether that's telepathy because I didn't hear because I didn't hear their voice specifically. I just
Right.
somebody I don't know. Like this
That's
this
more of
stuff
a
is insane.
soul connection, and until you develop or practice like a muscle, you might not hear them, but you are receiving.
So sorry, and stop me, anyone, if this seems too harsh. But it seems like if you can do it on such a regular occurrence, like you're saying, you do it every day. So technically, you should be able to set up a scientific experiment where you send a message to your sister. Did you say? They write it down.
It's not. It's a twin, and it's not actually a biological twin. It's a mammal.
Okay. But if you do that every day, then technically you will be able to set up an experiment where you send them a message. They will be able to. Have you ever thought of doing that?
Well, there was one day. We're going to get into some really complicated woo shit here.
Woo-woo.
I know. We're going to go down a path that probably most people in here won't want to go down.
You never know.
He is under MK. And I know every time he gets hit. So I clear and protect him. And the only time I can really hear anything true that's coming from him and not the military that's basically controlling him is through telepathy. So if we wanted to do an experiment until I can get him free from the military, it is very unlikely he will confirm this experiment you want us to do.
Now, I've actually done that experiment, Wildheart. Here's the way it went. So I had this brother and this sister that are genetically diverse from me. You know, not my blood kin, but really close to me. And I would go to my male friend's camp, and we would sit and talk. Okay. And many times when we did this, I would take physical notes and keep a notebook of exactly what time I got such an impression. And he would take notes and write down what time he tried to send the impression. These always matched. And then sometimes we'd be at his camp and just sitting there talking till who knows what time in the morning. At which time, sometimes we would, not too often because people need their sleep, we would call out collectively to this third party, a sister of ours, and say, because she was the only one with a vehicle at the time, and say, hey, we really like to, go and get a coffee from the gas station. And she would wake up from sleep and drive to where we were, which was always the same location. I'll grant that, which was always the same location. And she would park and flash her headlights, and we'd come up the hill and get in the car, and we would compare what time we called on her to what time she reported that she woke up. We did this so many times that we would laugh about it.
But my point is, why wouldn't you do that under a science? Richard, you know about science. You know how it works. If that is true, and I'm not saying that it's not. Yeah. Do you have a similar telepathic kind of connection with anyone at the moment?
Yes. Lots of people.
Right.
Just
this is
like
really
you guys
simple.
didn't give me near enough time, because I'm very slow and methodical in the things that I do. But just like last night, when Hillary's had an arbitrary picture that he did not reveal what it was, I was starting in the upper left-hand corner, correctly putting the curvature of Biden's baseball cap and the first seam. And I had those oriented correctly and the right scale to each other and in the right place in the picture when everyone else said we're done. Okay, so I'm slow, and we'll never know how far and how much accuracy. And if I eventually would have said, oh, it's this certain photo,
No,
but I proposed that over time I would have.
But that's what I'm saying. You could do a scientific experiment, not right now.
We do.
The next.
What
You
part
do,
are you in
and
denial
they get-
about? We've done it several times.
Yeah, we've done several remote viewing exercises.
Oh yeah, no, I've done one of them, a couple of them as well. Yeah,
Yes,
but
and there was one where until you started
wait,
correcting it, you had 100% accuracy.
yeah, but right, just give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Like you've done this.
I know, but what I'm asking is why, under like scientific kind of protocols, why you can't just produce this
Okay.
to
Okay, you
the
can,
scientific community?
and we have, and it doesn't matter, and I'll tell you why it doesn't matter. You know, when I say something to you, you have a choice, and that choice is you could respond or not. Because you're a sentient being, you have that ability. You have ability to decline. Well, I don't know about you, but if someone approaches me and says, you must speak on this topic right now, blah, 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 and they get all insistent with me.
Fuck you.
Yes, exactly. My heart, even if I don't say it
Yeah.
out loud, I become a contrarian when someone starts demanding of me when I'm a sentient being. It's just damn rude. Okay.
Yeah, no,
So
I
it's,
get that.
and I haven't finished the thought at all or anything close to it.
Sorry.
And it's my channel. Damn it. I know you'd love that. So
Really, a fucking sentence.
when James Randi, etc., assume there's no second consciousness, it's insulting to that second consciousness. And it's no surprise they don't participate when tested. You test me like that, and I'll refuse to.
The only problem I have with that is that you consistently say that you want people to believe what is true.
Sure.
And if that was true, then even if you felt, and I get the pissed off thing, but yeah, if someone told me what to do, I'd tell them to shut the fuck up and fuck up. I get that bit. But you consistently said that you want people to believe the truth. So I'm saying if you could convince the scientific community that telepathy was true, that would be a big thing.
Which
Isn't that more
scientific
important?
community?
Which
scientific community? Because there is a large scientific community that's convinced of this. It's just not the one you're talking about.
They know. They're just hiding it. That the
Oh,
big
well,
sign.
doesn't that get into conspiracy theory?
Oh, darling, there is nothing but conspiracies in this fucking world.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the U.S. Congress's budget a conspiracy theory, Waldhart?
You'll have to direct me on something other than U.S. politics. I really don't.
No, I'm just saying our budget, our national budget, is that a conspiracy theory? So if there are line items in it funding certain projects, that's not really a conspiracy, is it? It's just right there in the budget.
No, the budget wouldn't be a conspiracy. You could have conspiracies about the budget, but the budget itself wouldn't be a conspiracy. No.
Okay. Well, the CIA and the U.S. Army have funded these remote viewing experiments, and they seem to be pretty happy with the results.
Like the men hysteric goats.
Yeah, that movie is
Similar to
loosely
that.
based on. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Have any
But
of you read the
tracking
Gateway
Soviet
Project?
submarines and looking at certain buildings.
I'm trying to find it. Have any of you heard about the Gateway process or Gateway?
Yes, Gateway process.
Yeah, and the Monroe Institute and how they do
Yes,
the
exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which you can still find Joe McGonigal, who was part of the Monroe Institute. And you can find videos on Ingo Swann, and both of them speak freely about it. And yes, there's been a television show. Check this out. You want to talk about a double-blind survey? They had Joe McGonigal go on a popular British television show, which was very woo-like, right? So it's kind of tongue-in-cheek to start with, right? And they thought that there was going to be some kind of hanky-panky going on, you know? And that's kind of the point of the show, is to make fun of things or entertain people, right? So they have Joe McGonigal go on there, and this is what they did. they prearranged envelopes and had a roll of a die to select a certain envelope. And then a person that Joe had never met goes out to a certain site and just stares at the landscape and looks around and makes observations about it, right? And meanwhile, back at the home office, Joe McGonigal is supposed to draw what the other person sees, which was randomly selected of a person he's never met. All right. So Joe accurately draws, I mean accurate within 85%. He accurately draws the landscape. But here's the funny part. He drew it the night before, and the dice hadn't even been rolled, nor the envelopes assembled.
Isn't that remote viewing? Or no, right?
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard
So
of that.
it seems to be it seems that the communicator of the information is in B theory of time, not restricted to what will be. Which is super interesting.
But my problem with that is, like, I'll give you that all of that is true. I accept that. My problem is, if this was true and consistently true, why doesn't the scientific, or you said it was a different scientific community, which I'm still not.
Are you talking about biologists? Not their field. Are you talking about physicists? Not their field. Who are you talking about when you say scientific community?
The scientific community, specifically about this field, you're saying that these tests have been demonstrated and proven, yet the scientific community don't accept. I'm just wondering why.
There was more than $3.5 million spent by the U.S. Army in exactly the programs Hillary's and Sarah were talking about, which for 20 years they rigorously documented all of the tests and all of the results.
Yeah.
Okay. And the final survey turned out to be 6 times more effective than aspirin against heart attacks. Now, do you believe that aspirin helps on heart attacks?
Yeah, but that's a weird comparison to make.
Why?
Like telepathic versus aspirin versus that.
It's an effort. The comparison is a little bit odd to make you think about it. They did that comparison. The numbers work out, okay? Because aspirin's not 100% effective against heart attacks on all people. It's not, okay? But it's effective enough that they stopped the trials midway and started prescribing it. It was that effective. It helped that much of a percentage of people.
Okay.
Now, it was 6 times more documented and effective than that. And yet we will reject remote viewing based on our own prejudices.
So why are we not? You're like using remote viewing. Like
who told you we're not using it?
No, if you can explain how we are.
Okay, so let me talk to you about Wildheart. Let me talk to you about reality for just a minute here.
Yeah.
The reason that the public perception of technology is 20 years behind the actuality is because the first thing technology is used for is things like military, like national defense. Now, you don't want the Russians to catch up with you. So you don't give it to the public, because you know what the public would do? They'll give it to the Russians just by talking about it. So it's necessary that you keep secret certain programs just for national defense. So at the end of the careers of Joe McGonigal, etc., they said they were shutting down the program. Does that necessarily mean they weren't starting another one just like it? You see what I'm saying, man?
Yeah, so you're saying that like in 100 years, we will all be flooded with telepathic kind of...
Bro, news for you. You're already flooded with it. You just don't look at it.
Right, so give me one example of telepathic technology.
Okay, you guys carry on. I'm going to go look up some videos for Wildheart.
Technology?
Okay. Yeah, Wildheart. I put it in the chat.
Sorry, I got a little bit terse then. I apologize. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're a lovely
the
man,
US
David. Just keep going.
the U.S. Air Force uses temporal lobe magnetic whatever to stimulate the photo analysts when they interpret photographs, and they get a much better percentage of hits on what they're looking at. So that's one technology.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
I want to, if I can, circle back a little bit to Sarah when you were saying about being baptized. You mentioned a feminine spirit or a feminine. So, are you a Christian? Would you call yourself a Christian, or would you call yourself a?
No, I do not consider myself a Christian, but I also don't consider the word Christian what most people consider Christians.
Okay. Because most Christians, and the reason I'm asking this, because most Christians are completely freaked out at the idea of a female.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pagan, so I have God's plural. I have a female creator. I have a female destroyer. Most Christians are like freaked out by that idea. Like, what? A female creator? No. And I say, like, and I said to one guy, I was like, did you fall out of your father's testicles? And he was like, no. I go, well, then you had a mother, didn't you? Yeah, well, then there you go. So I was just seeing where you were at with
They believe in a feminine, they just don't realize it. It's like a weird indoctrinated belief that doesn't allow them to recognize the feminine, but it's all over the Bible.
Amen. Check out the Song of Solomon if you don't believe her.
Mm-hmm. Solomon always called her Sophia. She, wisdom, the Holy Spirit, Sophia. But I don't like the Gnostics' version of Sophia because they paint her as someone who created the earth without a consort, and I disagree with that. She had a masculine with her. It was so before the age of Christianity, they worshipped the feminine, and that kind of it distorted the feminine into something that it isn't. And now we're all about the masculine, and it's eliminated the feminine altogether, and it's distorting the masculine. But you need both in order to create anything. Just like humans, you need a sperm and an egg. You need a man and a woman. You need the Holy Spirit and Christos. You need the feminine and the masculine. That is the Holy Trinity. Male and female in union. He made us in his image. In his image, he made male and female. He made them in God's
Actually,
image.
right there, Sarah, to reinforce your point and give you a better defense for your position, the word there is Elohim, which is plural, and it can't be translated as he, singular.
Right. It's God's multiples.
Yeah,
that's right.
And Sarah, not to be harsh, you'll have to follow up with me. I'm a bit of a dick sometimes. But you just said you believe in Jesus and the Christ, the Holy Trinity.
So,
and the Bible.
Jesus,
how does that make?
And Jesus is not Christ. Jesus was anointed with Christos. Jesus was a man who I believe was an angel incarnate, a son of God. But he is not God, and he's not Christ. He was anointed with Christos. Just like all of us, when you are born again, you are anointed with Christos. And that's the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that's actually a good explanation. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
that's one of the reasons I don't consider myself a Christian. The other reason is because I actually think Christianity is following Serapis, and those that actually followed Jesus were Nazarenes. So I'm not a Christian in either viewpoint.
Yeah, and to back up that argument, the words Jesus Christ mean christened to declare that Jehovah saves. That's what. So it's a job description. It's not a person at all.
It's a title.
Like Merlin was his title. His name was Taliesin, but Merlin was his title.
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yeah, just like that. Okay, Wildheart, I put 2 links from videos where reputable, etc., teach you how to do this. Now, it's going to be very literal and very dry and logical. It's going to be very masculine. but I think you'll probably appreciate that better.
Actually, no. You put one link in because Richard, you know me. I don't want to tell you how to run your channel, but the link you
Right.
put in is actually 2 links, so it doesn't work when you click on it. So,
Well, you'd have to copy and paste that to a notebook and then put it in, and you could.
yeah.
And I'm sorry, I can't shorten it. It's not under my control, man. And yes, there's a second link. And yes, to correct you, there's a second link below that.
All right, I got that one. Cheers.
Okay.
Do you, Sarah? Do you acknowledge the pagan origins of Easter and Christmas?
Yes, the Bible is riddled with paganism.
Cool.
It's pretty much all pulling. I honestly just think it's all the same fucking story, just slightly different cultures, different names, but they're just repeating similar stories.
Amen, sister. What if it's actually one story? Now we're talking about the Injil.
I would say this is the fallen angel stories. I don't think any of the actual sacred texts are talking about the true God, but there's truth in them all. But it's actually fallen angels. It's their story.
Interesting. And you think that because?
I think that because I see the Bible as actually dark. I think it's their playbook. I don't actually think it's God's.
Okay, let me present an argument for that. I mean, against that, not for that. I have argued for you twice. I'm going to argue against you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So the base of the argument is if someone makes statements that are obviously against reality and are within their own biases and within their own traditions, then they don't have a good grip on reality. And when they make statements about reality, I should judge them by the same measure and say, you make statements that are against reality. I shouldn't believe you. This is exactly what the Christians do. They have the tradition of believing things that we don't see in reality. Okay. So I don't trust them at all. Now, the fault in that, the hidden assumption is because they read the Bible a certain way, but bear in mind, they don't make sense in reality, that I have to adopt their view of the Bible, and that's the proper way to read it. Okay, so let's throw that away. Let's completely abolish Christianity and take a fresh look at it. The Hebrew culture was one of the more ancient cultures that liked colloquial usage of words, just like Spanish does. Everything's a euphemism for something else. It's not the literal translation. Like if you know any Spanish, the word butter means mountain grease. Mantequilla is literally mountain grease. Well, why does mountain grease equal butter? Well, because the cows live on the mountain. That's why. Because the flat land was taken up by farming, and animals can walk uphill, no problem. 4-wheel drive and all that. So it's to be taken colloquially, not literally. Okay. So in the Hebrew culture, to say, and we still use it this way, by the way, it's just Christians kind of neglect it. If I say something like, and yes, I'm old and outdated, but just stay with me. If I just say, yeah, I'm a huge fan of football, and last night the Cowboys slaughtered the Steelers, you shouldn't get a picture in your head of red helicopters landing on the scene and ambulances pulling up on the field and them loading up everybody that was on the losing team. You should not, and you're right, that's not what I mean. And the word slay is used that way in the Bible. Now, because of prejudice and hatred within the Christian group, they want to believe it means they chopped off people's heads. But the way it's being used is actually as impactful as a physical death, but is not talking about physical death. For instance, it troubles itself to define the colloquial usage of the word sword and the word stone. I'm going to give you stone.
Okay.
The stone has to be something that has the entirety of the word of God written in it. Now, this is an internal claim. So according to the Bible, what has all of the word of God in it? Well, the Bible. Are you allowed to change the Bible according to the Bible? No. So it's like a stone. It's unchangeable. That you're not allowed to lift any tool upon it. That is to say, you're not allowed to change it. Okay. So when the Bible says you should stone someone until they are slain, it means throw the book at them until they permanently change their mind.
Condition
It doesn't
them.
mean to end a life. And in that idea set, which is traditional to that culture and time, it's not even suggesting you be violent. It's suggesting that if you have the truth, you should give it to others, even forcefully, causing them to change. And that's to that person's benefit. In other words, it's loving. What do you think?
I think we're supposed to continue speaking the truth over and over and over.
Sure.
Absolutely. I think they certainly do what you say, where you throw the book at them, not literally throw them, but you're constantly using the book over and over and over, like you're like a condition, and literally conditioning their mind to reframe it or reshape it so it's molded into believing what is in the book. Unfortunately, most of the things that they have believed, because they have been conditioned over and over and over, aren't actually in the book.
That's true also.
But they believe it's in the book.
Sure.
They don't really read it.
I've heard plenty of people talking about how Christian they are and then quote the Divine Comedy.
Yeah. I mean, one conditioning is that they say Christ is the Word of God made flesh. But the Word of God is actually the Holy Spirit. Fuck. Stupid things falling apart.
You sound fine.
Okay. Just going to leave it as is. That the Holy Spirit was with God in the beginning, and the Holy Spirit is what creates life and the light. And Christ is the light, which is created by the Holy Spirit. And the life is the Word God, the Word made flesh. And all of creation is the Word made flesh. We are all the Word made flesh. Not just Jesus. All of creation is the Word made flesh. Logos. The Holy Spirit is literally running through everything. That is what we're talking about the universe being God. Every part of everything has the Holy Spirit running through it. Everything that's in existence is creation. Everything is the Word of God made flesh. We are all the Word made flesh.
Now, what if you're a non-believer, such as myself? Like I said, I'm pagan, so and Richard knows I'm not a fan of the Bible, and I'm not a fan of Christianity. And I've said on numerous times, if more believers were like Richard, the world would be a lot better place. But for those like me who are bisexual and pagan, am I in trouble, or am I like,
No, the Bible is not God's. He doesn't give a fuck if you're into other women. He gives you free will. Do what you want. He loves you no matter what.
Yeah, but don't we get in trouble for using that free will to do stuff that we want rather than do stuff what he wants?
There's a difference between the biggest sin is when you take away someone else's free will. So when your free will butts up against someone else's free will, someone has to either give or take, or you have to back away.
That's like that casting in the craft. You don't cast against others because you take away their free will.
Exactly. That is the worst sin. That is what God will punish you for. Other than that, he doesn't give a fuck. Do what you want. He's indifferent.
That's good to know.
And just as a refresher, Marty, that the quote, some eunuchs are born of the womb, some are made by other eunuchs, others yet choose to be, and you know that's true of the colloquial usage of the word eunuch.
Well, what do we mean by choose to be? Because I didn't choose my sexuality. If I did, I wouldn't be interested in nobody because people suck. So I wouldn't want to date anybody.
Well, tell me, were you born the way that you are in the preferences you have? Have you always held those preferences since they came to you at whatever age?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's called born of the womb. So that's true of you, born of the womb. But you'll hear other people say something like, this happened and this happened and this happened, and that's why. Right? You've heard that story?
Yes, they're making choices, but they're making unhealthy choices. I understand.
I don't know that they made unhealthy choices. It depends on their situation and that person and stuff. But okay, so some then are made by others. That's also true.
How?
Early childhood experiences.
My next eldest brother was in the Army dating women, and he considered himself straight before that. And up to that point. And then he had a series of experiences with other men in the Army, and he found that more attractive. He would say convenient. I'm not straw manning him. And that men are more like men than men are like women. So it made better sense to him. And he became gay. And he stayed gay after that.
Did he become gay or did he come out?
No, he thought of himself as, I'm telling you his perspective, what he told me.
No, but there's a difference between you always being gay
and coming
and
out.
At some point you realizing that you're gay.
Yeah,
yes, that's fine.
Right, yeah. But it's not like somebody turned him gay. It's not like he hung out with somebody and said, "Hey, you know what? You should be gay." And he said, "All right." Like,
well, it's never that simple. We're complicated, but that's why there's three scenarios given: born of the womb, made by others, some yet choose to be. Some people just realized that they were gay and they always were, and they were fighting it. That's just yet choose to be.
But that's not choosing to be. You're not choosing to be gay. You are gay, and you're choosing to actually live your truth and live the way that you actually are. Like, I didn't come out.
Okay, that's fine as an argument. But what my next eldest brother said to me was that he said, Richard, if you go deer hunting, do you go hunting where there's no deer? I said, no, I go hunting where there's a population of deer. Hopefully a large population, I might find one. He says, exactly. When I go to a gay bar to get laid, I'm getting laid.
Well, that's a completely different argument again, as to whether like there are more gays in the population or whether it's likely that's a completely different argument again.
No, you're missing the point. The point is he did it for convenience.
So you were just gay about convenience.
That was an unhealthy choice. If you're being gay out of convenience and he's choosing to do that, then that's not a healthy choice. Maybe he's brought on by some kind of trauma or something like that. That's not a healthy. I'm choosing to be gay. That's.
I don't know why it's unhealthy for him.
I don't see it either.
Because not the being gay part, but the whatever happened to make him decide that. Like, I'm taking a massive break from dating men right now because I've had multiple traumas, especially with my ex-boyfriend, that has cut me off pretty much from men. Forget about it, at least for the time being. So I'm making that choice out of trauma. I'm already bisexual, so it's not like I had to join a convent or anything. So, I'm good. So, but I'm choosing due to unhealthy circumstances and unhealthy traumas to not date men.
Okay. Well, I'm not invalidating your experience. I believe you. I'm just saying there's other experiences.
Richard, are you saying that it is a choice to be gay or not?
Not always. Yes, some are born of the womb.
So, no, but you're saying some. I'll just give you my opinion.
Some of them were born and some choose it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but when you think
some are born that way, some are influenced by situations, and some just outright choose.
Yeah, I would disagree with that.
Yeah.
And if you want.
People that are making choices, like I said, like people, like me, who maybe had some trauma, that are choosing not to, engage with whatever the opposite sex or whatever. I'm not making a healthy choice there by saying I'm not dating men because of trauma. I'm not saying like I'm taking a break from men. I had a boyfriend for a minute, so let me see if I can get a girlfriend. No, fuck men right now. Like, I can't with you people. So I'm making an unhealthy choice due to the unhealthy traumas that caused that. So when I think about all the stuff that gay men are told, like how all gay men are pedophiles, how they're all having sex with animals, like I think who would choose that sort of, who would choose that? Because we can be ostracized from our family and our workplace and our friends just for being who we are.
Well, let me finish the saying. And I think really we're getting into the semantical argument over what it means to choose something, and we could get into that. That's fine. And what it would mean by choose. I don't think that we, like, in the modern usage of the word choose. If that's your argument, I agree with you. But when it comes down to like specific biochemistry, then from the outward observation, I think that's what it means, is that like, from my perspective, not being there, to me it looks like a choice. Does it mean choose the way that we use the word choose? No, I think you're right. I think it doesn't exactly mean the same thing, sir.
Yeah, no, you explained it very, very well. You think of it as them choosing. I don't think it's actually them choosing. Yeah,
well, it is written to the Christ, who the book says can't be gay. So, I mean, it's from an outside perspective.
Yeah, but sorry, I got that was joke now.
If we said choose to embrace, would that make people feel better?
I think the word of the use choice is a sticky word there, because I didn't choose to be bisexual. What I did is I chose to embrace. That's okay. I like that, because you're choosing to live the way you actually are rather than continuing to hide yourself. Because I didn't come out till I was 30, so But again, that's neither here nor there.
Hillary's
but
the
that's what. No, but that's what I'm saying. You always, in my opinion, and I don't know, but I think everyone is either always bisexual, always homosexual, or always heterosexual. Other people's opinion, and when they realise that about themselves, is different. But I think you're born biologically one of those three.
Yeah,
well, that's fine. That's fine unless biology changes. And by the way, genetics change too.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite so static. I think we're very dynamic beings, and we change all the time.
Sure. I mean, I can buy that.
We can show that in epigenetics anyway.
Mm-hmm. I know on a cellular level, everything right now is going through a dramatic change. It's all shifting.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. That I have actually heard that before, and I can like I said, I can swing with that. I can buy that. I would like to change into a house cat, though. If I could change into a spoiled house cat, that would be fucking fantastic. I got my male cat just asleep on my bed right now, and I'm like, boy, I wish I could.
Oh, but wait a minute. There's only one perfect owner of a cat, and it's already you. So how can you be your cat?
That's very true. I would love to be my own cat. Are you kidding me? I would love to have me as a mommy and be a cat. My cats are living their best life right now.
I'm sure of it.
I am going to have to get going in about 15 minutes, but I originally came up here to talk about the astrology thing related to my interpretation of the Bible. I think it'll only take me a few minutes, but if you don't mind.
Everyone's willing to grant. See the silence?
Okay. So I personally think the Bible can be interpreted in multiple ways, depending on what perspective and viewpoint you're looking at. So from this viewpoint, I'm going to take it from Egyptian mythology. And I'm going to go through the ages of the zodiac. And the Old Testament and New Testament is basically a last will and testament, a legal document. And it's basically going from one whoever's reigning heir right now. And then when they die, their son takes over. And then when they die, their son takes over. So that's essentially what I'm going to go through. And originally, Ptah was the creator through Logos. Okay, so he was the original god in Egyptian. And his son was Ra, or Atum Ra. Okay, and he basically ruled during what we consider to be the age of Leo, but was really the age of Aquarius. So this is when man, Adam, or Atum Ra, was created, okay, when he reigned, when he ruled during the age of Aquarius, the age of man. And then when he died, the fall of man, you have his son Shu, and Shu is the equivalent of Atlas. So this is during the time period of Atlantis, which is the age of what we consider Cancer in the 3D illusion world, but in the spiritual, it's actually the age of Capricorn. And Capricorn,
it should be Capricorn, right?
But Capricorn is when duality parts. It used to be a unicorn and a dragon, and now it's the double-head goat with the fishtail. And it's basically the split into duality, and it's us losing our contact with God, and either you have the children of light, or you have those that went down into depravity and dwelled in their desires and emotions, and very much related to Cancer. Then you have his son, Jeb, who's known as the father of snakes. Okay, and Jeb used to be connected to Nut until his father, before he reigned, was separated from his sister wife. And that is man and wife being separated into male and female. And that's during the age of what was 3D illusion time of Gemini, the twins, but was really the age of Sagittarius. And this is after the fall, after the flood, and they're now exploring other nations, and they went on to other areas of the world of those that survived the Great Deluge, which was the end of the age of Shu, or the end of Atlantis. After Jeb, the father of snakes, you have the age of Scorpio, or Taurus. So this is during Osiris's time, when he was reigning as superior, and the multitudes were worshiping the bull, while the elite, who knew what the true age were worshiping the Urias, or the snake, Ophiuchus. So Scorpio and Ophiuchus are like overlapping, but this is when you have Moses, and you have the snake wrapped around his post, and you have his snake eating up the other snake, the pharaoh snakes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And that takes us into the next age, because when Osiris dies, you have Horus, his son. And this is when Moses takes people out of Egypt, and we have Exodus. This is where Yahweh comes in. And he gives you the 10 Commandments and the 613 laws of Judaism. And this is now Libra. Okay, so when this occurs, Horus has them change the age of time. Okay, and it changes it from the beginning of the year being in Libra to the beginning of the year being in Aries. And this is where we have the switch of astrology, where we're now worshiping the false age of Aries, truly, rather than the true age. So, prior to this time period when they hid the mysteries and whatnot, I'm going off a tangent, that doesn't matter. Anyways, so you have Libra with Horus, and then you have Egypt and Greece merging together after Horus's fall or reign, or whenever he ends. And you have the age of Pisces versus the age of Virgo. And Pisces is actually Serapis. He was the union god, the Greco-Egyptian unifying one world religion god. Serapis, Christianity, who was called the Christ. And his followers were Christians. And bishops of Christ went and joined Constantine at Council of Nicaea to determine the books of the Bible and all of this other crap. Whereas Jesus, he is truly under the sign of Virgo and represents the true light, the true age. And he was like the Nazarenes, and he's showing you the true way, the true light. But he's not actually God, he's just showing you the way. And now we're coming to the end of this age. So it's going to be the end of Christianity, the end of Serapis, and we're going into a new age, and we're going to have a new world order replace the current new world order that replaced the old new world order. And it's just every age we have a new world order that takes over. So this New Testament is going to become part of the Old Testament, and we're going to have a new testament that we live in for the new age. Does that make sense?
So far, so good. In
Okay.
fact, I hold that the New Testament has not begun.
I actually have a question though. It does seem that you're tying like astrology into every religion ever. And if you do that, you are naturally going to come up with like just like things that are related and things that what actually ties them to. You're saying that astrology, Jesus being Libra.
That's too general. You just asked her for a 5-hour speech. Narrow it down.
Sorry, I'll try. It just seems like you're using every religion ever and tying it into astrology. And I'm just saying, if you do that, yeah, there are going to be a lot of correlations there.
I think they are, like I said earlier, basically the same stories, just told slightly differently based off of the culture and given different names, but they all essentially mean the same thing. Like Odin and Mercury and I think it's Hermes, they all mean Wednesday, essentially. They all have the name Wednesday. Like, it's all the same story. They have very similar characteristics. Like, it really is just one story.
Let me give a more exacting example. I think that was too high of a thought.
Sure.
The Hebrew words Baith. Well, first the word Baith means house, and then lay is our word of, and then haim is bread or meat. Okay, so it's like a reference to food. The word Baith, lay, haim in the Bible means house of bread, which is the same as the ancient name of the constellation Virgo.
Mm-hmm.
And the word Bethlehem refers to the constellation Virgo, not some town on this planet in the ancient Near East. It's just not talking about. Could there have been a town named that? Yeah, fine.
You know, what I'm trying to get at is that you seem to be trying to bring all of the world religions and astrology and tying them all together. What is the connection?
That
Other
every
than-
ancient people looked up into the night sky, looked at the stars, and so that's what they're going off of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
They are the signs of the time.
And Wildheart, the Bible directly declares this in the book of Genesis, and it doesn't come out well in the English translation, okay? But if you trouble yourself to look up the actual words, where it reads, and I made the stars also, is a poor, it's tradition, but it's a poor translation, because it's not the idea of stars, it's the idea of clumps or settings or sets of stars. So it's actually clumps of stars. And what it's saying is, what it's claiming in itself is, I explained to you the constellations. That is, we're the ones who wrote astrology for you. We're the authors of the astrology, and that's claimed in the Bible. And it's being professed by angels.
So you're saying that sane, rational people living in this year today should believe that astrology is true, should believe the Bible is true, should believe the Quran is true, should believe that every world religion is true. Is that
Mr.
what you're saying?
Atheist, I know you've been deeply indoctrinated by your thought, and your thought presses,
It's
your
a
thought
simple
process
question.
reflects it. I'm going to answer it. Listen, it's not just an insult. I'm trying to get you to wake up. It's not that it's true because these stories say so. The stories are about things that are true. Now, whomever can read it whatever way within their own prejudice, fine. But if you're gonna argue with me something like that constellation doesn't exist, I'm gonna argue back. From this point of view,
I
it
get what
absolutely
you're saying.
does.
Yeah, all religions and astrology contain some essence of truth. I would agree with that.
There are
But that
physical
doesn't mean,
representations that the
yeah,
stories are
but
based on.
it's just the best that we could do as humans at the time when we came up with this.
Oh,
complete
is
and
that
utter
the
bullshit.
problem? We wrote it.
Yeah.
Well, I would ask you to review my paper, David and Goliath, and debunk the 40 chemical and points of physics that are in that paper, and try to show me that I stretched a definition somewhere, or that those
Yeah,
things
no,
don't exist in reality.
and I'm not having to go at anyone. It's just this is as it appears to me. Like every religious person ever just goes into their particular religion, picking their
David, we
particular god, their particular variation of their particular religion. It just
Yeah, and when you meet Sarah, who says it's all one story, you object to that too. So, Mr. Flip Flop, if you could be steady for just a minute.
no. To be fair, that's a good point. Yeah,
Thank
I'll have
you.
to think about that. Yeah.
No, you're just going to object no matter what.
No, I'm not a contrarian.
No, you're not trying to be a contrarian. You're trying to be true to yourself, but we're all subject to indoctrination. We have to take that into consideration.
Yeah. All right,
So-
I'll shush for a bit. Sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Hi,
Brother
Rob.
Odin.
How's everyone doing, first and foremost?
Good.
Good.
I'm Batman.
Yes, I am Batman.
I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna need to take a nap because I had to work this morning. So
It's
So-
great to
All
see
right.
you, however briefly, Marty. Thank you
I
so
know.
much for
Good to
coming
see
by.
you too. Bye, bye, you guys.
All
Bye,
right, take
bye.
care.
Oh, bye, Master. Good to see you. Sorry.
So, Miss Sarah,
Mhm.
I think this is the first time I ever spoke to you. So I was listening on the outside chat for the most part, while I was getting a bunch of stuff done, and I do what I try to do for the most part is I try to understand people's position, how they came to the conclusions that they come to, right? And when, what's the justification behind it? So my curiosity is mainly focused on the connections between all the different religions, how they are tied to ages that are associated with the zodiacs, and what about the other religions that might have origin stories, for example, or practices that essentially contradict the doctrine of other religions. Just the religions, strictly speaking, not necessarily. I'm not necessarily talking about the deities themselves, just mainly the religions, like the organization of the, basically.
Could you summarize your question? What exactly are you asking me?
What connects Christianity to let's say Shintoism, right? Or Hinduism, what the Aztec religion, for example, if they are connected. And how does that connection, how do you link all of those to the zodiacs?
Okay. I don't know Shintoism, so I'm going to do Hinduism if that's all right. Hinduism, they deal with the Kundalini and the chakras. To me, the Kundalini is the feminine energy, which is essentially, in the Bible, it's the Holy Spirit. And in John 3, I guess I should say, Moses' staff with the snake that wraps around it is a vision of understanding the spiraling of the snake going up the spinal cord, the Kundalini rising, the feminine rising, okay? And when you lift the staff up, when you raise the snake up, it separates the sea in the Red Sea, I believe. Okay. So in the Kundalini, when it rises up and it joins with Christos, and it separates, I think it's the Ida and Pingala. I forget what they call the Jordan. I'm going to lose my train of thought. Let me start over. Okay. The Kundalini is the feminine energy. It's the Holy Spirit. Okay. And the chakras are the lamps that we're supposed to have oil for. The oil is Christos. Okay. And the fire in the lamps is when your spark is ignited. I don't think Hinduism actually considers it a spark. But essentially, the flame within your heart chakra is illuminated. It's enlightened. Okay, it's inflamed. And you become an illumined one, essentially. Basically, with the flame as well as the visual enlightenment, where you are given visions through the pineal gland and you can see God. Okay. So in the Bible, for Christianity, it tells you that the kingdom of God is within you. And when you go through this process of being baptized with the Holy Spirit and having the anointing of the Christos oil that allows you to actually experience the kingdom of God, they're talking about the same thing. They're just using different words to describe it. But because in Christianity, they basically have ruined the feminine and don't want you to recognize it or acknowledge it and think everything is about the Christos, they think the Kundalini is fucking evil. But it's the very thing that they are seeking in order to be baptized. And in John 3, it tells you, in order to see the kingdom of God, you have to be baptized by the Holy Spirit. Only the Spirit gives spiritual life. Humans give human life. And he makes the comparison that just as Moses had to raise his bronzen staff, his fiery staff, so must Jesus rise up again. Okay, he's talking about a spiritual rebirth here. He's not actually talking about, a physical death and resurrection. He's talking about an ego death, actually, and a true rebirth of the self.
Okay. So at base, would you agree that there's a possibility where the terms feminine and masculine are grounded in human behavior?
I think they are flipped. In human behavior, what we consider masculine is actually the feminine. So the feminine is very logical, very grounded, very rooted in the physical. She is earthly, but we consider that very masculine here. Whereas in the spiritual, the masculine is all about intuition and foresight and unconditional love. That's Christos. But in the physical, we consider that very feminine. So it's flipped, it's inverted.
So I'm confused. So if it's a situation where it is grounded in human behavior, you would agree that that's grounded in human behavior, meaning that the stuff human males and females do, that's informed by their biology, right?
No, we both
Okay.
have, everyone has masculine and feminine qualities. Everyone has both of them within us. We have Christos and the Holy Spirit within us. We have masculine and feminine components. But generally, psychologically speaking, women tend to have what we consider feminine qualities, which is really masculine, and the spiritual are usually what you can see and observe. But within, in the shadow, behind the scenes, we're actually very masculine, or what is actually feminine in the spiritual. I tend to actually be more of an outwardly masculine presence rather than a feminine. So I'm a little bit out of the norm in terms of me being very logical. Whereas more women are a little more intuitive and very much about emotions, and emotions kind of freak me the fuck out. So I don't like when I experience them. I barricade myself away when I have them. So I'm a little bit opposite of what is traditionally female role versus male role. But in actuality, we have them both. They're usually just hidden behind in the shadow components, or don't display them out into the world very publicly.
I'm not necessarily saying that these things are mutually exclusive. You know, masculine is strictly associated with males, and women can't be masculine in any ways. But from what we kind of observe every day, right? Males tend to have masculinity or express that predominantly.
Which
right?
I would say is actually components of the feminine and the spiritual.
So if what is feminine is associated with what is being womanly, and men aren't being womanly for the most part, right? How do you come to that conclusion? The reason I'm asking this question is is that I'm trying to get the grounding for where the connection starts, right? And it seems to me that obviously it starts with the human experience, because if humans don't experience it, then we're not going to write about it, talk about it, or do anything about it, right? So this is why I'm kind of trying to find a grounding to where, we can basically okay, agree that I understand this thing, then we can move to the next thing basically.
Okay, I think society has wounded the components they don't want us to display. So I think males generally display what we consider masculine components in the physical, which is actually feminine in the spiritual. So I'm gonna eliminate the spiritual component just so we can not have so much confusion. So when I say masculine, I'm talking about Sophia, the feminine, but I'm just going to use 3D language, human language here. So typically, males have been conditioned to not express their femininity. They are constantly having their feminine components wounded. Okay? Don't cry. Be a man. Okay? Don't think so illogical. Be a man. Do this. Do that. Take action. Be ahead. Don't cry. Be a man. It's not that they don't have these qualities. It's that they've been taught to suppress them. Just like the women, we're supposed to be very soft and easy and not speak up and have our own fucking thoughts. They are depressed, attacking our masculine, so it becomes wounded. Okay, and we're just told to express our femininity side. It's not that we don't have it, it's that it's been attacked our entire fucking life, so it is wounded. And you have to heal it so you can actually express both sides of your qualities equally. Now, this doesn't mean that your sexuality is both. Okay, I'm talking about qualities. I'm talking about logic and intuition, taking action, having ideas. I'm talking about qualities, not sexuality or gender. Okay, because there are some men who will have more of the feminine qualities being displayed over the masculine, which is very much coming in now as gay and lesbian and that environment has become very accepted. It's almost flipping to the opposite side, where now men are not being allowed to really be their masculine sides. Now they're basically being told to only, what are you feeling? How do you feel? And basically they're being told to no longer express their masculine components. We're flipping it. We're going from one extreme to the other, where now women are supposed to be, domineering and very masculine and no longer embracing their womanness of being a mother or the comforter. So we're flipping the script right now. And we've been going through that for a little while, a couple decades. I honestly don't know if I answered your question. I'm rambling.
No, that's fine. I'm listening.
Okay.
So I think I have an idea where for you, it's not necessarily just your idea of masculinity and femininity isn't necessarily or completely tied to how we typically associate associate them, right? Where because males, for example, right, as a man, there's just certain things um, I'm just gonna do and react certain ways simply because I'm just kind of wired that way, right? And a
Are
man
you
can
wired
be
that way, or have you been conditioned to
no.
react that way?
So
Okay.
um, so that's a really good question, right? And I think yes, we humans tend to condition each other, right? And but we tend to do those things for specific reasons. The reason could vary, right? But at the end of the day, right, like you can have a very feminine man, right, who is not attracted to men, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's only attracted to women, right? You can have a very, masculine woman who likes feminine men, and those two can coexist, right? So it's not like a strict thing, right? I understand that these things are very fluid,
Mm-hmm.
right? But just to kind of get your point, this is not tied to predominantly um, our biology kind of enforcing it. It's more so the behavior, and the behavior is dependent solely on the age and the culture. Is that correct?
The age, the culture, and literally your personality type. So, like, in terms of depth psychology and the stacking of your cognitive functions, I think very much influences how you present yourself and how you think. As you said, how you are wired. So, in terms of cognitive stacks, the top 4 functions are usually what people consider to be the ego. It is what most people can observe as to how you present yourself. Whereas the bottom 4 are down below in a shadow. And that's usually what we're projecting onto others and not associating as part of ourselves. And part of the ego death is to kill this false ego, go all the way down into the depths of your shadow, which is basically what I consider to be the valley of the shadow of death. And you're walking through it, going through hell, through the abyss, to be killed and rise again in rebirth. So this is the ego death process, when you destroy this false ego self, go all the way down and illuminate the shadow so you can actually recognize all parts of yourself. And then you rise again and you integrate the whole component as a whole and live your life as your true self. So the goal is to balance the masculine and feminine rather than suppress either one or components of either one. To actually
Okay,
find
when you
harmony.
say balance, do you mean maintain a particular ratio that is natural to the male and female?
It has nothing to do with gender. I mean, literally being able to balance masculine and feminine qualities within. To use
Okay.
both logic and emotion. To use, creativity as well as logic. To have ideas as well as take action upon them. Because there's a lot of people that can come up with 3 million ideas. Very feminine quality. Creativity and ideas, but they never get off their ass and do anything. This is all feminine, and they're imbalanced and they're lacking the masculine. Okay, in order to actually manifest anything in your life, you need both. So then you have people who don't think about ideas, don't have any creativity. They're just doing, and they just look like a fucking chicken with their head cut off, not really making any progress because they didn't sit down and really think about the future and their ideas and what they want to create and where they want to go. They're just doing random shit, running around, do, but don't have any real plan in place of what they're trying to create.
Okay.
You need both.
So, so kind of moving on from there, right?
Hmm.
Do these zodiacs have any um, masculine and feminine traits associated with them? And as a follow-up question,
Hmm.
do these traits affect each age where a zodiac is ruling over, essentially?
They, I would say yes, they
So,
can
but
if you
before
allow.
you answer a question, before you answer, let
Hmm.
me give you an example, right? So let's say you, just an example, let's say you associate the masculine energy with building, right?
Hmm.
And the feminine energy with thinking, right? And let's say you can say the Enlightenment age is a feminine age, right? Where the industrial age is a masculine age. So that's a
Yeah, I
crude
can get on board with
example,
that. Yeah.
but yeah, that's essentially what I'm asking.
Hmm. Um, yes, usually you have to have the feminine first to make anything be successful. You need the planning and the ideas in place first to set a solid foundation for the building. If you don't have any planning and you build, you're essentially building on sand, and it turns to shit. So, I mean, usually you can't have a masculine without the feminine. As we've already said, you can't have life without the female. So the feminine usually has to rise first, and then you have the masculine.
So if that's the case, would it be safe to assume that the whichever dominant religion that exists under a particular age could be considered masculine if it's under a masculine age, or feminine if it's under a feminine age?
Yeah, I think oftentimes it goes back and forth. I think we are in the masculine age and we are leaving a masculine age to go into a feminine age.
Can you give me any um, overarching societal examples that we can kind of observe to kind of support that view?
The patriarchy, they literally removed women from everything. They removed the female from churches. They removed women from pretty much doing anything. They stuck us in our home and said, do the dishes and make babies. You have no authority. They stripped us of any authority we had and gave it all to the man for the entire last 2,000 years.
Okay, so when you say authority, can you give me an example as to like the authority women? And when I say example, give me, let's say, one or two different cultures or religions where the women had authority and how they expressed that authority, like in a behavior sense.
Um, I can't give you a specific one right off the top of my head right now, but essentially the women used to be the ones that did the healing and were in charge of a lot of the spiritual world. And from the life of me, I'm having a blank. This was much more before Christianity. So the Eleusinian mysteries, they used to have, so this is what, during the Greece age, I don't know what religion that technically is, but the people that used to conduct, the ceremonies were usually the women until Dionysus. I don't know if that's a very good example, but off the top of my head right now, that's what I got for you.
Okay, so okay, so I think this is probably a good example. If you watch the TV show Vikings, right? You'll see that society, sure, you have women in the typical female associated role, but you have women shield maidens to be specific, right? And the ladies are typically in charge of completing the rituals, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that would probably be a good example that
Mm-hmm.
you can probably look into. Um, Now, why do you hold the perspective of um, of power versus responsibility?
I'm not sure why you asked that
So,
question.
so take for example, right? Um, in the typical household, right? A traditional household, the woman is normally in charge of nutrition,
Mm-hmm.
healing, um, organizing, typically, because in general, women are more organized than men.
Mm-hmm. That is a feminine trait.
Um, Obviously, the child rearing part of it, at least up to a particular age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the and she is essentially in charge of expressing kind of what the the male would kind of associate with what should be done to maintain that village or household or whatever, right? So whereas the male typically is associated with breadwinning,
Mm-hmm.
um, sacrificing physical, their lives um, or protection and stuff like that, right? Now, obviously, these are just roles, right?
Right.
And and I don't necessarily, now this is my personal view. I don't think it's more so about having power. I think it's more so about having roles because um, not to bring this back to sex and gender and stuff like that, but typically, whichever party has a dominant the dominant trait, like let's say the male has more masculinity than feminine energy, right? And the opposite for the female, right? They take on roles that would be associated with that energy, and so
Mm-hmm.
it's not necessarily about power, even though the responsibility is seen to be more on the male, but in reality, the female, one could argue, has more responsibility, right? Because she's more focused on expressing whatever is agreed on to run the household or village or even the religion.
I guess I don't know why you're asking about power. Where did I indicate that it's power?
So, so in your previous answer, um, you mentioned the concept of the patriarchy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And how it strips power from women.
Did I say power? We were
Yes.
leaders. We used to lead, be the head, the authority. Not necessarily a power, but we led. We were the leaders.
Okay. So if that's what you meant, then I guess this whole conversation is moot then,
Well, that's
because
why I asked
you
why you were
you
asking
use
me,
it.
and I was confused.
Yeah,
What do you mean power?
because a lot of people nowadays associate these roles as having power, when in reality they are just roles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And each party, depending on whichever energy that's dominant in them, right, carry out their roles based off of that. You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? So kind of going back to the 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 male and female energy being associated with the male and the zodiac, right? And
Mm-hmm.
how that zodiac affects the age and the dominant religion under that age. The reason I ask you for if you have any examples of any particular religion, I should have said religion slash society, because in the past, religion was really tied and woven within most societies.
Mhm.
So I guess I'll rephrase the question, right? Under, let's say, um, um, Virgo, right? Which religion would you say is the most dominant and had the most um, influence back then? And is that influence masculine or feminine?
Well, we are actually under Virgo, but it's being portrayed. The illusion is that we're under Pisces. The illusion is that we are in the masculine patriarchy age. That's the 3D observable world, the illusion. But what's underneath, like what's really happening at the spiritual level, is the feminine. So a lot of people are experiencing their feminine energies rise up. So behind the scenes, the feminine is ruling, but on the surface, it looks like the masculine is ruling.
So wouldn't you say that that would be a matter of perspective?
Yeah,
Because,
everything is about perspective.
okay, so if someone approached you that kind of shared the same concept of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say they would make an argument and say, okay, well, I think you're wrong. I think it's the opposite, right? How do you justify your position? Like what can you point to as an indicator currently and previously to justify the claim that you made?
To justify that we're in a patriarchy, but it's really the matriarchy.
Hmm.
I mean, I feel like we've already said a lot of these examples in this conversation where you can't have anything without the female. All of creation and everything in existence requires the feminine first. But they're basically, a lot of society is trying to eliminate. Well,
But
I shouldn't say
what's
now.
the
Like in the past, they did everything they could to remove the feminine as much as possible. But in the last 100 years or so, they've really been trying to reincorporate the female back into things. We've been fighting back, and that's part of the shift where they're going to go from the masculine back into an extreme to the feminine. Like this, that's just part of the cusp of an age where it's transitioning from one to the other, and it goes back and forth. Um,
so So I'm a stickler for words, right? And
mhm,
I try to be careful how I use my words. You can you can ask Hillary's and and Richard, right?
mhm.
So when you say fight back, do you mean in do you mean like some kind of cultural battle of sort or like spiritual battle?
Well, I mean,
Like
like
how
they
does
have the
that
women's
manifest?
suffrage, they have the women's movement. Now, I don't necessarily agree in their approach. True feminism is fantastic, but the garbage version of feminism is very toxic. So the 1% feminism that usually gets all of the media, I do not support them. They're usually very, very toxic, very, very emasculating, and they're not trying to actually have equality. They're trying to destroy the masculine and only have a feminine. That's what I'm talking about, shifting from one to the other. I think
So
we
it's
need
a
to have
forceful shift?
balance. Yes, yes. But in reality, the goal is to have true balance and true equality. Even though they're different, they will never ever be the same, but have equal level of recognition. That they both need to be used in harmony.
Okay, so how does this particular harmonial state affect um, people essentially reaching enlightenment or like the ultimate goal, whether it's enlightenment, heaven, ego death, right?
Mhm.
How does the balance between those states affect the ultimate goal at the end of the day?
Okay. This is my last question because I actually have a 10 o'clock meeting and it is 10.
Sure.
So when you go from just the feminine, we're going to say that's the right hand path. Okay. Right hand path of Luciferian, it's all feminine. Okay. And then you only have the left hand path. It's all masculine. Okay. But you're trying to actually have Christos and the Holy Spirit. That is how you actually have the seal of God rather than the mark of the beast. This is the balance between masculine and feminine. So the feminine rises, it joins with the masculine, and then it regrounds its center in the heart chakra. Whereas you have people that are all feminine right hand path, they're up here trapped in the pineal gland and everything is an illusion, nothing exists, we're all God, they're all up here in the masculine, but looks totally feminine. And then you have those that are on the left hand path who deny this part up here and go straight down deep into the bottom, and they're completely materialistic and lack the actual Christos. And you need both in the heart center. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Sarah, I hope that you'll come back. Know that you're appreciated, and thank you for your
Thank you.
time. Got to let
Thank
this girl
you.
go.
Yes.
All right. Take care.
Goodbye, everyone.
And what does that leave? Where are we at? You're familiar, Odin, with the term Injil?
And Jill, loosely, I've heard it used before.
INJIL. In the English, INJIL. It's kind of Q, the Q text for Islam, if you know what I mean by Q text.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Isn't okay? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's the lost thing that everybody's referring to. Right?
Isn't that like some kind of like a missing gospel of
Right.
Jesus Christ or something like that?
Right, because the Gospels
Okay.
keep like referring back to this thing we don't have.
Okay.
Okay, and Q comes from a German word that starts with the letter Q, which means lost. But anyway, okay, so the Injil is the idea that there's this thorough and original source that that we don't have. I argue actually that we do have it, and it's everything we've been. Well, it's most of the things we've been talking about today on this show, and yes, I'm making an effort to tie a bow on this. Okay, so let's say I want to show how smart it is that we don't have the Injil, that we don't have signatures, autographs from the prophets, that we don't have those things. Say I'm forced to be absentee, like I'm in prison, right?
Mhm.
And I only have limited communication with the outside world. So like putting me in the position of God in divine hiddenness, something like that. And I want to send a message to my true love. I am unwise to write it once and give it to one carrier, because if there's only one copy of it, an autograph, then someone could change that autograph. And so that's not the best way to preserve the idea. Instead, what I should do is, unbeknownst to all the carriers, give that same letter to like 50 carriers. Because them not knowing about each other, if they do change something, compared to the other 49 copies, the change will be obvious. All right. But the baseline of it through 50 copies is going to get through, because different people would change different things. I think this is exactly what happened from the oldest cultures unto the more recent cultures, they were all given the same story in a way that makes sense for that culture, makes sense for that carrier. So that through repetition and the diversity, although there are apparent changes made by whatever culture, when you bring them all together and make them coherent to each other and consider them one thing, the baseline is undestroyed. What do you think of that?
Um, I think as a concept, it could make sense, especially kind of considering that the human species started at one particular location and spread all over the world. Um,
Maybe that location was heaven, though.
maybe, um, but I think more so intuitively from what you just explained, I think that more so what you're referring to is kind of like a process, more so something that happened one time and that's it, right? Like,
Oh,
so
definitely
the
a
like,
process.
yeah, so by that, just to kind of simplify it, um, intuitively, right? Let's just say the angels, or some people call them archons or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They came and they established humanity in a intellectual and cultural sense, right? And they tied that behavior and culture to an ultimate reward, right? Now, obviously, understanding that humanity is going to split up, right? Um, the base tenets, regardless of the change, right? Regardless of whatever changing cultures that will evolve in different groups, are always maintained, where you have a beginning, a middle, and an end where there's a reward, right? Reward basically meaning the goal, right? Achieving the goal. Does that
Mm-hmm.
make sense?
So far.
Okay. So, um, I mean, I think it's possible. I don't necessarily know how that could manifest, and why wasn't it done through tyranny? When I say tyranny, I don't necessarily mean in a violent way. I mean tyranny in the sense that a consistent reinforcement under a specific location um, to maintain one specific way of expressing the culture and societal norms that were established by our teachers, right? And so, therefore, um, I think maybe, just to kind of throw a bone, I think maybe there is a part of humanity that is rebellious in nature, and maybe that was the reason why the way it was expressed at first that allowed for spreading and evolution, socially speaking, um, could happen while maintaining the core base structure of beginning, middle, reward. I
So
don't,
I'm trying to find what's wrong with the idea of beginning, middle, reward.
I don't think anything is wrong with the idea. I'm not saying anything is wrong with the
I
idea.
don't mean wrong morally.
No, no, I
I
know
don't mean
that.
okay.
I mean, like intellectually, I don't think anything is wrong with the idea. For me, you know me already, right? Like it's more so, it's I'm more curious as to the manifestation, right? Why it exists and why it exists in the way that we at least view it right now. Like that's why I came up and I was essentially asking all the Sarah a bunch of questions. Because to be
Yeah.
frank, I didn't really get the connection between a lot of things because I might have a base understanding of a few religions, right? And in terms of like how they tie together, how one can influence the other
Sure.
and stuff like that, right? That those are factoring in my head, right? But I'm looking at that from a particular perspective, so I wanted to see her perspective. That's
No,
hence
right.
the interrogation.
I don't think she took it that way. I don't think she took it as negative.
Okay, I hope so. I wasn't being negative. I was actually eating and enjoying my food too. So
Good. Good. We should enjoy these conversations, and I hope to keep them pleasant. Um, by inviting persons like yourself who can come in and be honest, about their perspective. So I can certainly see the argument. We have no evidence these things will ever be true, and it's
true
all
in
well
what
and
sense?
physically reality true,
Mm,
obvious, evident in reality true.
but how can you say that to, let's say, a guy who, let's say, a Buddhist who has a grand sense of reincarnation in terms of him going through the process, right? Of um, to attain, enlightenment, aka ego death, so he can get out of the cycle. Where
Right.
he understands that he's going through the cycle, and he intuitively knows he will eventually get out of the cycle, regardless of how many reincarnations within I think the term is a kalpa, right? Um, um, how many cycles exist for him within a kalpa before he gets his ego death, right?
Okay, so I think there's some tradition in that idea
Sure.
and some hidden assumptions. And I don't think those things are true in reality. It's like the difference between talking about Tanakh and Kabbalah. And we've now entered into the realm of Kabbalah when we say that whatever practitioner believes that he will be reincarnated and how many times he needs to go through that. Well, that's a traditional view of it, but I think it has less to do with the religion and more to do with the interpretation of that religion. After all, I think there can only be one hero, and I think that one hero will do it. And like the Bible, it's talking about the hero not giving their name. Like the hero of Buddhism is not Buddha. Buddha is an enlightenment, an acceptance of that enlightenment, and the realization of the actuality more than the person themselves. That it was just something they were given and they accept. It's not Buddhism is not about the Buddha.
No, I know that.
Oh, okay. So, well, not everyone would. You'll forgive me. Um,
No problem.
and Christianity is not about a person, the Christ, like Christians want it to be. It's about doing the job of the Christ. It's
Yeah. The
that's what
the
it's about.
the role that is the role that is associated with the personhood of the hero.
Peace and respect, none ya biz, and thank you for your humor. Yes. So bearing that in mind, any individual practitioner might say, "I need to be Christ." But the problem with that is the epic of the hero is an epic because nobody actually does it. It's part of the hero's journey is that the hero has to be a specific person and apt to actually do it. and it's presumptuous and proud to say something like, I'm going to be the Buddha. Well, good luck with that. But I predict you'll fail unless you are the Buddha.
But yeah, but see, it comes down to recognition. Like, okay, so take for example, um, um, which story can I use? I remember a particular story between two monks, right? And one monk asked the other, what is the Buddha, essentially, right? And
Mm-hmm.
one guy says, "Ting ting comes for fire," right?
I'm
One
sorry,
guy
what?
said the student responded saying, I was told that Ting Ting comes for fire because Ting Ting is the fire god, and so therefore, um, you know, he is fire incarnate, right? Now, so he's associating that indirectly by basically saying, "Hey, I'm already a Buddha, right? Right? I know that." But what the master told him is that no, you got the wrong idea. So he says, "Okay, well, what do you want me to do?" So the master said, "Ask me the same question." He asked the master the same question, and the master just merely said, "Ting ting comes for fire," and then the student was enlightened. Right now, the idea is that it, the it's not about a conscious recognition necessarily. It is a um, overall recognition of how you exist, right? You can, sure, someone might tell you that yes, you are this, right? But having that knowledge doesn't necessarily mean you are in practice and existence. So I can understand if someone says, hey, maybe the Christ concept, right, is not necessarily an individual and wasn't meant necessarily to be an individual. It is a um, a overarching change in being slash existence, right? Like how you live your life, how you think, how you eat, you breathe, all of that stuff. Your ideas are informed by that one foundational understanding. I think it's perfectly logical to come to that conclusion, um, even from the Christos idea. Not saying that's what I believe. I'm just saying I think it's rational to come to that conclusion, especially considering just to add on, especially considering that access to the Christ is not limited to any one group of people or person. It's
Okay.
widely available and it's easily available for a reason.
I have a problem with that.
Okay.
Um, okay, so you and I both would grant that all of us have our own individual biases. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So bearing that in mind, and that each of our maps of reality are different maps. In my map of Christ, how do I know that I have the actual map of Christ? Because it should be subject to my biases, in which case I'm following my map of Christ, I'm not following Christ. So then how would I successfully, if there is this objective reality of what the Christ means, how would I ever see it or follow it? I think you can't.
Um, Okay, but I'm waiting. I get the disagreement part of it,
Okay.
but can you explain to me, or you might have, but I just didn't, like it went over my head. Can you explain to me why that could not be the case?
I don't understand why it could I like find a way to make
So
that not the
so
case?
yeah, no, so yeah, so the there are certain things that are about us that are fundamental in nature,
Okay.
right? And as in, these are things we just can't change,
Yeah, we're gonna
regardless
do them.
of, yeah, we're gonna do them, right? Regardless of our reality, right? And so what I'm saying is, maybe maybe the overarching story of the Christ and um, and the personhood of Christ um, is also there and available for human betterment. Because if it's the hero and everyone is supposed to look to the hero being indicating that he's some kind of savior, right?
Yeah.
Um, in order to save, he needs the people to be conditioned, right? Like if I'm drowning and you know, I can't swim. I'm drowning because I can't swim, and the rescuer comes to get me. If I don't listen to his instructions, right, that would allow him to save me,
Right.
then I can't be saved, right?
Right.
And it's kind of like what you said. The angels will come. They'll say, "Hey, this is heaven. If you don't want to, they'll give all the necessary evidence to demonstrate that this is heaven. You need to come, or else this is going to happen, right? There are people who are not going to go, right? That's been
Sure. Well,
established.
there's people who are not going to go right away.
Okay, so you're saying I'm confused now. Because from what I remember, there are people who are not going to go and they will pass from the planet.
Very, very small group. I mean, one's too many, but a very, very tiny percentage.
Okay, that's fine, but there are still people, right?
Fair
So what
enough.
I'm saying is that the concept of the Christ, whether even if it's just an individual, right? The fact that the concept defining the personhood and role, right? Maybe the reason why it's put out there is to condition people, um, or the species, right, to be in a to be in a position to where they'll be receptive to him whenever he comes to save the people, on the planet. So that's what I'm saying. This is where I'm gonna try to tie it with the Buddhahood, right? Now, if being saved is ego death, right? And um, you fundamentally understand that you have traits that are associated, base traits of your existence that the Christ has or the Buddha has, right? Then you can make the argument, in stating that, hey, I'm already this thing, I just don't recognize it yet in a existing sense. Because if you understand something and it affects you to your core fundamentally, it will change the way how you think, right? How you
Sure.
treat people, and even it would literally change your reality because how you perceive the things that you exist will now change.
Right.
So that's my argument. I'm not saying it's one or the
But
other. I'm
but I think
arguing
if
that it could be both.
I think that if that change happened to you, then you're the Christ.
You could make that argument. We're all Negan.
We're all what?
I'm sorry, it's a Walking Dead phrase. People in the chat would probably get it.
Okay. Sorry, I'm way behind on pop culture. I'm not sorry. I try to devote my time to things that I think are more worthwhile, and I'm not sorry for it.
that we appreciate your honesty. It's it, it- I don't know. That's intuitively that's what I'm getting from it.
Well,
Again,
I
my
think
intuition could be
that's
wrong,
fine.
but
No, I think it's fine. It's acceptable that and to some of your point, it's no secret in these expressions that the whole idea is to elevate the people to the highest level. The Christian would say, "Why do you marvel at this? You will do greater things." Right? So I think that is the eventuality of it, but there needs to be a pontiff, a bridge maker, and for those who don't accept it easily, and only for those who don't accept it easily, that there needs to be someone to play the part of the hero, and actually do that bridge building, saying something like, don't you see where chariots of fire flying in the sky is trying to describe spaceships? Something like that,
hmm
where they take the fairy tale and for the people turn it into the reality so that they can understand what's going on around them in that time, in that timely way, and in their own experience. I think that's the it of it, really. And the rest of it is uh, speculation by means of pretty much fan fiction. So I'm not so worried about the fan fiction as much as the accurate interpretation of the fairy tale at the end. I mean, fan
when you
fiction on
say
fairy tale is fine, but
when you say fan fiction, what do you mean exactly? Because like I kind of look at for example, the other books that are not in the typical Protestant Bible. That's, for example, that's in the Ethiopian Bible, right?
mhm.
Um, like, I don't see those as necessarily fan fictions. It's kind of like I see them as metadata to allow context, more context for certain things.
Okay.
I don't necessarily. I think what I would call fan fiction is more so doctrine,
Yes.
whereas most doctrine is formed or is informed by specific readings, not overarching,
Right.
specific readings of specific chapters or verses, kind of like rapture theology. It only really comes from two specific um, verses in the Bible, from what I remember. I think that's what you. I think that's what
That's what
I
I
would
meant by
consider
fan
fan
fiction.
fiction. Oh, okay,
That,
okay.
that's why I said, as an example of fan fiction, or we're talking about what people think of it instead of what it actually reads.
hmm
Things like Kabbalah, or what is it? What's the sisters to Quran? What are those called?
Um, the what do you call them again? I know what you're talking about. I know what you're
So
talking about.
or reading Aquinas talking about the Bible. That's fan fiction.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. It's not definite that he has to be wrong. But or church doctrines, whatever stuff like that. Those are the traditions. The Buddhist who believes he'll be reincarnated. Well, that's all well and good, but I think that it's talking about the Buddha as an idea set and somebody who can actually do it. That is to say, the Christ or Thor is the same thing. That but there's only one apt student who would do something like that, and that's what makes him the Christ, the Buddha, the Thor, or whatever religion you want to refer to. but then the average person reads it as if it applies to them. It's just like how, let me take it to the ridiculous just as an example. A good Mormon who conforms well is told that they will get their own earth and that they'll be king over that earth. But that's because it's talking about the job Christ, and what the next Christ will be is ruler over that earth. It's his earth. But they take it personally as if it's a promise to them, and in there lies the mistake. Or I would give maybe an easier example from Christianity. If Christians are the only ones that go to heaven, right? I could make this into a syllogism pretty easy. I'm not going to do it right now. That too much thought. But if only Christians go to heaven and every Christian judges in heaven, then who is there to judge? You see, it's self-defeating on its face. You can't have everybody in charge and everybody judging everybody, and there's somebody left to rule over. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So, but if it's a promise to the Christ that he will rule the nations, well, all of a sudden it makes sense if it's just one person.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it makes sense if it's grounded within one persona. I'll grant that, but I don't necessarily think that the essence of that persona um, is just solely limited to just that one person.
The essence of it, no. I think Christ is going to have only very, very, how could I say it? Very specific and small rulings to make in heaven. And
sure,
since most of the population is raised to this, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're already raised for it, so yeah, he wouldn't need to. No, I get it. I just want to say something that I saw in the chat from Dirty Vermin. It reads Luke 14, verses 26. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and his mother and his wife and his children and his brothers and his sisters, yes, even his own life, cannot be my disciple. So, he did say that, but there's a reason why he said it. A matter of fact, if you kind of read the previous verses, he gave a few parables that didn't that did kind of lead into this, and it's actually pretty interesting because the people weren't getting the parables. But essentially, what he's saying is that if you are in a perfect state of love, you do not need me and you cannot be my disciple. Essentially, that's what it's saying. Right? If you're already perfect, right, then you don't need me. Right? If you don't need me, why are you around me?
Yeah, I take it differently. And just so that it's interesting. That's an interesting take. I take it differently that Christ happens in end times, and because of that, he can say something like this and mean it exactly as it's written, because the word here, hate, in our language should probably be more like divorce or break of contract. So if you're not willing to break contract with all these folks,
break away,
i.e. go to heaven, with heaven right there parked in the sky, then you can't be my disciple. It would be true, because if you can't accept what he's saying, and if you're too stuck in the world of the past, then you're not going to take heaven, even though it's right there available to you. And just like when he says, care not for tomorrow, abandon this, that, and the other, don't worry about food or clothes, drop everything and follow me. Well, that makes sense in that scenario.
Yeah, because even the Buddha said something that's like almost almost word for word, right? And so I think it makes sense. Like, I think especially again, if you read the previous verses leading to it, right, it'll make perfect sense as to why he used those words. And I implore people to kind of go and read those prior verses because I think the context matters. Like, you know, especially given this particular circumstance. It's kind of but Richard, I am gonna hop out. I got a couple stuff to do and people to
Well,
talk
thank
to.
you for your time. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, man. Again, can we get more of these?
I
Need to take a
love these talks.
break.
I live for these talks. I don't know. I'm right now. I'm answering a text where one of three of my present employers are pleading with me to work more hours, and I just don't know how I could. And I'm trying to
Yeah.
explain to them that I'd like to have a life and be able to sleep and buy groceries and stuff. Maybe take a nap in the middle of the day for no obvious reason, stuff like that. Maybe
Yeah.
I'd like to do that. See, the problem is that I set this almost impossible standard of perfection of work, and then I miss it, but I get real close. And
Hmm.
and then as a gift to my fellow man, as a respect to the God, I undercharge like crazy. I live super simple and I way undercharge for what I do. And what does that result in? That results in me being in high demand. Well, that works out pretty good
Pretty good.
until it works out pretty good until someone doesn't pay me.
Yep.
Okay. And as soon as they don't pay me because I've decreased my lifestyle so severely that I'm very hand to mouth. I'm survival day by day. Okay. Which is fine with me. I don't worry about it. But as soon as someone doesn't pay me, I have to go work for someone else who does.
Hmm.
And I have to live on whatever money I have in my pocket until that other person pays me. I right now have two customers complaining about me not working enough, both of which have me in back pay for more than 3 weeks.
Oh, I've been there. I get it.
So, like, since I have to have money to eat and stuff, I got to go work for someone else. And then they say, "Why aren't you here working?" Well, I don't want to be insulting and say, "Fucking pay me," but gee whiz, man, what am I supposed to do? I have to go work for someone else who pays me. It's nice to have a savings
Exactly.
account, but you can't have a savings account and live hand to mouth. You just can't do it. So anyway, yeah, I'd love to have more of these shows. I live for this conversation. There's literally nothing more important to me. Peace and respect, James Apper. Thanks a lot for your time. Kick yourself out. I don't kick people. You have to kick yourself, bro. Okay.
Okay.
Love you, bro. Later.
All right.
James, if you have a minute, I'd do a few more minutes just for you. If you want, and thanks for just showing up. For side chat, guys, okay, in my bias, I believe I'm telling the truth, which means that I think it's worth hearing, which means that I think people should hear it. So I have to say things like, please vote on the video, please comment under the video, and please share the video. Now, when you hit the share button, you're going to have options. You can select nothing and close it. And apparently the YouTube promotion algorithm does not understand you never did actually promote it. So I'm not asking you to put my stuff on your Facebook. You don't have to. But would you please hit the button and act like you were gonna? That would be great. Appreciate it. Oh, Carrie Ann Chrysler, I want to hear more about your mind. 200 spaces. I'm sorry, 200 characters is not at a time is not enough to understand you. Sure. What's the topic? Anything religious, James. You come in and you say something about religion, and we'll talk about it. Dirty Varmint wrote, the word hate used is the same word used when Jesus said not to hate anyone, not even your enemies. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Now let's talk about the difference between colloquial usage and definitions. Are you saying it's the same definition, the same word? Yes. Is it being used the same way? Well, now you have to refer to context. Okay. So you're technically correct, but that doesn't make, who did you say? Who did you say doesn't belong in the Bible? I think you say Paul doesn't belong. But that's an error, man. You can't dismiss this just because it has the same word. Peace and respect, Mr. Apperson, and welcome.
Welcome there. Let me adjust my sound so that you're not getting an echo back from yourself there.
Your volume's good. Your clarity's good.
Awesome. So religion's a big topic, and I tend to agree with Dan McClellan that it's such a broad term that it means nothing until you define it, right?
That's true.
So for me, I've noticed that I've mellowed over the last year or so about my positions about what we usually mean when we say religion. Because I got to thinking that Native American spiritualities, for example, they don't offend me at all. I think that they're beautiful. I think that they're purposeful. I think that they encourage and foster a sense of personal accountability and collective accountability for how we relate to nature and to each other, and everything is sacred. And I just love that idea of everything is sacred. And so when somebody like, I don't know, Aaron Ra or somebody takes that hard position of it's woo, we must stomp it out everywhere we see it, I understand their reasoning behind that, right? They've explained their logic, and I'm like, I get what you're saying, but that's not where I'm at about it. I feel like let's just deal with fundamentalism. Let's deal with ideologues. Let's deal with the fights that matter right now. And if we end up developing humanity to the point where finally all that's left to talk about is spirituality in a different context, where we can talk about Wiccans and Native American spiritualists and pantheists and things like that. If we ever evolve to that point, then my position is, okay, now let's talk about where we can stand on that issue, because right now it's just not the hill to die on. Even if Aaron Ra is right, it's not the hill to die on, because there are bigger issues in front of us than whether or not we think people should believe in sky spirits.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can understand the idea that when someone is doing real and present harm to other people, say throwing them off rooftops,
right,
for instance,
right, in Sharia law countries, if you're accused of being gay, then that's what they're going to do. They're going to bound and gag you, and they're going to toss you off a rooftop.
In actual Sharia law, it takes more than an accusation, but that's beside the point. You're still right.
All right.
But we've got bigger fish to fry.
Right.
That's for certain.
And even when it comes to Christianity, for me, my position is I don't care about the label. Richard Dawkins just came out as a cultural Christian, which, okay, fine, right?
What do you mean came out? Nothing changed.
Well, he now identifies. He wears the label now. He didn't before, right? He's like,
well, I'm sure he always was.
All right. Well, that's fine. But he didn't come out and say that, right? So when a gay person comes out, they were already gay, but now they're openly talking about it. So Richard Dawkins may have always been a cultural Christian, but now he's openly talking about it. That's all I mean.
Fair enough.
So,
yeah. So I mean, I'm against harm of my own species. I'm against some of my own species harming my own species. I'm against that too. Yeah. And there are religious zealots who are doing that in real ways in real time. Right. And I'm just completely against that.
Right.
I do think the religions themselves are describing a time of intervention by the claimant that will no longer happen. The resolution to the problem is what I think they're really talking about. Now, any given group, whatever, they want to be part of a strong group, but they want to be special. They want to be exclusive. I suppose this is why people pay for box seats. You know,
Yeah.
they want to be at the football game, but they want to be, because they can afford to be, they want to be separated from the general population. They want to be special. They want special treatment, etc., like that. But they still
Right.
want to watch the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're pursuing, they're chasing after a gratifying sense of identity narrative, right? Who
Right.
am I in the context of everyone? Who am I? And they
Right.
want to feel celebrated. They want to feel
Sure.
like they have value within the context of the social ecosystem. And a lot of people don't understand that they're not really going to get it from that. It's fleeting. You can feel special in the moment, but everybody else watching that game, they don't care who's in that batter's box or who's in the front row. They don't care, right? They're
Right.
not going, wow, whoever's over there must be special, right? So I think it's just a point of maturity for people to move beyond that point and say, you know what?
Certainly.
I don't need to be special to everybody, nor could I be anyways. It's not even possible, right? Even Jesus, no matter who you think he was, and no matter what you think he was about, isn't special to everybody. There's people in the world that have never heard about Jesus, other people that don't think he existed, other people that aren't that impressed, etc. Right? I don't think there's ever been a person in the world that has been celebrated by everyone that's ever heard their name or seen them.
Probably not. Probably not.
And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So okay, so Native American versus Abrahamic religions. Most Christians are unaware that the ancient, actually Hebrew people, we impose that H. It's not Hebrew, it's Hebrew.
Yeah.
People, they were nomadic raiders. That's what they did to survive, that tribe.
Sure.
The problem is they were pretty good at it. So they came to think of themselves as like the honorable pirate, something like that.
Yeah.
So,
You know what that reminds me of when you say that? Have you ever seen the
what?
Muppet Treasure Island movie?
Muppet Treasure? Probably with like kids sitting beside me or something. I don't know.
It's a brilliant movie that has a lot of adult humor that kids don't catch, right? It's
Yeah.
that where you know what they're talking about, but the kids in the audience have no idea what the inference is.
Oh yeah. Well,
that kind
yeah.
of thing.
Warner
So-
Brothers was famous for that.
Yeah, so Tim Curry was the pirate, the lead pirate in that movie, and it's a
Okay,
lot
I
of
have
musical
not seen
numbers
that.
and stuff. It's pretty brilliant. So they have a musical piece called "Professional Pirate." You might want to look that up later. It's exactly what I thought of when he said that. But
That's interesting.
yeah,
Well, maybe I will. I'm not sure I'll have time.
That's
Okay,
fair.
so these nomadic raiders became very successful at that and thought of themselves as better than everyone. It's like if you were in a fight and your whole life was fighting, not in a fight. If your whole life was fighting and you won every fight and you never lost, you would become quite proud of yourself. Well,
Sure.
that's what the Hebrew people did. So
Yeah.
they carried that pride with them into their religion because it was just an intrinsic part of their society.
Yeah.
So even when they became like a settled people who weren't doing that anymore, they still thought of themselves as so it's very easy to convince them that they're the chosen people because of
Right.
that pride. So
Right.
here's the funny part to me.
Yeah.
The Christians, now Islam to some extent can justify that. They've been in a war-torn area for who knows how long. But the Christians adopted that pride of being the chosen, referencing mostly, the gospel to the Gentiles, that they
Sure.
can be grafted in. But they adopted that pride like they're better than everybody else, where
Right.
the Native Americans did no such thing.
Right. Yeah, the Native Americans, some of them, because today when we talk about tribalism, we automatically assume a polemic opposition to whoever's not in our tribe. And typically that's what we see happening in modern society. But Native Americans, a lot of those tribes were able to have their tribal identity, but still respect the other tribes and work with them. So you can have a very long river
That
with
was
different
the
tribes on it.
majority.
Yeah,
I
and
understand that was the majority. Yeah.
yeah. And so you can have one tribe that specializes in a particular kind of work or output, another tribe that specializes in something else, etc. And that gave them an opportunity to have mutual valuable trade. and respect and honor each other. And I think that that's a big part of what we've lost today. Now, if somebody today tells me that they're a Christian, that doesn't really tell me anything, right? And I think most Christians would admit that too, because it's such a broad label. What it means to one person isn't what it means necessarily to the next.
I can almost easily every time assume their self-righteousness, though.
Well, I mean, I think that that reputation has been earned en masse, but not by every person, right? I mean, I've known some people
not by
that are
every
self-aware.
person.
Sure. My grandmother, she was the closest thing to a saint I've ever known. Real sweetheart of a woman. Loved everybody, but she was a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And so I grew up in this world where the best people I knew and the worst people I knew wore the label Christian, right? And so I grew up in this context where I knew that the label doesn't really tell me anything about the person.
That's true as soon as you notice it. Yeah,
exactly. So I think that the more difficult conversation to have is that a lot of people don't agree on what causes harm and what doesn't, right? So, for example, if it's true that the creator of the universe is going to punish somebody forever for being actively gay, like not just thinking or feeling it or whatever, but living in that way, then the greater good is to warn the people not to be gay. If it's not true that the creator of the universe has that kind of a problem with being gay or is going to punish people forever for it, then more harm than good is being done. In fact, no good is being done and only harm is being done to speak against homosexuality. So then that's the problem, because that means that now we have different people with different beliefs about what God thinks and what God wants and what God plans, what his terms and conditions are and what he's going to do if you don't qualify. And so we got all these different people that can't agree on what the common good even is.
It's so funny to me. Christians, some of them have a hard time admitting, some admit freely, that certain aspects of the story are not historically accurate.
Sure.
That place, that town, can't find it anywhere. This people can't find them anywhere. And aside from that, it would be a shallow ruse for me to say something like, "Oh, I killed your next door neighbor last night." Well, that's fine for the minute, but in the morning when you wake up and the guy's still alive, I didn't.
Right.
So the Jews, trading, knowing, coming in contact with whatever peoples the Bible claims that they killed all of. They know they didn't.
Right.
Because they're still there. And they were always still there. So they know they never did have that battle. And the traditional Jew, that knows the history of the people, knows that the story isn't to be taken that way. But if you're an ocean away and you're 2,000 years later, it's easy to believe those people got killed off.
Right.
So, but the Jews don't even take at least the majority of the Jews I've met don't even take it that way, that's what you're supposed to glean from that story. So it's not even considered to be recognizable. It shouldn't even be thought of as a history lesson. Yet you have your typical American Northern American Christian who says, "Oh yeah, that's a history lesson right there. That's true."
Right. And that's the thing. It's like, man, God's not very good at communicating, because he writes a book and all the people that are like the most devoted fans can't agree on what it means.
Right.
And what am I supposed to do with that? Because if they can't agree on what it means, then...
Have I never proposed to you what you should do with that?
What should I do with that?
Oh, okay, cool. I get to have this conversation. I love this conversation.
All right.
Okay, so there's such thing as an apt student.
Sure.
But you could get specific enough that within whatever group you select, you only have one apt student. In principle, you can agree with me on that. I mean, if it's specific enough.
Sure.
Right? Okay, so the text of, say, for instance, the Bible, it is making demands of a person that they fulfill all these laws, that they love their neighbor as themselves, that they love their enemy, that they turn the other. Anyway, I just a very, very long list of demands, and I think we can both agree on that.
Sure. And some of them I like and some of them I don't like.
Right. And I think you shouldn't like some of them.
Sure.
And then worse than that, or maybe even more defined than that, it lists this promises. And just before you came on, I was just saying that if only Southern Baptists of the NIFB and only 144,000 of those go to heaven, and that's all that's in heaven, and all of them are to rule over the nations, but all of them are rulers. Who are they ruling over?
Well, if the
It
world was
does
destroyed, then nobody.
right. That's what I'm saying. There's nobody to rule over, so it's an empty promise.
Sure.
It's all chiefs and no Indians, and that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Or that that he who hears and overcomes will carry the name of heaven. Well, what does heaven upon our ascension is going to have a minimum of 144,000 names?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure
That
what it
does
means.
that
It
right.
might be
That it doesn't make sense.
right.
Now, but it could make sense if there's only one apt student, if he's the one that does it, if the promises are for him, it makes sense that he could sit at the right hand of God, that he could rule over the nations, but what does that mean? That means that everything that's being asked of the reader is asked of one person and one person alone. What do you think?
I mean, it's a plausible reading.
I mean, it's the only rational reading I can see.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's all these conflicts within it if it were a group.
Right. So the way that some scholars try to resolve the conflict is just to give up on the idea of univocality, to say that the different writers represent different people at different times with different ideas about
Sure.
who God is, who people are, and how to live in the world. And that James Tabor recently released some video series about, even with just the Gospels, when you try to harmonize them, you destroy them, because the effort to make them all mean the same thing
won't work.
It won't work. And I think that's usually how the scholars resolve the problem of trying to make sense of it. But there's different ways to go about it. Fundamentalists have a different way of going about trying to make sense of it. They've got an overarching narrative, and everything that supports it directly, well, that's literally true. And everything that doesn't, well, that's just a metaphor, right? And then once something becomes a metaphor, it becomes fluid. We can move it around. We can reshape it,
Sure.
mold it, and give it identity based on what we need it to be.
Well, I don't believe there could be both two and one woman, two and one angels, different last words. I'm
Right.
sorry, I don't think those could be harmonized by any hermeneutic, and even to the point of eisegesis. So
I'm going to try to, just to be annoying, and I'm going to say it's the multi-world theory, and that
peace
these
and
are
respect, Faisal.
Peace and respect. How
so
are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So I was going to say that maybe there's a multiple universes thing, and then in one universe, the last words of Jesus are these words, and in the connected universe, the last words of Jesus are the other words. And
Oh, that's a really interesting idea. To try this out, there are parts of the knowable universe that we can't see.
Sure.
There's definitely the possibility of other Earths, and we don't even need multiverse theory to apply that.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, we could. I mean, who is to say for sure? I feel completely unqualified, and I'll admit this to any Christian that asks me. I'm absolutely not qualified to tell you what that stuff in that book means and how to harmonize it, or if you should try to. All
Or
I know
everyone's
is,
equally qualified.
or equally qualified, depending on if we're grading on a curve, right? All I know is that when I read it, what it seems to be telling me, or what I think it means, is often very troubling. And I have a hard time harmonizing or rectifying those ideas with my modern values.
Well, you said you had some objections to the things that the Bible, for instance, the New Testament reports Christ as having said or promoted or endorsed.
Sure.
But I would warn against adopting a Christian reading frame for it while simultaneously rejecting Christianity.
Sure. I get what you're saying on that.
I'm glad you laughed, because I mean, it seems contradictory on its face. I think that Christians don't think well. Christians say things that don't make sense to me against the reality. I think I'll take them as a tutor to a complicated piece of literature.
Yeah.
Yeah, those sentences back to back make no sense.
Right.
So I really recommend against that. Welcome, peace and respect, Faisal, and how is life treating you?
Thank you. It's been good. It's been a while, almost a year, I guess, since we've had a conversation.
True story.
Yeah. Peace and respect, James.
Oh, thank you.
Hope you're doing well.
I am. It's been about a year since I've been here too, I think. So,
Okay.
That's because I haven't done a show in a year, guys. That's why.
That's true. That's true.
It's not coincidental.
So yeah, it's just a couple of things I just want to ask James as well, because I find it very common that a lot of times people have this conception about the Islamic faith and the Islamic religion and the people that is based on more or less a caricature of what the West has drawn of Muslims.
Faisal, can I assume that
people.
you're a Muslim?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and it's at times it's just a matter of having a conversation to clarify those type of things. So I know Richard has had a number of conversation with different Muslims over time, right? And he's sort of Richard, have you had the opportunity to read through the whole of the Quran, or?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay, but you've read through it, like unlike some people, sometimes they claim that they've read it, but it's more or less when you start talking to them, it's like they've read something about it that someone else has written, which is translated for them through the viewpoint of that individual. And a lot of times it's not really a true image of what we actually believe in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's the reason why I thought that it may be important, because one thing that came up, I was just listening in, and it was about how some of the punishments may be executed in a Muslim society. Now, just to think about it, that just for being a gay person, for example, you'd be thrown off a cliff or thrown off the top of a building or something. That assumes that there is no law in that society, and it's isn't that a very biased view if you have that opinion?
No, so what I clarified, and you can correct me on this if you think I'm wrong, is that I'm talking about Sharia law countries. So I'm making a distinction because I want it to be known and understood right off the gate that I'm not saying that all Muslims have a particular anti-gay view or that all Muslims think gays should be killed, just only that power corrupts. And when you have a theocratic power that is strong enough that it can't be refuted, it can't be challenged in any safe way, then that level of power will amplify the worst elements of that ideological structure. And that's what I think is happening there. Now, this has had nothing to do with whether or not Allah is real. It has nothing to do with whether or not Islam has a true and a false interpretation. I'm just saying that we do see the news reports of these things happening. And the way that it's presented to us is these are happening in major countries that do have laws and where Sharia law is part of that law set. Now, it could be that the media is lying to us. And if they are, then I'd have no way to know that.
Okay, so the example that you're giving me is like if somebody goes into a school and performs a school shooting in the US, would you then say that the US law actually says that you can go in and kill kids?
No, of course not. Absolutely not.
Of course not, right? But that's the parallel that I hear from you. So I'm telling you this because the law is the law, and if somebody is going beyond the law and taking the law into their own hands, they're breaking the law, right?
I
So to
understand
take
that.
that as the norm would be fallacious.
Well, I don't take it as a global norm or as a religious norm, only that there are some places in the world, no matter how big or small, where Islam is the justification used for governments to sponsor executing people that don't deserve to be executed. I don't know how many governments there are, but there are some because they make the news every week.
So there's two things in here. Number one, we would have to probably look at specific examples, right?
Sure.
Okay, and then number two, you're assuming here that those people are not guilty, right? So
well, the things
here's
that they're
the thing.
accused of, even if they are guilty, they don't deserve to be executed.
But who's deciding that, James?
Me. I'm deciding that if somebody is
are you the judge?
I am the evaluator.
Okay, so here's the thing. You're telling me that a whole society should do away with their laws and go by what you think is right or wrong.
You tell me. Hold on.
This,
people decide what the laws are in any given land. People
decide. And if the people have decided that they're going to follow Sharia, Sharia means the law, right? If they're going to follow Sharia, right, then does that mean that is it okay to do it or is it not okay? Because it comes to a bigger question after this, right? That whether or not it's morally acceptable or not, and where do you get your morals from? So that's the bigger question that we should be asking then.
Sure, and I've asked it, and I've spent an awful lot of time on that. So, are we in agreement that there are some countries in the world where there are laws that say that if you are heard saying anything blasphemous against Allah or Muhammad, that you should be executed? Is that a thing? Are there some countries where that's happening?
Yeah, but in context. Like, it's not like a blanket statement. I wouldn't agree as a blanket statement that it's exactly like you're saying it. There's due process, and after the due process, there would be something that would be decided, and then the state would be executing.
And the states do, some states do, after that process, decide that they're convinced someone really did say a disrespectful thing about Islam or Allah or Muhammad, and that they then do execute the person.
Yeah, exactly. And even in every state has that law. Like even in the West, if you start if you start causing anarchy, or look at that guy Edward Snowden and some of those people who sort of exposed the government. What happened to them? They were being persecuted. So every state have their rules, right? It's not like that. So we're questioning whether a state can do that or not. Yes, the state can do that, right?
It can. A state can if they have the power. That's what it means to can.
Yeah. Right? And now the question becomes whether or not it's moral or immoral.
You tell me.
For that, so here's my question to you: who decides what's moral or not?
First, I need you to tell me: do you regard it as a morally correct thing to do, to execute people for saying something that's offensive about Islam or the Quran or Muhammad or Allah? Do you think that it's reasonable to execute such a person?
It's so. Do we need that law? Yes, we need that law, right? How do we apply that law? That is on the state, and there is a guideline that we have under which it has to be applied. So if somebody in the privacy of their house has decided, you know what, I want to say this, I want to say that, they can do whatever they want. The government does not enter into the privacy of nobody's home, right? What the law does not allow for is to go publicly and start blaspheming like that, right? So if you start broadcasting that this is that Islam is this, Islam is that, when you're living in a Muslim society, that is basically a challenge to the government, because the government in an Islamic society is based on the religious doctrine. And if you start challenging that doctrine, then that means you're challenging the government itself. So the government has every right to come after you.
In those cases, is that government correctly understanding the Quran?
Yeah,
about
it
those
is.
issues?
It is.
All right.
Even if you don't agree with that, that's what the people have agreed to. And your basis of morality is that whatever the society has agreed is morally right.
That's not my morality.
Okay, then that's why I was asking, what's the basis of your morality?
So if somebody wants to define morality as not hurting a God's feeling, I couldn't even begin to care about that definition of morality. For me, what I care about are the well-being of my fellow human beings and myself. I care about health. I care about safety. I care about mutual cooperation. I care about those kinds of things. So if somebody's saying something that's hurting other people in a very real way, then I believe it should be addressed. But do I think that their life should be thrown away violently as a consequence for that? No. Because if they're saying something that's beyond the pale, that crosses a certain threshold of tolerance, and we could discuss where that threshold should be, then the appropriate response is bring them into a setting where people are safe from the aggressor, and where the aggressor is safe from themselves, and where you can begin to assess the mental condition of the person and their emotional states and what led to this. And then you begin a process where you rehabilitate them if that's relevant. Now, I don't think that that should apply to offending people's moral sensibilities. I don't think there should be a government that's theocratic in nature, because if you separate religion from government, then you're not challenging government to challenge religion. And even if you do challenge government, now being in the West, I have certain cultural values, right? And I recognize that that's been partly from the influence of my culture, but I've also stopped to personally reflect on these issues. And I'm glad to live in a country where anybody can say, you know what, our government's pretty screwed up. They've said a thing, they've done a thing that I don't approve of, that I don't think is good, and I think we need to change the way that our government works. The beginning of that is to somebody to be able to stand up and be heard in that society to say, you know what, I think we'd have a better society and a better government if our government stopped doing X, Y, or Z, and instead considered these alternatives. And then you can have a discussion about that, where people get involved in that discussion. Everybody weighs in. Education happens to the best extent that it can, and then people cast their votes to decide what those changes are going to be or not be. And I don't think that in that process, somebody should say, well, government is so sacred, you shouldn't be allowed to challenge it. Therefore, we're going to have to kill you now. Like, that way of thinking is alien to me.
Yeah, so there's a ton of things that you've said here, and I hope I would be able to address all of them. But it's and thanks for making it clear, because there's a lot here that I do want to address. So number one, I don't agree that governments should have all the power. There's in Islam, accountability is the most critical thing that you see in a ruler. So the way we basically choose rulers, or the way we adopt the system that we choose rulers on, is based on the method of accountability. And when you look at the first few leaders within Islam, right, that's what you would find. Their statements were, when they got into that position, was, if I follow the law, follow me. If I don't follow the law, right, correct me. Right. That's how. That's the relationship between the public and the rulers. The rulers have to be held accountable. Okay. So accountability is a huge thing in Islam, right? And that's what we raise our people on. In fact, it's sort of seen as such a huge responsibility within Islam that people shy away from getting into a position of power, because then they would then be accountable, right? Not just to the people, not just to themselves, but to also God. And that's a piece which it's unique to Islam, and you probably it might be really alien to you as well, right? The idea of being accountable to God, right?
No, that's
okay. So you do believe in a God?
Hold on. Gods exist. I just don't have one.
Okay,
Clarify that right now. I don't have a god.
Okay,
You have a god.
all right. So here's the thing. For me, God exists whether you believe it or not, right? Because the fact that we're living, breathing, thinking beings in a materialistic universe means that there's definitely something beyond this universe.
All right. So here's what I'll do. I'll grant deism for the sake of this discussion. I'll just grant deism.
Okay.
Right?
So if you grant deism,
Sure.
then would you then agree that the God, right? There's no more than one deity for me. Okay, and we're looking at it from Islamic perspective right now.
Sure.
Okay, so then would you agree with me that God is the being with all knowledge? He's omniscient. He's the most wise. Wisdom is through him, right? Would you agree with me on these two aspects at the very least?
As I understand deism, it is a sort of super intelligence that has unfathomable knowledge, knows whatever it needs to know in order to make a universe, and it probably has some particular kind of opinions about something. But within the context of deism, we'd have no way of knowing what that God's opinions are.
I agree that you cannot fathom really what that level would be, right?
Sure.
But can we agree to this, that if there is knowledge, if God created this universe, any knowledge of this universe or any of his creation, God would have it. So as in essence, can we agree that God is all-knowing?
I concede that it is possible that a universe creator would know everything that's possible to be known.
You've already agreed to the idea of deism. So we've already agreed that there is a universal creator. So I'm just trying to make sure you understand.
I've agreed. For the sake of argument,
okay. So if he is all-knowing, and if he is the most wise, right? Any law coming from him would be, in essence, fully those would be the most comprehensive, most relevant laws to human beings and their survival and their well-being, and in every way, shape, and form.
Only if we
all the things that you've
only if we assume
again you've already granted that assumption.
Well,
so let's start from there.
Deism with a capital D, not TH, deism posits the idea of a universe creator that doesn't really care what happens to us, that isn't concerned with whether or not we're well or not.
Look, you're changing the goalpost for me again.
No, not deism. That is deism.
Okay, can we then agree at least that if that deistic God is concerned about us, then this would actually mean that that's the conclusion we'll get to?
Sure.
Give me 1 second.
Okay. Well, he's gone. Richard, are you okay with us taking this time for this conversation on your stream?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
I have a certain level of respect for your intellect, both of you, your honesty, both of you. I don't see why not.
Awesome. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Richard, I may have to actually go, unfortunately. If you guys can wait 15 minutes, then probably I can come back, if that's okay.
As long as it stays interesting, the show will still be going.
All right. Okay.
Oh, and Faisal, in all fairness, Faisal, before you go, I am 85-90% sure that the original word that James said was deism with a D, not a TH.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm actually taking that, establishing some rules that we can agree on, and then we can talk about deism versus theism.
Right on. Okay.
Okay.
Come back as soon as you can.
Okay, man. I'll be back in about 15 minutes or so.
All right. Yes, I'll be fine with that. For the sake of argument, I'll entertain any hypothesis he wants to present. Right? That doesn't mean I'm committing to the position. That means, okay, within the context of this hypothetical narrative, I
don't know much about other cultures. In fact, despite the fact that I was in the U.S. Army and saw a little bit of the world, I don't consider myself a worldly person. I mean, in the good sense of the word worldly, meaning I understand
Sure.
everything that everybody's. I don't think I'm anywhere close to that, but I can imagine a scenario where there could be a people which, um, blasphemy of the God is so detrimental to that society that it could cause such problems that that person needs to stop by whatever means. Now, I'd personally like to choose the kindest, softest means possible.
Sure.
And I don't know that they are or aren't in the extreme cases that we see in American media, and sorry, not even American, United States media. I
Sure.
don't know. We have a tendency, and I think this is just horrible about human beings in our present state. We have a tendency as, say, a cameraman on, say, safari in Africa, filming for National Geographic. We have a tendency to not film the lioness allowing her cubs to just maul her constantly. We don't film that part. And we don't film the lion laying down beside a large herd of wildebeest and not attacking them. What we have a tendency to film is the unusual stuff.
Yeah.
Where the lion takes down the sick, elderly, or young wildebeest. And then we concentrate on that like that's the only thing that happens. And certainly I'm trying to defeat my own bias and say something like, I'm sure that people are thrown off rooftops in Sharia law places, but I don't know that that's, first of all, broadly acceptable. I think it's horrible, which is why I mentioned it in the first place, and I'm responsible for that. I think it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
But what would that mean if someone were doing that? Well, that doesn't sound like a public execution that's under any kind of law. That sounds like people, vigilantes, taking the law into their own hands. And what culture approves of that? Well, I don't know of one.
I don't know, but I know here in America, if a couple, three skinheads decide that they're gonna drag some black gay person up to the rooftop and execute him for being black and gay,
Yeah.
and they take the time to like read the charges, and they hold a ceremony. There's a crowd down below watching, and there's films running, the cameras running, like what we see in the footage that's coming out of those countries. Chances are the law enforcement's going to be there before the bodies start to drop, and definitely those people aren't going to get away from that scene. They're going to be apprehended and arrested for
In the
those
United
executions.
States, you'd be right.
Right. So if that level of protection isn't there, let's say, for example, these people are rogue in a Sharia law country, that there's no sanction for that. Our media's been lying to us. These are unsanctioned, private killings. Then how is it that those countries, being so well organized and tightly run ships, aren't dispatching their police officers to those scenes in a timely manner to where those people can take their time, do these public executions, and then just casually walk away? How's that happening? Where's the accountability there?
Where's the accountability? Well, that's a good question, but I don't think that's a complete picture of the situation. And here's why. If 70 miles from Los Angeles or Manhattan, there was an active war in the United States where there are like literally missiles flying through the air and machine guns and tanks and whatever they got, then I think, especially in like a place that the police are the military, are the police, that's kind of one thing.
Sure.
Then I would think then that Manhattan police would be a little bit preoccupied. Now that's hard.
Right.
That's hard for somebody in my position to see. But I've been to that part of the world, and more often than not, no, not more often than not. a decent percentage of the time, that's the situation, and everybody's aware of it. So it's kind of like, gosh, I don't know. If it's kind of like Die Hard, where all the police go and react to this one situation. Meanwhile, since the cops are busy, this other thing is going on. And I'm not saying that is the case. I just know that it's very easy to tell when military and police are busy and when they're not.
Yeah.
In that part of the world.
Right.
Because you like hear bombs in the distance.
Sure.
And when you hear bombs in the distance, the police are busy.
That's true. If there's a war going on in the immediate vicinity, all kinds of things can be gotten away with. Right. And I conceded the point to the guy, and I'm like, look, I don't necessarily know that our media is presenting this footage and this information in a correct context. I don't know that they are.
That's
I'm not
impossible
over
to
there.
know. From
Right.
from our position, it's impossible.
Right.
You have to go there and see for yourself.
Right. So then we can just talk about the principles and the ideals themselves and set aside whether, X thing or Y thing's happening. Now, I'm looking it up on Google right now, and Reuters is a very neutral source. They go out of their way to be as neutral as they can be. And there's an article here from 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. Nigerian Islamic court orders death by stoning for men convicted of homosexuality. Right. So to me, throwing somebody off a rooftop without a trial, or having a trial, and once you confirm that they're gay, you still execute them by stoning instead. Man, I'm not seeing a big difference there. I just
okay. You recall Faisal said that what a person does in the privacy of their own home is their own business, according to Sharia law.
That's what he said.
Okay. Now I've heard those kinds of statements before. I think they're actually true. I've heard it from more than one source. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So you have to understand that in order to be tried as gay under Sharia law,
Uh-huh.
there's a certain set of criteria that has to be met. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now we could probably go on forever about how that criteria might be met, and subversion and conspiracies and everything else. But here's from what I understand is actually necessary. They have to be found committing the act, right? Whatever persons are involved have to be found committing the act in public, witnessed by 3 or more people. Now, I have had sex a lot in my life with several different partners. Not once did 3 people see me in public having sex.
Right.
Never. That never happened. Now, why is it that never happened? Because I kept it private. Now, understanding that it's not acceptable in the United States of America to have sex in public, although some people find that exciting. I never did that where someone might see me and my partner. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I did it, but not where someone might see me and my partner.
Sure.
Say a secluded waterfall, middle of a forest. Fine. But then there wasn't even the possibility of 3 witnesses. That could never have happened, and it never did. So what does it say to me when someone has 3 witnesses that witnessed an act like that in public? What does that say?
I don't know. What does it tell you? Because the moment somebody tells me that 3 witnesses witnessed 2 or more guys doing like gay sex in a public place in a country where you get executed for that, yes. I'm thinking that's pretty unlikely. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay, so there's 2 possibilities. They're liars.
Sure.
And the people who are being accused are actually guilty, and they're getting caught on purpose. That's really the only 2 possibilities.
It seems that way to me.
Okay, so what would other than the liars, and there's got to be some amount of that, personal vendettas, you divorced my sister, whatever. Okay,
Uh-huh. Sure.
but I wouldn't think that would be the majority of the cases.
I don't know.
And to me, that's edging toward martyrdom,
Sure.
or maybe suicide by cop. Maybe it's something like that. I don't know.
I don't know.
But I tell you what, they're getting caught by accident. That ain't happening.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. So, I mean, yeah, either the charges are bogus, or it was a demonstration, a political demonstration, in which case they're murdering themselves. Either thing's possible. I suppose we could entertain a third, less likely possibility, but we just don't know, right? All I know is that if somebody comes, go ahead.
I said there could be. I don't know, but those are the only scenario that come to my mind right away.
Yeah. Right. Mine too. So I grant that. So in the meantime, I'm not really sure what was his name. He's coming back. Faisal. Sorry, I'm not sure what his overall goal is here. If his goal is to say that Islam is good and we should join Islam, he's got a long road ahead of him for me.
I don't think he's even going to attempt that.
I don't know. I don't know what his purpose is.
Just from past, I've known this man for, I want to say 10 to 15 hours, something like that. I don't think he's going to do that.
All right.
To address Skyworks, I don't know what I said that wasn't very clear, but I can tell by your comment here, something I said wasn't very clear. I can tell that. Let me put this in an equivalency in the United States, just to make myself clear. If I go and I illegally obtain a repeating rifle, an automatic rifle, that is to say, a machine gun, and then I take that machine gun into a public area, say Times Square, and I load that thing and I start firing into the air, right? No, let's make it not Times Square. Population is too dense. Las Vegas, Nevada on the Strip. And I'm firing over top of the buildings. Now, I know that my bullets are going to land on bare sand because there's nothing there.
Right.
And nobody's going to get hurt. Will the cops still come and kill me for doing that? Yes. Would I be aware of that? Unless I'm crazy. I would be aware of that. So now you're looking at like suicide by cop. That's what you're looking at in a situation like that. Now let's put that back into the context of homosexual acts with 3 or more witnesses in a public area. They're living in Sharia law. They know they're in Sharia law. They can't be ignorant that what they're about to participate in is really against the law and can get you killed. So unless they're doing the die for the cause, they could be doing that, I guess. They're trying to support some political movement to get rid of Sharia law. Okay, fine. I could see something like that and even say it was justifiable. They made a good decision. Fine. But what isn't going on is spy cameras where one computer operator is sneaking into someone's house because they're suspected to be a homosexual and they're dragging the people out and killing them in the street. That's not Sharia law. That's vigilantism. That's what that is.
Yeah. Right. So I've got a thing open here from our government, the U.S. government, that says there are 10 countries where consensual same-sex relationships are formally punishable by death. All of those 10 countries justify denial of rights and personhood unofficial interpretations of Sharia. And then it lists the countries: Iran, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Nigeria, Somalia, um, Mauritania, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, I think I'm probably saying that wrong, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. And then there are many more Sharia law-based countries that simply criminalize it, but don't necessarily carry the death penalty, or at least not automatically.
Well, while you're on the topic, it's Qatar and Sharia.
Very good.
Okay. Hey guys, sorry about that.
It's okay.
Was out earlier. Just got back home. Yeah, I was hearing, so I think I've heard most of what the discussion was, and I think I would say, Richard, a good example would be if you're in the US, right, and you want to make a statement, and you basically take a child into Times Square and do the deed there. That, to me, is what you're talking about, the kind of situation where this would actually be applied, right?
We're not talking about pedophilia.
No, I'm giving you an equivalent example.
But that's not an equal example to consensual adults having gay sex.
Well, it is in that society viewed as about that same thing, that kind of severity, and that's his point.
And it's not just that, right? Islamic societies don't allow for fornication, adultery, right? It's acceptable in the West to commit them. There's almost no consequences in the US, Canada, UK, or in most of Europe for any of these. And even socially, it's becoming so acceptable that you don't even bother anymore.
You mean to have sex when we're not married, you mean?
That, or even if you're married, you're having sex outside of marriage.
Well, I mean, the consequences of you're going to ruin your relationship. That's going to be over.
Yeah, but you're not going to jail for it.
No,
you're not going to jail for it, right? That's true.
Right. So there's the society, Sharia actually protects the family and the society. So number one, the thing that you need to understand, James, is we were talking about where does morality come from and all those things, right? Before we get into that, I just want to say one other thing, that the idea, there's a presupposition here by you that this is actually okay. If you were here 100 years ago, you would not have made the same judgment. You would have said that it's okay to, or people have a right to be with anyone they want. Okay.
As long as it's consenting adults, sure.
No, where do you get that from? I'm questioning that from you.
That's like saying, where do you get that it's okay to tie your shoelaces? I'm like, I guess you're going to have to give me a good reason why it's not okay.
It's not okay because society changes their values over time. Society changes their value depending on where you're living.
Sure.
Right. So what is it that anchors morality then?
So morality, as I would define it, is just a system of concerns where we invest into the well-being of other people, to where we care about their well-being. We want the individual and the society to function in a way that's equitable to everybody, that's as safe as possible for everybody, that's respectful as possible to everybody, that meets the needs as much as possible for everybody, right? These are the concerns that I have. If you want to call those morality, cool. If you don't want to call those moralities, it just doesn't matter. These are the concerns that I have. If we define morality differently than that, then we suddenly shift to a conversation I don't care about. Because why would I care about anything other than that? I care about how people are. I care about well-being, and I care about suffering. My personal values are anti-suffering, right? I want to minimize suffering as much as possible, to minimize injustice, to minimize harm to other non-consenting people.
So here's a question then. If it's about minimizing suffering, let me give you a scenario. All right. Let's say we come up with a drug or a pill. Okay. You give the pill to someone and they basically for the next 24 hours, you can do whatever you want with them. They would not remember it. There would be no trauma. There would be no consequences, right? They wake up 24 hours later after whatever you do with them, and they will go on with their lives like you would want to, right?
It sounds like you're describing the date rape drug.
Yeah. So tell me, do you think that's okay?
No, I don't think that's okay.
Why not?
Well, one, because just because they don't remember it happening doesn't mean they're not going to figure it out. Two,
No, they won't figure it out.
of course they will.
Let's
There's a
say
very good
that
chance
drugs clears everything.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
If you're
There's really no consequence.
if you're at a bar and you have half of a beer, half of a drink, and you've drank it before, you know how your limit is, and a half of a
Okay,
drink
this
is not
is the
anywhere near
part
your
where I
limit.
moderate a little bit. You have to stay to the thought experiment.
Right. This is the thought experiment. I'm explaining that if somebody slips a drug, that kind of a drug, into the drink of someone else, and then they don't remember anything after that until the next morning when they wake up, they're going to logically deduce that somebody drugged them, right? Because they didn't eventually lose their memory after 12 drinks. They can't remember anything after half a drink.
Okay,
They know.
James, the magic pill prevents injury. It prevents staining. It prevents scarring. It prevents abnormal feelings. It prevents all of those things. There's literally no way later for them to know it happened.
And it's consensual. Let's say they've taken the pill consensually.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's say the whole bar enjoys themselves, right? The whole bar enjoys themselves.
They agree to that.
Do you think that's okay?
If they agree to all of it in advance, knowing what the risks are.
No.
Or if there's a magic pill with no risks, but
they agreed to the pill. They don't know
they
what
only
it is.
agreed to the pill, and then everyone in the bar took advantage of them whatever way they wanted. That's
so the whole group bar thing isn't what they consented to. Only the pill is what they consented to.
Yeah.
What did they think was going to happen when they took that pill?
They were just being told that this pill would take away all their problems. They were going to be given a lot of money for it. Let's say for taking that pill, you pay them 10 grand. And the whole bar have their fun, and you probably make more just because of that pill. Whatever the case might be, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the question is that morally acceptable? Now, in your position, when you basically say it's about minimizing suffering and maximizing well-being.
But it's also about equitable rights. That's part of my value system. Your right to swing your fist in the air ends at my nose. I don't know if you've ever heard that saying before or not. But basically, in order for a society to have true human rights, everybody must have the same rights. So you should be allowed to do whatever you want to do up until the point where it infringes upon something that is my right. And as the possessor of this body, I have the right to decide what it does and doesn't get subjected to by other people. And so even if I'm going to wake up the next day and not remember anything, and even if it's a magic pill that guarantees no diseases, no any consequence at all, if I've lost 12 hours of my life, or however many hours that was, that I didn't know I was going to lose, and something happened to my person, my body, that I didn't consent to have happen, and that I wouldn't have agreed to if I'd known in advance about that's what would happen if I took the pill, or even that I was risking that if I took the pill, right? Then no, because my rights maintain, right? Like equal rights, equitable rights, in order for a society to exist where human rights is a real and valued and understood thing, everybody must have the same rights, and that includes bodily autonomy.
Okay, so if we're talking about equitable rights, why then do you have a right to judge something that's happening in a different country, in a different society, with different rules? Because under equitable right, those people have the right to judge themselves.
Well,
you shouldn't be getting involved in that. just by your principle, right?
But by your
Do you-
principle, I mean, is that your principle? Because look,
No,
you're
look,
not.
if you're talking about my principle, then I will talk about my principle.
Sure, but
we're
you're
just
quite
discussing
vocal.
yours.
You're quite vocal about what you don't think should be happening in the West, but does, right? You think that what's happening in your society is the better way of doing things. And
I agree. I agree.
Right.
I do think that way.
And even though,
right?
so even though you don't live in the West, you
I
aren't
do
a
live in
citizen.
the West. I do live in the West.
Are
James,
you a
let me make
citizen
it
of the
clear.
West?
There's a couple of things. I do live in the West. I do think that the laws under Sharia are more just and equitable, are more wise, are more there's more humanity in them than the laws that we have in the West, right? In the West, you're justifying a genocide when you think about it.
Wait,
right?
what?
In the West, a genocide has been justified if you think about it.
Wait,
Right now, it's happening, but there's no consequence for it.
I don't know which genocide you're talking about.
Okay, let's forget that. But
No,
in
go
the
ahead.
West, if you don't know what's happening out in the Middle East right now, then I don't know how to explain that to you.
I do know what's happening in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Gaza and the West Bank?
Yeah, kids are being killed.
Hey, I agree that it's no longer questionable that we've definitely moved into attempting genocide. I agree with you 100%.
No. It's not about attempting. It is happening. Okay,
Sure, it's
it
an
is
ongoing
happening.
process.
It's no longer.
It's not a completed genocide until it's completed. It's right now. It is a genocidal happening right now. Yes, I agree that we are talking about genocide.
See, when you displace people from almost 90% of their land already, right?
I didn't do that.
No. I'm not talking about you. Sorry, as particular, I'm saying if somebody displaces a people from 90% of their land, right, and they completely cut them off from their where they used to live, tell them that they're not supposed to be in that land anymore. That is a genocide. That is ethnic cleansing, right?
Hey, I agree. It's a bad thing that's happening. I don't support it.
It's not happening. It's already happened. All right.
Yeah, bad things have happened. Bad things are still currently happening, and bad things are going to continue to happen. I understand verb tenses.
Yeah,
yes.
but the reason why I'm bringing it up is that it can be justified in a society that does not have objective moral grounds for their.
Nobody has objective moral grounds.
That's what I'm saying. That people have objective moral grounds.
Who does?
Right? When does something become objective? When you can make a decision with full knowledge. All right. If you make a decision with full knowledge about every little thing, and you're most capable of making that decision, would the laws that you put forth be objective or not? Because there's no knowledge outside of what you know.
So we can't get an ought from an is, as much as I wish that we could. I listened to Sam Harris explain the moral landscape from his perspective. I listened to a few other people in his camp explain it too, and they made a powerful case, made good points. But they didn't quite cross the threshold from is to an ought, right? So it doesn't matter how much we know, we still have no framework for morality until we decide what we care about, which isn't about knowledge. It's about character. It's about who and what and how we care. We don't necessarily, if there's a deist God, this is irrelevant because it doesn't care. If there's a theist personal God, then it becomes a relevant discussion because the proposition, the theory is that it cares and it has enough knowledge to know it's in our best interests. But then the problem becomes we would have no way to verify that what some dude coming out of his tent in the Iron Age, because some just guy comes into town and says, guess what? I just had a personal conversation with the creator of the universe in the privacy of my tent. And he has told me some things I'm supposed to tell you guys about the right way to live in the world, right? And at that moment, I think the correct response should be to laugh at the guy, right? Now, if somebody comes to me and says something different, hey, I've been thinking, and I've got some arguments to make about some changes that we could consider making in our society that I think will decrease the amount of injustice in our society and increase the amount of flourishing and equitability in our society, I'm going to listen. But if he comes out of his tent and says, I just had a private conversation with the creator of the universe who sent me to tell you something that he couldn't be bothered to tell you himself, I'm not even going to listen to the dude. It's an outrageous framework for the conversation because he has no
James,
way to know.
I love what you're saying. Trust
Okay.
me. It's like you're thinking exactly the right way. And that's really how you should be approaching this.
Okay.
So if somebody comes to you, if somebody comes to me today and tells me that they're getting revelation from God, I would flat out tell them, you're crazy. You need to go to the mental institution.
All right.
Right? I think you'll be doing the same thing.
Sure.
Right? Now, if it is a historical claim, probably the same situation, right?
Sure.
The question is, there's definitely, if it is the creator God, okay? And for me, James, let me actually make it very clear. For me, there is just the creator God. There is no other type of God. There's nothing else other than God is the one who has created, okay? So the
Okay.
one that you've sort of identified as the deity, the deity God, right? For
Deist
me,
God.
yeah, the deist God, right? For
Sure.
me, that is the God. I wouldn't worship any other than that. I wouldn't basically call any entity other than that creator deist God as God. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're clear on that. Okay.
So I'm not clear on that because I think we have a different understanding about what deists believe. The deist position is that there is a creator entity that created everything, but doesn't care what happens in our universe.
I understand that part. I totally agree with that. But what I'm saying is I'm taking that deist God, how you arrive at that deist God, I'm taking that one step forward and saying that no, that's not where you should stop. There is a reason to believe that it's a theist God, not a deist God. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
I understand that we're going further when we migrate over to talking about a theist God. I understand that.
Okay. So the reason why I brought up the deist God was to make sure that you understand that I'm not talking about Thor. I'm not talking about Zeus. I'm not talking about Shiva, right? I'm not talking about any Mayan or any other type of God. Okay. I'm not even talking about Jesus or anything like that. When we talk about God, we're saying that God that you have identified here as you can basically give into the idea that there may be a deist God, okay, that is the cause of this universe, that's the creator of reality, right?
I can see that it's possible, and I'm willing to entertain the idea. Now,
Yeah.
to be clear on a point, and I don't necessarily know that it's going to be necessarily relevant, if somebody were to convince me for sure that there was a super creator that created, designed the universe, created humanity, etc., I wouldn't call that a god because I wouldn't have that relationship to the concept or to the entity because I'm not impressed enough, right? I'm too jaded. I'm too cynical. Some people look out at the universe and they're struck with awe and humility. I look at the universe and I'm like, oh, what a mess, right? That's just me. Maybe it's depression. Maybe I'm just too jaded and cynical. Who knows? But if somebody were to convince me that a super universe creator existed and definitely made this one, I wouldn't call it a god. I'd be like, okay, that's a god to you because you relate to it in that way, right? So I don't know that this is going to become relevant, but I just want to clarify that point.
James, when your mom tells you that she gave birth to you, or when I don't know how old you are or if she's alive or not, or
she is.
When she tells you that she's your mother, that she gave birth to you, do you believe her?
Yeah, sure.
Why?
Because I know how humans procreate.
Okay, but how do you know that she's the one who gave birth to you?
It is statistically very unlikely that she stole me from a different mother. It's not.
But it is likely, right?
It's
the
likely
the super cynical viewpoint that you were defining to me is like that viewpoint, that even though there is a 0.1% probability that she may not be your mother, you're actually going to lean towards that 0.1% probability.
Well, so here's the two propositions. There's two definitions of mother. There's the biological definition of mother, who procreated me, and then there's the relationship definition of mother. It's the relationship definition of God that I wouldn't ascribe to,
Look,
because
James, I
wouldn't
was
feel
very
that way about it.
clear in saying that she's the one who gave birth to you. So you can
Sure,
understand
the
that I was,
biological, sure.
yeah,
But
right?
it's very unlikely that I was kidnapped and that she just raised me as her own. And so,
Yeah, but that's your assumption. And you're
well, it's
basically
not an
accepting her
assumption.
testimony.
There's data to support that idea, right?
What's
Because,
the data? What
well,
data do you have?
I remember growing up, right? And I remember growing up around grandparents and aunts and uncles and great aunts and great uncles and cousins. If my mother, who by the way was 14 at the time, again, statistically very unlikely to go kidnap a baby at 14. If my mother would have gone and as a 14-year-old and kidnapped a baby and brought it home to her very large Catholic blue collar working family, pretty sure they would have called the cops and got her some mental help. And definitely there's no way that every single person who knew what happened in the family would cover the secret and allow her to keep a 14-year-old to keep raising a child that she stole from somewhere. That many people would participate in a grand conspiracy to cover that up so that she didn't get in trouble. It just wouldn't make any sense.
Look, James, that's all circumstantial evidence.
But it's good
not
evidence.
True evidence. No, it's not.
Sure,
You're just accepting somebody's testimony here. Right?
All right,
You're
so
accepting the testimony of the people around you that they're treating you like their son, your grandson, or whatever else your relation might be, that you're taking it for granted
No,
that
no,
is
I'm
the
not.
relationship that
It
you
is a
have.
rational, it is an objective, rational, statistical analysis of probabilities.
How? Explain to me how.
If I have to explain it, that is going to take an hour. Richard, do you get me on this?
Are you there, Richard?
What part of it?
I think you phased out, didn't you?
No, not completely, but what part of it?
So, if the reason that I am more inclined to believe than not believe that my biological mother really is my biological mother, if the reason that I believe she's my biological mother is that I know how old she is, and I know that she had that my birthday coincides with her being 14
I know what
years
you're
old.
referring to. I know what you're referring to. That was enough context. Thank you. Okay, so here's how it goes in my brain. James, I think you're an honest man. I think you're a decent man. I think you're trying to have a good conversation. I really, really do. And I think the same things of Faisal. Unfortunately, I think there is a slight miscommunication here that is now happening a second time.
Yeah.
Where instead of staying with the thought experiment and taking it literally for what it is, it seems that the conversation keeps diverting into these offshoots.
I don't know why.
I just don't think that's progressive.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah,
but he wants to talk about
I get it.
I'm willing to.
I get it, James. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because there's an inconsistency when you're looking at when you're applying the level of cynicism that you have to your life when you compare that to how you're approaching the concept of God, right? So here's the thing. You already ascribe to the idea that yes, they can be a deist God, okay? But then and then you went on this you went to clarify that you wouldn't believe in this for these many reasons. Now here's the thing. The reason why I asked that question, I want to sort of unpack that for you, because you already set up all these 20 different walls for me to go through to present any argument. Because at the end of the day, you're going to say, no matter what I say, you're going to end up saying, here it is. I don't care. You have to bring evidence at this level or that level, and I don't accept this, right? That's the reason why I brought it up, because you are inconsistent in how you are approaching these two things. And the reason why I asked you about your mother is because over there, you didn't go through these 20 different hoops. You didn't go for a DNA test. You didn't go for your father's DNA test to make sure that he is your father. You didn't go take a look at their marriage certificate and all of those things. Were they married? Well, am I a legitimate child? Is all of these things that are happening? You've just taken these things for granted. And the reason why you've done that is because you've accepted the testimony of the people around you. And that's how we live life. We accept the testimony of the people around us because we trust them. We know
No.
they're truthful to us, right?
No.
Okay, fine. I don't know how you live life then.
We're not talking about how I live my life. We're talking about one specific issue, about one specific thing. Like, why do I believe that the woman who claims to be my biological mother is my biological mother? I don't trust her immediate family. They're untrustworthy people. The reason that I think she's my mother biologically is because I've seen her birth certificate, I've seen her driver's license. I remember growing up. I know that my birth coincides with her being 14 years old. I know that it is statistically so unlikely for a 14-year-old girl to steal a baby that I can't think of a single news report of that ever happening. That's how rare it is, which makes it statistically unlikely. And I know that no matter how trustworthy her immediate friends and family were or weren't, that it's very unlikely that they would all cooperate in a grand conspiracy to not report to the police to have that baby returned to the rightful parents for any reason at all, and then keep that secret for all these generations. Now, here's the important part, though. It doesn't matter. If my mother had some special sanction from the government to run my life, and that sanction was contingent upon her being able to prove that she's biologically my mother, I would suddenly have a reason to care. I would have a reason to say, well, just in case something happened, maybe I accidentally got switched at birth or something, there might be some legal loophole out of this so that I don't have that woman running my life for the rest of my life with a government sanction. In that case, I would begin to challenge, just in case, maybe by some fluke, she's not biologically my mother. But because she's not in the position where she's trying to run my life, she would if she was allowed to, but she can't. The government isn't going to sanction that. I'm not going to allow it. It doesn't matter if she's biologically my mother or not. It's inconsequential to me. And so, but if in the case of a god, and a hypothetical god, and governments recognizing this hypothetical god, and the government trying to tell people you have to do what we say because the creator of the universe told us so, well, now those people now have good reason to question whether or not that government could even possibly know what the creator of the universe thinks, and whether or not they should concern themselves with it, whether or not the government has correctly interpreted whatever they think they heard from the creator of the universe, etc. Right? It's a completely different set of variables. You understand that, right?
James, I'll be honest with you. I think you're missing my point completely. I was very specific in what I was saying for a reason, because I get it that there's a relational mother that you can basically prove this way, right? Because you've lived your life with her, and the way she's treated you is like a son, and you've treated her like a mother. So relationally, yes, she is your mother. I wasn't questioning that.
I know
But
that.
when it comes to evidence for your biological birth through her, right? That's what I was questioning. And that's why I was saying that the evidence that you have is only circumstantial when it comes to that relationship between you and her of being biologically connected. And that's where I was saying that because you've not, I don't think you would have gone and done a DNA test to basically confirm whether she's your mother or not, right? And whether your father is your father or not. Okay.
It doesn't matter to
Most
me.
people don't. Yeah, I know. I get it. I'm not pointing that out.
Sure.
It doesn't matter to me. I know my parents, right?
Sure.
If you tell me today that you need to get a DNA test done to go and confirm if your mother is your mother and your father is your father,
Mhm.
I'd basically simply just look the other way. I wouldn't even look at the person twice, because to me that's nonsensical. Okay, because the society I came from, the society I was given birth to, this type of adulterous type of relationships are not the norm, right?
Sure.
My parents were married. My parents had me after marriage.
Sure.
I've had all of these to confirm, but do I have proper evidence that I can present to say, yes, I am the biological son? Without a DNA test, probably not.
Okay.
Okay. I get it. it's not like I'm not understanding, but we're probably not seeing things from the point of view that I am trying to put forward.
Right, because I don't get
And,
the connection between that and theism.
and that's the thing. You're saying D is God versus He is God, right? How do we get to that? Now, before I even presented you the evidence, you basically shut me down. And I'll just stop here because I think if you're not ready to have that conversation, you're not ready to have that conversation.
What? Hold on. I was clear about exactly what my answer is and exactly how I reasoned it out about my biological mother. Now, if there's
No. I don't care about that. I was just pointing that out for a very specific reason, that in life we accept people's testimony, the people around us, we trust them. That's why if your mom comes and tells you that you need to go out and take care of the horse in the backyard, otherwise it would die, you would actually go out and start taking care of the horse.
Sure.
Right? So you accept people's testimony, and there's a reason you accept people's testimony. That's because of trust, the trust that you have with them. How does trust happen? Because you've seen those people being truthful to you. Okay, you've got prior knowledge of them, having spent time with them, having that experience. Okay, so the reason why I was bringing this whole thing up is because there's the most of what we actually have in life, right? Most of the evidence that we get in life is testimonial evidence. It's not scientific evidence, right? You're not the one performing those scientific experiments, or doing the observation through in the observatory or anywhere else, right? Or looking through a microscope at the atoms or anything to basically do that scientific experiments yourself,
right?
To say, I've done this and that's why I think this is how things are, right? You're accepting people's testimony that they have performed these, and other people who are testifying that they've basically done the same, right? And they arrive at the same result. You're accepting all of those testimonies, and then based on those testimonies, right, you're making your judgment on whether something is true or not true, right, wrong, or what it is. So that's what I was trying to point out to you. I'll be honest with you, I am fasting, and I don't know if you've noticed it, but my throat is now completely dry. So I may not be able to continue this conversation for long.
All
right. And I have to go for prayers as well. But but yeah, so I hope we've sort of made some progress, because it's not like I'm not trying to dish you or anything else. It's just trying to make sure that we understand where we're coming from, and I can point out to you from my perspective where I see things as.
Okay. Well, thank you for trying to get me to a certain point with you in my ability to understand your frame of reference. And I hope the rest of your day goes great. And maybe we'll get a chance to continue this conversation another time.
Yeah, I'll be glad to have that conversation. And Richard, nice seeing you back. Are you still around?
I say it was good to see you as well.
All right. Okay, man. Take care.
Peace. Oh, for two very, very differing points of view, I think that went pretty well.
I thought that it went pretty well, too. I'm not exactly I just feel like he was really frustrated with me. And I wasn't trying to frustrate him. I wasn't trying to create roadblocks or obstacles to progress in the conversation. He wanted
I don't
me
think
to
he purposefully did that. I think it did happen. I think there were some tangents there that weren't necessary and kind of slowed things down.
Well, I didn't understand what the relevance was going to be between my belief that my mother is my biological mother to my belief that a government should be telling me what the creator of the universe thinks I should be doing with my life. But he wanted me to explain what my justification was for accepting that my mother is my biological mother. And I wasn't sure why he wanted me to articulate the nuances, but every time he tried to tell me the reason I accept it, he was wrong. He was just simply wrong about why I accept that my mother is my biological mother.
Right.
And that was frustrating for him because he wanted me to concede the point so that he could build another point onto it. But I didn't know where he was
Well,
going with it. I wasn't trying to roadblock him.
Okay, so as I said, I've known Faisal about the same amount of time I've known you,
Sure.
something like that. So I mean, I think I can uber generalize and be wrong about you on a pretty regular basis.
Okay.
But I think I do know some basics about your fundamental intent, and that one of the fundamental intents you seem to represent is that you are honestly you are willing to have an honest conversation. That seems evident in you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think that's true also of Faisal. So I don't think that it's likely that either one of you are trying to be dishonest or throwing a red herring in or
Oh, I agree.
strawmanning the other one's position or anything
agree.
like that.
I agree.
I just don't think that's going on.
I agree. No, I do agree with you on that. I don't think he was trying to straw man me at all. I just think that he was frustrated because he wanted me to concede a point so that he can build another point on top of it. And because
that's
Yeah.
what cumulative arguments do.
Yeah, sure it is. But it's difficult for me because one, if I concede to the point, I'm conceding to something that isn't technically correct. And I'm willing to do that for the sake of argument. But if he builds another argument on top of it that ends up being logically consistent and takes me to his
Only
conclusion,
with that granting, yeah.
then I've granted too much, and I've got to go back and tell him, well, I didn't really believe this other thing. I just agreed to it for the sake of argument. Then he's going to feel like I'm now really am renegotiating the conversation in an unfair way. And so I didn't want him to feel like I'm setting him up that way.
Right. It's difficult. It is difficult when we people have very separate ideas on these things. To negotiate even a conversation can be very, very difficult.
Yeah.
But James, I want to say I'm gonna go ahead and close this up. It's been plenty of time, more than an hour.
Sure it has.
So I'm gonna close this up. Do you want to shill anything you got going on?
Oh, I don't have anything specifically planned. I've got various guests that want to come over to the channel, and lately I've been trying to decide what I want to do with my channel. I feel like I'm just some guy talking, right? There's no production value over at my channel. I don't have an intro or an outro. I don't do fancy edit in clips from movies that people do that's funny and hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm just a guy that talks, and
if you want some outros and someone to intros, outros, drops, whatever you call them, and you want someone to try to help you figure out what makes sense. Once you establish where the channel is going from here, go see Geo Sam. Now he's been employed by the likes of major corporations you've heard of. Okay.
Right.
He's actually a pro. He's done this for for a living before, so he really does know what he's doing in creating GIFs and etc. So go see him, and once you establish what you want, go talk to Geo Sam, and he will square you up at a reasonable rate.
All right. Yep. I think I found his channel, so I appreciate that very much, and thank you for your patience tonight.
Yeah, his stuff is so good. Geo Sam stuff. So, brother, it's been a pleasure every single time, and I don't expect that to change.
Awesome. Thank you. Same here, Richard. So have a great evening.
Right.
We'll talk soon.
All right. Don't let the door hit you in the butt as you go out.
Fair. Bye.
Later. All right. So we could do a few minutes of side chats, challenges, questions, comments, thoughts, anything you guys want to throw out there real quick. We'll go ahead and do that. And then we're going to wrap this thing up, put a bow on it. Actually tried to do that, I think something like 3 hours ago, but it was going so well, I just couldn't quit. I just couldn't tell everyone else to quit. All right, so let's give you guys just a few seconds to type something in the chat. Carrie Ann Chrysler, no, I want to have a long conversation with you. I don't want to just ask you something right now that you have to type in response. No, I want a real conversation to try to figure out where you're coming from. Reasons behind the registry. Look, for example, they're all anonymous. Nobody knows their names. Naivety. We have no idea what we're. It's really interesting to read the chat backwards, and as a brain exercise, track all of the conversations that are going on in the chat while reading the entire conversation from most recent to least recent. Or at least I think it's interesting what the brain does when you do that. Okay. Oh, peace and respect, Harple Blues. If you're still listening, good to see you. Oh, God. Yeah. Thanks for coming by, Dirty Varmint. Oh, my gosh. Who did I see today? So many people. Carrie Ann Chrysler, Skyworks, James, Odine, Sarah, Wildheart, going by memory here. My goodness. I'm not going to remember the whole list of people. I probably could if I took notes and tracked it and thought about it really, but I don't think you want to stick around for me doing that now. Really? Do you really? I wouldn't think so. All right, guys. Better wrap up your conversation or make it another time because I'm cutting you off. Peace and respect to you all. Know with a surety, know that I look forward to the day that we are all great friends. With, and there's Metabun. Peace and respect, Metabun. I saw you earlier. I don't know if I said hello. Thank you, James. I want you all to know that I truly do look forward to the day that we can all be great friends. And by that, I mean we all are assured of an objective truth, which disintegrates all the differences that we have. Not the differences in our feelings, not the differences in our personalities, but the differences on what the objective reality is. That will be an amazing time. Later, brothers and sisters.